Chapter 14-16. The dual sword technique originally belonged to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, but now it appeared in the hands of Long Chen. Comparing the two, Wang Chen seemed more like a member of the true Martial Emperor Palace, while Long Chen seemed more like a member of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. This was basically a contest between a dragon martial artist and a sword martial artist. Long Chen didn't yield in front of Wang Chen. The momentum of this pinnacle battle had already caused Long Chen's blood-red eyes to explode. There was no way to reverse it. No matter how good Wang Chen's temper was, he couldn't bear it anymore. Someone was trying to snatch a woman from him. If he showed weakness, he would definitely become the laughingstock of the 3 regions and 9 worlds. Although many people didn't think highly of Long Chen, they understood that his courage was still worthy of admiration. If it was someone else, not many would have the guts to challenge the number 1 genius of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace while surrounded by thousands of experts. Even if Long Chen didn't die, his status had already been established. With his current strength, he was already one of the top geniuses in the 3 regions and 9 worlds. Thousands of people despised him, thousands of people pointed their fingers at him. Long Chen's chest was burning with anger. He didn't want to prove anything, he just wanted to find out what exactly happened to Lingxi. A pair of long swords were held in his hands, pointing diagonally towards the ground. Long Chen dragged the pair of swords and walked towards Wang Chen. His body seemed to be filled with boundless energy. "You're courting death. You can't blame others even if you die." Wang Chen's voice was like a great bell ringing in his ears. "Get lost." In the blink of an eye, Long Chen was already in front of him, exuding a baleful aura. Compared to Wang Chao, Long Chen felt an even greater pressure in his heart when facing this man in front of him, who was fated to be his greatest enemy. He had walked to this step for the past 10 years, all for the sake of obtaining the qualifications to fight against this man in front of him. The god-slaying sword in his hand was pointed at the tip of Wang Chen's nose. Long Chen's gaze followed the sword and narrowed his eyes at his opponent. Even though his heart was burning, his voice and expression were still very calm. At this moment, Long Chen said coldly, "In my eyes, you are nothing. You are just an enemy that must be defeated. Today's battle with you is also a battle with myself. If I can defeat myself, I can definitely defeat you. Do you think you can have Lingxi after defeating me? You're too naive. She's not a commodity, so she won't fight alone. Anyway, I respect her decision. It's a pity that she doesn't seem to know you." Wang Chen sneered. His words hit Long Chen's weak spot. Yes, she did not recognize herself. No. Long Chen was burning with anger. He swore that he would let Lingxi know who he was. What he needed to do was to defeat this obstacle in front of him. This opponent that had appeared in his dreams countless times, in the face of this opponent, Long Chen's heart had changed in another way. At this moment, he was fearless. No matter how significant an enemy was, as long as he could defeat him, it would be nothing. If Wang Chen had not come too early, a year earlier than Long Chen had planned, when Long Chen had transformed all the power in his body into the Nirvana world force and built a perfect divine kingdom, Wang Chen would definitely not be a match for him at that time. He just came too early. But Long Chen could not avoid it. That was why he was in such a situation today. "If that's the case, I'll send you to hell." As he said this, Wang Chen, who was like a god descending to the world, really underwent a huge change. From his body, a savage aura broke out. It was the same aura that belonged to an ancient giant. It was released unscrupulously, filling the entire central square with his aura. The surrounding martial artists were all shocked. Behind Wang Chen, there seemed to be hundreds of millions of divine dragons flying, roaring and coiling behind him. They let out incomparably violent roars, stirring up the wind and clouds. Roar! A terrifying roar broke out from his body. It could be seen that his originally demonic face was slowly covered with fine gray scales. From head to toe, it completely surrounded his body, almost turning him into a humanoid gray divine dragon. This gray was different from the gray of the god-slaying sword. It was full of elegance and demonic. A dragon martial artist. Countless people clamored. No matter when, a dragon martial artist was the dream of any martial artist. Wang Chen could be said to be blessed by nature. His void refinement realm demonic dragon bloodline made countless people envious. A dragon martial artist was infinitely powerful. However, the crowd soon discovered that Long Chen, who was opposite Wang Chen, was also covered with blood-red scales, bone spurs, and so on. Although many bloodline martial artists would change their appearance a little, such as Huang Yu, whose whole body looked like jade, no one paid attention to Long Chen's appearance before. But now, his appearance was so similar to Wang Chen's. Could it be that Long Chen was also a dragon martial artist? At this moment, countless people were doubting it. It looked like a battle between two dragons. It seems that you haven't absorbed all the inherited blood essence. Judging by your appearance, you should be a red-horned devil dragon, right? Wang Chen commented on Long Chen in a tone that sounded like that of a senior. As expected, everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that Long Chen was really a dragon martial artist. Moreover, the inherited blood essence of the divine dragon was only comparable to the red-horned devil dragon, which was only a small level lower than the void refinement realm demonic dragon. At least, the red-horned devil dragon was not an ordinary divine dragon. Its future achievements were also limitless. As long as it didn't die prematurely, it might become a character like Shenwu Great Emperor. It turned out to be a battle between two dragon martial artists. At first, everyone had looked down on Long Chen. But now, it seemed that this battle was going to be interesting. After all, to be able to see a battle between dragon warriors was something that only happened once every 10,000 years. Seeing that Long Chen didn't respond, Wang Chen smiled and said, "You are the second martial artist that I have seen who can make me feel threatened. Then let me see how strong you are." As soon as he said this, the whole central square seemed to have exploded. In the midst of the clamor of the crowd, the two dragon martial artists actually fought with each other at this moment. The broken stars in the sky flew over brilliantly, but the crowd always felt that the sky was dark and the earth was dark. No matter how weak Long Chen was, the battle between them was also beyond the level of the god martial arts realm. Many martial artists at the early stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm were stunned. They found that even if they entered the battlefield and replaced one of them, they would still have a slim chance of survival. Even the martial artists at the late stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm had no confidence. After transforming a large number of aperture acupoints, possessing the power of the Nirvana world, and holding two swords, Long Chen was a lot stronger than when he fought against Lin Mo. To be honest, if Wang Chen didn't really transform into a dragon, with his current combat strength, he could only fight against the late stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm. He was definitely not much stronger than Long Chen. However, Wang Chen didn't use many of his trump cards. When he transformed into a dragon, it was even more impossible for Long Chen to fight against him. Long Chen didn't think too much. He just wanted to defeat the enemy in front of him and walk to Lingxi. He didn't care about what the crowd thought. In the fierce battle, the small white light spots on his body had gradually spread, but they were almost invisible on the red scales. Take this. Wang Chen's speed was terrifying. With his hands behind his back, he moved in front of Long Chen's two swords. His face was calm, as if everything was under his control. At this time, he rushed behind Long Chen, stretched out the arm behind his back, and stabbed at Long Chen. Suddenly, a gray airflow condensed on his finger and formed a gray blade. Great Wilderness Divine Sword Finger. He stabbed out with his finger. Although he wasn't a sword martial artist, he released the sword chi that belonged to a sword martial artist. With the bloodline of the Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon, Wang Chen's world power also had his own characteristics, which was stronger than the power of the Nirvana world that hadn't taken shape yet. The great wilderness divine sword finger stirred up the wind and clouds, the earth shook, and a terrifying explosion sounded. It formed a sword of heaven and earth, stabbing at Long Chen. Break! Long Chen's eyes turned cold. Under the nervous gazes of the crowd, he suddenly turned around and slashed with the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword in his left hand. The power of his Nirvana world surged towards the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword. A Tao weapon controlled by the power of Nirvana world was indeed different. The power of a Tao weapon with 3 Tao patterns was completely excavated by Long Chen. The 7 stars shone at the same time, bursting out a terrifying power. Roar! A total of 8 dragon roars were heard. 8 shadows of divine dragons formed behind Long Chen and gathered on the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword. The 7 shining stars followed Long Chen's movements and slashed down, colliding with the great wilderness divine sword finger with terrifying power. Suddenly, the color of the sky and earth changed. Terrifying giant waves swept in all directions, causing the crowd to retreat in horror. The battle between the 2 young men had yet to enter the Nirvana realm, but they were able to exert such power. It was really shocking. This was especially true for Long Chen. How did he manage to fight Wang Chen to a draw with this move? Those who really knew Long Chen knew that at the beginning, his fighting strength was similar to that of a beginner at the 9th level of the divine martial realm. After a few months, he had already reached the peak of the younger generation of the 3 realms and 9 realms. What kind of speed was that? Who would dare to look down on him now? With this move, Long Chen had proved to Wang Chen, or to everyone else, that he was absolutely not bragging. He was really qualified to fight with Wang Chen in front of everyone. The martial artists of the Sword Spirit Imperial Palace looked a little embarrassed. Ling Song had originally thought that he could defeat Long Chen in an instant and humiliate Wenren Jingtao. However, he had thought too much. This fierce battle seemed to be evenly matched at the beginning, but it was not going to end so easily. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 of them rose from the ground to the sky and started a shocking battle. Below, the white-clothed Lingxi raised her head and looked at the scene. Her eyes were still indifferent, without the slightest change. No matter how strong Long Chen was, she did not show any emotion. On the other side, Li Xuanji's hands were tightly clenched in her long sleeves. Her eyes were bloodshot as she looked at the arrogant figure in the sky. His 2 swords were shining brightly, as indestructible as his body. His blood-red eyes and desperate stance made Li Xuanji want to cry. She was thinking, if he lost everything, then what would he do? Then I will accompany him, she thought. Chapter 14-17. Compared to the fierce battle between the 2, even the fragmentary stars in the sky were not as dazzling. Everyone's eyes were on the 2. It was natural for Wang Chen to be able to stand, but Long Chen made everyone sigh, especially Huang Yu, Ling Xiao, and the others who had fought with Long Chen before. In the blink of an eye, Long Chen had already left them far behind with 2 swords in his hands. Heaven's desolation eclipse palm. Wang Chen soared into the sky. His body was like a mountain, crashing down with a loud bang. His palms covered the sky and blocked the sun. A terrifying gray aura surrounded him and pressed down on Long Chen. Before his palms reached Long Chen, the solid ground in the central square below had already begun to crack and shatter. The space was extremely turbulent. Under such a powerful attack, unexpectedly, Long Chen still used the 8th level of the 9-dragon scripture. With the power of the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword, a towering sword chi pierced through the sky and collided with his opponent's attack. The heaven's desolation eclipse palm and the towering sword chi collided, and the space shook instantly. The sharp sound of fighting almost pierced the eardrums of the crowd. The Heaven's Desolation Eclipse Palm was an attack even more powerful than the Great Desolation Divine Sword Finger. The Nine-Dragon scripture completely collapsed, and the sword chi scattered. Just when the crowd thought that Long Chen had no more strength to continue, his second god-slaying sword suddenly shot out after he turned around. The Grey Divine Sword shot out a completely different 8th level of the Nine-Dragon scripture. It was not weaker than the sword chi from before, and even had a more terrifying killing aura. With one sword, it completely shattered the Heaven's Desolation Eclipse Palm. Rumble. The sky was clear. Long Chen felt as if the clouds had parted and the moon had come to light, and so did the crowd below. The battle between the two was indeed very exciting. So far, it was not inferior. Long Chen had already successfully used the dual sword technique. The two moves he used just now were almost performed at the same time, allowing him to double his lethality and shatter his opponent's attack. At the same time, he also posed a certain threat to Wang Chen. In the sky, the man holding a pair of slender, hard, thin swords in his hands. In his eyes, the will belonging to the inverse god skill exploded, creating a huge impact on the crowd at all times. Wow! The crowd burst into an uproar, and their expressions were quite interesting. Wang Chen's performance could be said to be befitting of his name. And today, even if Long Chen lost miserably, he had become completely famous. Not many people present were able to exchange two blows with Wang Chen in this situation without being injured at all, and all of them were old guys. Two of Wang Chen's moves had been countered, and he felt a little embarrassed. He descended from the sky, his face cold and even more terrifying. An even greater power burst out from his body. Gray and yellow airflows rolled around his body, rolling him up like a divine dragon descending to the earth. He approached Long Chen. "You do have some ability to make me want to fight you, but your luck will end here. I won't let a threat live." Wang Chen's sonorous voice echoed in Long Chen's ears, creating a strong pressure. His figure began to change at an amazing speed, much faster than Long Chen. At the same time, a terrifying behemoth aura began to awaken in Wang Chen's body. Long Chen felt that the most violent power was hidden in his opponent's palm. The force was several times stronger than the sky-desolating sun-eroding palm. At least several times stronger. It could be said that Wang Chen was serious this time, and he really launched a fatal attack. At the beginning, he was just testing Long Chen's strength. It was as if a giant beast was hiding between heaven and earth. Every time it beat, it would shake people's hearts. The faces of the people below changed. Wang Chen's move was so powerful that few people at the late stage of the Nirvana Tribulation realm dared to say that they could escape unscathed. Buzz. The world began to tremble. Wang Chen smirked and appeared in front of Long Chen. On the true martial Emperor Palace's side, the hearts of the crowd were in their throats. Long Chen had broken through the first two moves, and this time, Wang Chen was serious. Could Long Chen still stand a chance? The others felt the same way. At this moment, they had already forgotten that the young man they once ridiculed and abandoned had won the respect of the crowd with his own strength. This was not an overwhelming battle. It was really commendable that Long Chen had such a strong will. Such a young man couldn't be a joke. However, no matter what Long Chen did, Lingxi was still expressionless, which made him feel very unwilling. Every time he saw Wang Chen, it was like a volcano erupting inside his body. At the beginning, he only wanted to fight and didn't care about the result because Wang Chen came too early. But now, Long Chen had to win. He used his bloodshot eyes and the obsession and madness in his heart to tell himself that he was born to win, to kill. A power no weaker than Wang Chen's erupted from Long Chen's body. Tears of blood even appeared in his eyes, but so what? Making an enemy of me is the biggest mistake of your life. What a pity, you are a good genius. Wang Chen sneered. A grey divine dragon wrapped around his right arm, and as his body moved, it grew bigger and bigger. In the end, his body was already tens of thousands of meters long. Violent power swept through the air along with his tail. 8 Baron. Tyrannosaurus Punch. The terrifying Tyrannosaurus let out an earth-shattering roar. Following Wang Chen's earth-shattering punch, it swallowed Long Chen. This was the most terrifying punch Long Chen had seen so far. Its power was several times that of Wang Chen's previous move. Wang Chen displayed his real strength. Wang Chen wanted to kill Long Chen once and for all. The Tyrannosaurus punch and the divine power of a giant beast brought Long Chen the most terrible pressure. Under this divine power, Long Chen was like a small ant that could be trampled to death at any time. He was also like a small boat in a raging sea that could be overturned at any time. The crowd was extremely worried. They wondered how many moves Long Chen could take against such a powerful opponent like Wang Chen. But Long Chen's mind was not on Wang Chen at all. He was still wondering why Lingxi had changed. The more he thought about it, the hotter his mind became. To him, the most unacceptable thing was that she had forgotten about him. To Long Chen, this was the cruelest blow. No, no, no. His mind was in chaos. The Tyrannosaurus punch had already descended. Long Chen had entered a world of death. He used the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword with one hand to perform the 9-dragon scripture again, but it was shattered by the Tyrannosaurus punch. This time, even the double use of the 9-dragon scripture could not break the opponent's attack. While the crowd was worrying for Long Chen and even screaming, Long Chen's right hand that was holding the god-slaying sword was not performing the 9-dragon scripture. It was a mystical sword technique. Long Chen used the god-slaying sword to write a strange word in front of his eyes with a gray air current. This word had a total of 4 strokes. Warriors who had studied ancient characters could roughly tell that it was the word Tian. Traces of the god-slaying art that Long Chen had recently comprehended were released at this moment. Long Chen had no way of estimating how strong the real god-slaying art was. However, he was clear that even though he had only imitated the trajectory of the first word, it was already a powerful sword technique. The 4 strokes, darkness, devouring, massacre, and corrosion, were all combined with the might of the god-slaying sword. Long Chen's god-slaying sword suddenly swept across and changed 4 times. 4 beams of sword light shot up to the sky and let out a terrifying tearing sound. The gray sword chi exploded with a power that shocked everyone. In front of Wang Chen's smug face, it tore the violent dragon fist of 8 desolations into pieces. For a moment, the world was silent. Only the bright stars in the sky were still flashing. The Octoptera Tyrannosaurus let out an indignant roar as he glared at Long Chen. However, in the end, he was still torn to pieces by the god-slaying sword. According to legend, this was a divine sword that had once killed a god. The 2 powerful warriors suddenly separated. Both of them were slightly panting and taking the opportunity to recover. At the same time, they were also sizing each other up. Wang Chen was furious. After such a long time, he still had not taken down his opponent. This was a form of pressure. Against an ancient martial art practitioner like Long Chen who was much younger than him, if he transformed into a dragon, it would be a little embarrassing. Therefore, he would not choose to do so unless the time was right. After becoming a powerful warrior, he naturally had to consider the issue of his status. If he could only defeat Long Chen after transforming into a dragon, it would be a little embarrassing. He also had his own pride. Compared to Long Chen, he was much more arrogant. At this moment, he tidied up his fluttering clothes and took a deep breath. He looked at Long Chen who was in the sky above the true Martial Emperor Palace's team. Long Chen did not relax at all. That pair of slender swords that were hanging down naturally were shining with a sharp blood-red light. This made Wang Chen understand that when a dragon martial artist used a Dao artifact, it was also this shocking. If it wasn't for the might of the god-slaying sword and the 7-star dragon abyss sword, Long Chen would not have been able to withstand that move. Forget it. Wang Chen's eyes were stern. He had long regarded Long Chen as an extremely difficult opponent to deal with. At this moment, he had to use a more ruthless method. He was the #1 genius of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. The trump cards he had were not limited to those 3 moves. He was only using the moves he usually used. When facing a truly difficult opponent, he had something else up his sleeves. I also have a Dao artifact. Wang Chen didn't manage to kill Long Chen at the start because he was barehanded while Long Chen had 2 Dao artifacts. When Wang Chen talked about Dao artifacts, the crowd below became excited. Obviously, they had heard about it before. Those from the true Martial Emperor Palace didn't have a good expression on their faces. However, those from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace heaved a sigh of relief. They knew that Wang Chen had truly put down his pride. He was also a nobody and he knew that Long Chen, who had similar experiences, would be very troublesome. Wang Chen closed his eyes and spread out his hands. A golden halo appeared on his chest and gradually condensed into shape. It rotated on his chest and a terrifying golden wheel appeared. The edges of the wheel were pierced with 8 sharp water chestnuts. The entire body was like a combination of fine blades. A terrifying killing intent was released. On that golden wheel, Long Chen saw 4 Dao patterns. Chapter 14:18. The golden wheel rotated at a high speed on Wang Chen's chest at a terrifying speed. A Taoist artifact with 4 Dao patterns had already reached the limit that a god martial arts realm warrior could control. Even most of the martial arts realm warriors could only control a Taoist artifact with 2 Dao patterns at most. Before Wang Chen entered the Nirvana Tribulation realm, he could control a Taoist artifact with 4 Dao patterns. His talent was indeed amazing. As soon as the golden wheel appeared, the sky and earth changed color. A shadow seemed to spread across the sky. Seeing the golden wheel rotating at high speed, the onlookers exclaimed. From their discussion, Long Chen could vaguely hear that the name of this Dao tool seemed to be Heaven-Shrouding Death Wheel. It was one of the most famous treasures of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. An ordinary Dao artifact with 4 Dao patterns would be specially protected by the 3 Emperor Palaces. It would even be under the direct control of the 3 Great Emperors. If an ordinary martial artist didn't have outstanding contributions to the Emperor Palaces or had heaven-defying talent, it would be very difficult to obtain such a Dao artifact. According to the legend, once the Heaven-Shrouding Death Wheel appeared, the sky and earth would change color, the sun and moon would lose their light, and no living creature could survive within the area covered by the Heaven-Shrouding Death Wheel. Previously, Wang Chen had not been able to defeat Long Chen, mostly because Long Chen's Dao tool was powerful. At this moment, Wang Chen could be said to be suppressing Long Chen in the most outstanding aspect of Long Chen, which made the onlookers worried about Long Chen's situation. Indeed, the golden wheel did bring great pressure to Long Chen, but at this moment, Long Chen's blood was boiling, and there was nothing that could knock him down. Since she knew nothing, since she seemed to have changed into a different person, Long Chen knew there must be a reason. So, only by defeating Wang Chen, he could find out the reason. Swish, swish. A blood-red figure with 2 swords stopped in front of Wang Chen. Wang Chen controlled the Heaven-Shrouding Death Wheel with both hands, and his eyes gradually revealed a bloodthirsty look. No matter how good his temper was, he would go crazy under Long Chen's aggressive attacks. What was worse, Wang Chen's temper was not good either. Without saying a word, Wang Chen activated the Heaven-Shrouding Death Wheel amidst the clamor of the crowd. Boom! The golden wheel suddenly expanded and soared into the sky. In an instant, its size expanded to a diameter of over 100 meters, completely enveloping the sky above Long Chen. The golden brilliance poured down. This was a kind of imprisonment power. The heaven-shrouding death wheel spun at a terrifying speed and slammed down. The 8 edges of the wheel shone with an incomparably sharp light. If Long Chen was cut by this thing, he would definitely be cut in half. Boom! Under Wang Chen's control, the heaven-shrouding death wheel blasted forward, its sharp edges cutting open the space. The power of the 4 Taoist patterns was fully displayed at this time. No move of Long Chen could withstand the power of the heaven-shrouding death wheel, so the only thing he could do was to dodge. This time, he was prepared and dodged the attack of the heaven-shrouding death wheel. However, the wheel slightly changed its direction and chased after him, slashing at him. "I'd like to see how long you can hold on." Wang Chen sneered inwardly. His hands moved, and the terrifying power of the heaven-shrouding death wheel was released. The huge wheel had completely covered the sky at this moment. It could be said that it had truly shrouded the sky. The eccentric golden runes were rotating on the heaven-shrouding death wheel. After dodging the attacks of the heaven-shrouding death wheel thrice in a row, Long Chen was almost hit. They were evenly matched before, but now he was chased by Wang Chen. Soon, he was at a disadvantage, causing many experts to criticize him. Long Chen sneered inwardly and used the supernatural power that he had recently awakened. In front of the shocked eyes of the crowd, a blood-red formation with a radius of 10 miles appeared under Long Chen's feet. The blood-red runes, like divine dragons, swam around the circular formation. The sky was full of blood drops, completely surrounding Long Chen and Wang Chen. Ancient Blood Hell Formation. With Long Chen's current realm, the ancient blood hell formation that he displayed was rich in blood color. It looked almost the same as the heaven-shrouding death wheel. For them, everything that Long Chen displayed was strange. At this moment, they couldn't help but discuss in a low voice. They were puzzled by the strange supernatural power that Long Chen suddenly displayed. This blood-red formation looked extremely strange. What kind of function did it have? Soon, Long Chen revealed the answer to them. At a certain moment when the heaven-shrouding death wheel madly chased after Wang Chen, Long Chen's body suddenly changed and appeared a mile behind Wang Chen. The distance between him and his previous position was thousands of meters. This was almost like teleportation. Ah! The crowd involuntarily let out a cry of horror. It was the first time that they had seen such a magical supernatural power. After the ancient blood hell formation was displayed, the extremely powerful heaven-shrouding death wheel could no longer catch up with Long Chen in the next quarter of an hour. The battle between the two, one chasing and the other fleeing, had not yet been decided. But the crowd could vaguely see that Wang Chen, who had displayed the heaven-shrouding death wheel, was obviously stronger. Moreover, Wang Chen had not even used his most important means, but he could make Long Chen flee in panic, without giving him any chance to counterattack. Do you still think that the heaven-shrouding death wheel only has this little ability? After several attempts, Wang Chen failed to land a hit on Long Chen. Suddenly, Wang Chen burst into laughter. Under his control, the golden wheel returned to his chest. As Wang Chen laughed, the entire heaven-shrouding death wheel suddenly exploded, turning into tens of thousands of small golden blades that covered the sky and floated around Wang Chen. These small golden blades were extremely sharp. There were hundreds of thousands of them, densely covering the sky. Each of them had the power to take away one's soul, and it was as terrifying as one could imagine. This was another form of the heaven-shrouding death wheel, and it was also the most terrifying form. Long Chen will definitely not be able to hold on any longer. When the crowd below saw the heaven-shrouding death wheel that had changed into hundreds of thousands of small blades, they already understood. With so many small blades filled with Long Chen's ancient blood hell formation, no matter where he went, those small blades would follow him. Under Wang Chen's control, the countless blades tumbled, displaying their sharpness and ferocity, forming the shape of a golden dragon in the sky. The countless golden blades brought a sense of crisis to Long Chen, making him understand that he had to get rid of Wang Chen's Dao weapon as soon as possible. The longer he dragged on, the less likely it was for him to win. Xiao Shi. Thinking that his obsession was still watching him from below, Long Chen's heart erupted with boundless energy. Today's accident came early, and Long Chen did not have the confidence to win. All he could do was to go crazy and try his best. But now, with so many people watching, even though Long Chen did not care about his reputation, he still cared about winning or losing. He bit his tongue, using the stimulating pain to tell himself that he must not lose. Break! Wang Chen let out a soft shout. In an instant, a terrifying shrill sounded in the sky. Hundreds of thousands of golden blades swarmed in the direction of Long Chen. If he could not dodge in time, he would definitely be shot into a sieve. Controlling the hundreds of thousands of golden blades, Wang Chen was like a god, and the world was under his control. With a calm heart, Long Chen faced the attacks persistently. Blood rebirth allowed him to dodge his opponent's attack again, but it was different this time. Hundreds of thousands of golden blades suddenly shot out, sweeping across the entire area where the formation of the ancient snow domain was located, and piercing at a high speed. In an instant, all the golden blades were like golden fish swimming at high speed around the center of the formation of the ancient blood hell. There were basically no gaps for one to stand on. Long Chen had just dripped his blood to revive and changed his position when he was attacked by a large number of golden razor blades. He could only use the God-slaying sword and the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword to execute the dual sword technique and use the basic sword techniques to smash the golden razor blades into pieces. However, the countless golden razor blades were still charging at him. Long Chen had no choice but to change his position again. Unfortunately, no matter how he changed, as long as he was within a radius of 10 miles, countless golden blades would entangle him in an extremely short period of time, leaving him nowhere to escape. I'd like to see where else you can run to. Wang Chen let out a loud laugh. At the beginning, he and Long Chen were tied, which made him somewhat embarrassed. Now, after performing the heaven-shrouding death wheel, he finally turned the tables and completely suppressed Long Chen. And now, it was time for him to win. Surrounded by hundreds of thousands of golden blades, Long Chen would obviously not be able to hold on for long. He would be defeated and have to leave. To be able to fight with me for such a long time, you can be considered to be very talented. Ordinary people can't be compared to you. But unfortunately, you have angered me today. Wang Chen's voice only echoed in Long Chen's ears. A strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he said 2 words softly. Judging from the shape of his mouth, the 2 words should be, die. Sure enough, he finally had the intention to kill. Hundreds of thousands of golden blades swept across in a terrifying manner. Long Chen performed the dual sword technique, and his body moved at a speed that was almost invisible to the naked eye. He slashed away all the golden blades that came close to him, until a large number of blades swarmed towards him, and he almost could not hold on any longer. Only then did he change his position, and the price he had to pay was that his strength was being consumed at a terrifying speed. Just as Wang Chen said, under the terrifying attack of the heaven-shrouding death wheel, Long Chen would definitely not be able to hold on for long. Suppression, a fatal suppression. Long Chen's eyes were blood-red, and he was like a wild leopard that was being surrounded. At this moment, he was frantically trying to break out of the encirclement. His murderous aura made everyone's heart tremble. Chapter 14-19. Although Long Chen had entered a frenzied state of fighting, it did not mean that he had lost the ability to think. Under the pressure of the heaven-shrouding death wheel, his ancient blood hell formation was almost cracked. He could only use the tight and superb dual sword technique to protect himself. However, the dual sword technique could only protect him for a while, but not forever. During this process, Long Chen had already allowed one of the golden blades to sweep past his arm, leaving behind a bloody gash. From then on, he understood that the sharpness and strength of this golden blade were absolutely capable of directly piercing through his body. In the long run, he would definitely be shot into a sieve. This was also Wang Chen's nature-defying ability. He had not yet transformed into a dragon, but with his current realm, he could completely suppress Long Chen. The only thing he could do now was to break the opponent's attack. But how could he break it? Long Chen was waiting for the right time to make a move. At this moment, he had gone from being regarded as evenly matched with Wang Chen to being regarded as far inferior to Wang Chen. The people below were already discussing when Long Chen would be defeated. Battles were always a matter of life and death. At this moment, Long Chen was struggling bitterly in the heaven-shrouding death wheel. He held the sword with both hands and did not have the slightest chance to rest. Under Wang Chen's control, the attacks of the heaven-shrouding death wheel became fiercer and fiercer. Like the tide of the sea, each wave was more terrifying than the last, forcing Long Chen to retreat. At the moment when Wang Chen thought he could get rid of Long Chen suddenly looked at him with scarlet eyes. Wang Chen was stunned and thought to himself, "Is this guy going to risk his life?" Sure enough, at this moment, Long Chen gritted his teeth and directly rushed in front of Wang Chen. The two swords in his hands danced into a terrifying sword net, which was almost impenetrable. Not a single golden blade could break through Long Chen's attack. Under the training of the golden blades, Long Chen's dual sword technique became more and more skillful, which was also a huge gain. Many breakthroughs came from moments of life and death. Dashing forward, coupled with blood rebirth, Long Chen arrived in front of Wang Chen at a terrifying speed in an instant. Wang Chen could clearly see the madness and aggressiveness in the eyes of the guy in front of him. But Wang Chen still laughed. He knew very well that Long Chen was digging his own grave. Die. The closer Long Chen got to Wang Chen, the more golden blades there were, and the more violent they became. No matter how powerful Long Chen's double sword skill was, he could not completely protect his body from the overwhelming golden blades. As long as Long Chen revealed a tiny gap, Wang Chen was confident that he could turn him into a bloody mess. Finally, Wang Chen found such an opportunity. At this moment, Long Chen was only 5 meters away from him. Wang Chen had already gathered most of the golden blades and turned them into a golden dragon, which pierced through Long Chen from the side. Because he was too close, Long Chen showed a look of horror. He waved the two swords in his hands wildly, but he still could not completely protect himself from the most terrifying golden blades. In that instant, he was completely drowned by the golden blades, and no one knew if there was anything left of his body. Wang Chen saw with his own eyes that some of the blades pierced into Long Chen's chest at the beginning. After piercing through, Long Chen's hand movements slowed down, which was why he was drowned by the countless blades. At that moment, Wang Chen felt a lot more relaxed. He had finally taken care of this troublesome guy. Even if Long Chen moved to another place at the critical moment of death, it would be hard for him to survive Wang Chen's next attack since his chest had already been pierced by several blades. Just as Wang Chen breathed a sigh of relief and began to search for whether Long Chen had been minced into a bloody mess or had escaped, a sudden burst of noise came from below. Wang Chen was stunned at first, and then he felt a fatal crisis coming from behind him. His first reaction was to turn around, gather all the golden blades back, and condense them into a golden wheel in front of his chest. This process was quite fast, and it was also Wang Chen's subconscious way to protect himself in such an emergency. As expected, Long Chen appeared behind him. However, what shocked Wang Chen was that he saw with his own eyes that the golden blades had pierced through Long Chen's body, but at this moment, the martial artist in front of him was unscathed. From the calm look in his eyes, Wang Chen could guess that everything that he had done before was all an act. This was an opportunity that Long Chen had created after spending a time reversal. At that moment, he withdrew the 7-star Dragon Abyss sword in his left hand, and the claw that belonged to the Void Universe Dragon reached out. The second stage of the extreme finger of universe, time stop, was instantly thrust out. Wang Chen was undoubtedly very experienced in battle. Before Long Chen's time stop, he had already withdrawn the heaven-shrouding death wheel. As soon as Long Chen's time stop succeeded in stopping his body for a moment, it was unable to stop the heaven-shrouding death wheel from reforming. For an expert of this level, the amount of time that time stop could last was very limited. Long Chen had to seize that tiny opportunity. Therefore, after using the extreme finger of universe with his left hand, the god-slaying sword in Long Chen's right hand suddenly burst forth. He gathered all the strength in his body and used the god-slaying art that he had learned recently. The trajectory of the word heaven suddenly shot towards Wang Chen's chest. For streams of death sword chi extended from it, making one's hair stand on end. At that moment, Wang Chen, who was unable to move, widened his eyes. Finally, he revealed a horrified expression because of Long Chen's cold-bloodedness. Of course, it was only for a moment. The god-slaying sword was raised high and suddenly slashed down. At that moment, the power of time stop finally disappeared. Wang Chen let out a terrifying roar, and the god-slaying sword was already above his head. At this critical moment, when his life was at stake, he could only use the heaven-shrouding death wheel to block the god-slaying sword. Clang 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 clang. There were a total of 4 terrifying loud noises. The sharp sound of friction forced the crowd to protect their ears. The collision between the divine weapons was too violent. Although the god-slaying sword only had 2 Dao patterns, it was like a crazy, hungry wolf at this moment, while the heaven-shrouding death wheel was like a fat, fierce tiger. When the wolf was hungry, it was much fiercer than the tiger. Long Chen used the god-slaying art and bit the tiger a total of 4 times. When Wang Chen finally caught his breath, only then did Long Chen suddenly retreat. At this moment, the chaotic power of time stop exploded. The scales on Wang Chen's body exploded, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth as he retreated. The power of time stop was also quite terrifying. It was a pity that Long Chen could have used the opportunity of time reversal to kill him. However, the other party was not easy to deal with. He actually used the heaven-shrouding death wheel to block the fatal killer move that Long Chen had used to take advantage of the other party's carelessness. Below the central square, the crowd looked at the 2 people who had temporarily separated from the fierce battle. It was dead silent. Long Chen was panting heavily. He was already quite tired, but at least he was not injured. However, Wang Chen was injured. At this moment, the heaven-shrouding death wheel that the god-slaying sword had slashed 4 times using the god-slaying art in the most ferocious manner suddenly exploded. It turned into golden fragments and fell from the sky. At that moment, the crowd was completely stunned. A Dao weapon with 4 Dao patterns was actually broken after being slashed 4 times. A treasure with 4 Dao patterns was destroyed by Long Chen just like that. Only Long Chen knew why this was the case. The god-slaying sword's ability to destroy Dao weapons was already very strong. Its gray airflow was not only destructive to humans and living creatures, but also to Dao weapons. More importantly, the 4 slashes were executed using the god-slaying art. All of them had slashed at the assembly points of the heaven-shrouding death wheel. At that time, the heaven-shrouding death wheel had just been assembled and its structure was destroyed by the god-slaying sword. The power within the Dao weapon was devoured by the god-slaying sword, and the balance was broken. That was why it exploded at this moment. Long Chen was at a disadvantage, but through a reversal, he gave Wang Chen a near-fatal blow. This achievement had already made everyone look at him in a new light. This young man was creating miracles again and again today. He almost killed Wang Chen. However, the problem was, did he still have a chance against the enraged Wang Chen? Long Chen was also not confident. He had almost used up all of his trump cards, but he still could not kill this young genius. This time, it should be Wang Chen's turn to go crazy. Sure enough, at this time, Wang Chen's pair of demonic eyes had completely turned gray. He had not been injured for a long time. But today, in broad daylight, in front of Lingxi and his elders, he was defeated by Long Chen, a man who could be regarded as his rival in love. The madness and pride that also belonged to the dragon martial artist slowly grew in his heart. His blood was also boiling. Wang Chen casually threw away the remains of the heaven-shrouding death wheel in his hand. He did not feel sorry at all. With his ability, he could have more of such things. I guess you have long wanted to see what the magical power of a void refinement realm demonic dragon is, right? Finally, Wang Chen used the means of a dragon martial artist. From the beginning of the battle until now, he had not fought with Long Chen as a real dragon martial artist. At this time, he floated towards Long Chen bit by bit. The dragon scales on his body gradually changed and formed a strange dragon pattern. The void was the void, the space, and also the big world of heaven and earth. As for the void refinement realm, it meant to refine the void. The magical power of the void refinement realm demonic dragon that Wang Chen mentioned must be this void refinement realm. At this moment, he stood in front of Long Chen. His clothes fluttered even though there was no wind. An aura that belonged to a super overlord in the ancient times suddenly burst out from his body. The people below all felt a great pressure. Those whose strength was not as strong as Wang Chen even had the urge to kneel and worship him. This was the power of an ancient divine dragon. The so-called void refinement realm demonic dragon was a kind of horrifying magical power that was well known throughout the ages. The void refinement realm demonic dragon could completely confine a piece of the void, including the people and things inside it. After refining, the void refinement realm demonic dragon could swallow the confined void together with everything inside it. It was said that in the ancient times, the void refinement realm demonic dragon was a kind of demonic dragon that specialized in devouring the void and space. It had unparalleled divine strength. Although it was at the same level as the purple blood demonic dragon, it was much stronger. Chapter 14:20. In the sky, the broken star's turbulence sped past. The stars shone brightly and the wind and clouds changed. The battle between the two young men who could be called geniuses was coming to an end. Long Chen had won everyone's respect and awe with his ability. Today, Long Chen's performance and his strong image had been deeply rooted in their minds. No matter what the result would be, whether Long Chen could live with dignity or not, he had already conquered the hearts of the tens of thousands of people present. In the eyes of the crowd, this young man was no less talented than Wang Chen. Most importantly, he was also a martial artist of the Dragon Realm and had a promising future. Void Refinement Realm. No one knew who exclaimed. Everyone's expression changed dramatically. They saw that after Wang Chen's Taoist tool was destroyed, he even used his most powerful ability, which was the most powerful ability of a void refinement realm demonic dragon. Although he only used it in his human form, there were only a few people present who could really resist it. As soon as the void refinement realm was used, no matter how tough Long Chen's performance was, he had no hope left. Wang Chen had fought all over the world over the years. Many people had witnessed the power of a void refinement realm cultivator. Under the void refinement realm, even the space would be devoured directly. It was impossible for anyone to survive. The only way to survive was to escape while the other party was using the void refinement realm. However, after Long Chen cut off his opponent's heaven-shrouding death wheel, he did not leave. Holding his swords horizontally, his eyes were gloomy. Compared to Wang Chen, his body was a little thin, but he had a kind of unyielding strength. His blood-red eyes frightened Wang Chen. He regretted not using the void refinement realm to deal with Long Chen at the beginning. Originally, the battle could have been finished in a short while. However, he thought that he was too old, which caused Long Chen to struggle for such a long time. This young man, Long Chen, had left a shadow in his heart. If this youngster wasn't eliminated quickly, I won't be ruthless unless I'm really afraid of you. You're the first person who's younger than me to be qualified to do so. Long Chen, you should be proud of your performance today. But no matter what, she is my fiancée, my woman. You'll definitely go against me for her sake. I don't want to let such a big hidden danger like you continue to live. Wang Chen's cold voice reverberated in the air. Long Chen smiled and said, "It's best not to brag until the very end. Have you defeated me? Besides, it's not up to you to decide whose woman she is." There was still a raging fire burning in his heart. For the sake of the girl below, Long Chen initially thought that he would kill his way to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace when he was strong enough. At that time, Lingxi would definitely shed tears for him. However, there was an unforeseen event today that made Long Chen feel sad. However, Long Chen was not a person who would be sad because of this. He wanted to figure out what exactly happened. Lingxi would never act like this for no reason. Seeing that Yi Chen was still as sharp as before, Wang Chen's heart became even colder. He opened his arms and his eyes had already turned completely gray. His pupils were actually rotating and turning into gray vortexes. The activation of the Void Refinement Realm was undoubtedly very fast. No matter how Long Chen tried to dodge, he still found that the space around him seemed to have changed. A huge space cage had completely confined the sky above the central square. No matter where Long Chen moved to on the immemorial blood prison formation diagram, it seemed like he would not be able to escape from Wang Chen's palm. A Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon could not only cast a space cage but also swallow and digest it. When combined, it would be a divine ability called the Void Refinement Realm. Long Chen found that the space around him had already produced the most terrifying oppressive force. The space of the entire area was horribly distorted. He felt as if he was in an abstract world. Moreover, Long Chen found that the two swords in his hands had become bent. The 7-star dragon abyss sword that had 3 Dao patterns suddenly collapsed at this moment, turning into particles and dissipating in the air. A terrifying tearing force acted on Long Chen's body. The people below could clearly see that the space above the central square was completely confined by Wang Chen. That egg-like space was completely under Wang Chen's control. Is this the power of the Void Refinement Realm? This time, I'm afraid there's no more suspense about this Long Chen. He's definitely going to die, the crowd started discussing. Among the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's team, the fairy-like young lady stared numbly at the sky and occasionally let out a cold laugh. Among the true Martial Emperor Palace's team, Li Xuanji's face was pale and her delicate body was trembling. Her dark green crystal eyes were filled with faint mist. At the same time, there was a trace of anger in her eyes. She had already made her move. No matter what, if Long Chen was defeated, she wouldn't just watch him die like this. Boom! The entire space under the control of the Void Refinement Realm was distorted. The crowd let out shrill screams. It was going to end like this. At the same time that he couldn't dodge, Long Chen had indeed encountered an unprecedented crisis. This divine ability of Wang Chen simply didn't give him any chance to dodge at all. Once the surrounding space was confined, he could only wait to be swallowed and digested. The more space a Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon digested, the stronger it would become. At this moment, Long Chen was almost torn apart by the tearing force. The 7-star dragon abyss sword had already been broken. Luckily, the god-slaying sword was strong enough and the opponent couldn't destroy it. The surrounding was a dead gray space. Countless mysterious patterns were swimming in it, sealing the entire space. These mysterious patterns were the traces of a divine dragon. Long Chen seemed to have seen a gray divine dragon coiling around him. The huge head of the dragon and the eyes that were as dazzling as the sun were staring at him. The mouth of the divine dragon was like an endless whirlpool that was tearing the space apart and swallowing the world into its stomach. Being coiled around by such a huge void refinement realm demonic dragon, Long Chen couldn't move at all. He could only watch himself and the space being swallowed by Wang Chen. He raised his head and saw that Wang Chen was staring at him coldly from about 100 meters away. The divine dragon that was coiling around his body was just an illusory image. Wang Chen had yet to transform into a dragon. You might think that your strength is almost the same as mine since you were able to exchange a few moves with me today. If you really think so, then it's too ridiculous. Unfortunately, even this void refinement realm isn't my strongest state. You're a dragon warrior, so you should understand that transforming into a divine dragon and fighting with the perfect body of a divine dragon can increase your combat strength by several times or even 10 times. I can easily crush you to death. However, I've always felt that a person like you isn't qualified for me to transform into a divine dragon. You probably haven't fully absorbed the inherited blood essence, so you can't be considered a dragon warrior. It's a pity that you've offended me today, so you won't have the chance to transform into a real dragon anymore. You may not understand how important it is for a dragon warrior to transform into a dragon. It's a new life that belongs to you. Maybe you'll become stronger at that time. But unfortunately, I, Wang Chen, have always been a person who likes to kill. You've hit the muzzle of my spear when you're still far from being strong enough. He had been talking quietly all the time, as if he was confiding in Long Chen. However, the power of the space confinement was getting stronger and stronger. Long Chen estimated that Wang Chen would probably grind him and everything in this space into pieces before swallowing them together. Being tortured to death just like that was worse than death. At this moment, Long Chen's body was covered with bloody wounds. His physical body was already in a state of collapse. Under the powerful theurgy of the void refinement realm demonic dragon, even his strong physical body couldn't escape the fate of being grinded into pieces. This sword possesses terrifying divine power. It's definitely not as simple as it looks. I'll accept it on your behalf. Wang Chen noticed that the god-slaying sword in Long Chen's hand had yet to be destroyed. Previously, his heaven-shrouding death wheel was actually smashed into pieces by the god-slaying sword with 2 Dao patterns. Now, the 7-star dragon abyss sword had long been smashed into pieces. Only the god-slaying sword was still unscathed. More and more bloody wounds appeared on Long Chen's body. The void refinement realm demonic dragon that was coiling around him looked at Long Chen with disdain as if it was looking at an insignificant ant. Long Chen, who had always been the best at resisting, had lost all his strength at this moment. This was because his opponent was really too strong. He had spent more than 10 days training himself just for this battle. However, all his efforts were in vain under the opponent's ultimate theurgy. The battle with Wang Chen was the most important battle in Long Chen's life. Unfortunately, this time, Long Chen really couldn't accept it. Everything he had done was for this day. Today, not only did something happen to Lingxi, but he was also going to die under the opponent's theurgy. He couldn't help but ask himself if this was the result that he had persevered for so long. No. His body couldn't move. The power of the space confinement was so terrifying. Wang Chen and the void refinement realm demonic dragon that was coiling around him were all high and mighty and indestructible. Under the control of these high and mighty existences, his body, his soul and even his dignity were about to be smashed into pieces. However, in the end, Long Chen inherited the bloodline. He was the proudest dragon in this world. The reason why he didn't surrender and was unwilling was because of his own pride. The immemorial blood spirit dragon was a dragon of blood and slaughter. It was in charge of killing and was the most famous dragon for fighting. During the period when divine dragons soared in the sky, it had the most amazing divine might. With a roar, all the dragons would bow their heads. Today, a mere void refinement realm demonic dragon wanted to coil around him and swallow him. Not only was Long Chen indignant and furious, but his bloodline, his blood, and every drop of the ancestral dragon's blood hidden in his body were all roaring and roaring. They grew larger and larger, as if they wanted to tear everything in front of them, this little dragon that had bowed down to him before, into pieces. Chapter 14:21. Wang Chen frowned slightly. He found that Long Chen's body, which he could easily tear apart, was becoming more and more difficult at this moment. Long Chen's struggle was getting stronger and stronger, to the point that it was almost out of Wang Chen's control and was about to shatter the entire confined space. This is the counterattack before death. Wang Chen understood it this way. He increased the output of his innate ability. The Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon let out a furious roar. Its huge body coiled as if it was going to strangle Long Chen to death. Long Chen even felt a terrifying tearing force. His body was almost deformed. Give up. Wang Chen had already descended in front of him. He was much more relaxed than Long Chen. He also knew how pitiful it was for those who were struggling in the Void Refinement Realm demonic ability. He had seen too many of them over the years. Give up. Long Chen raised his head. His blood-red eyes stared at Wang Chen fearlessly. Despite being in such pain and suffering, Long Chen's tone was not affected at all. He snorted coldly and said, "I think you are the one who should give up." Yes. Wang Chen really could not understand where Long Chen got his sense of superiority from. When he took a closer look, he actually found that he had an illusion. Long Chen, who was confined by him, looked like a gigantic divine dragon that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. When the divine dragon stretched out its body, it was countless times bigger than the Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon. The length of the body of this terrifying blood-red divine dragon was like the galaxy in the sky, boundless and endless. To this blood-red divine dragon, the little bit of power that he used to confine Long Chen was really a joke. How could this be? Wang Chen remained calm in the face of danger. With a closer look, he found that Long Chen was still Long Chen. It was just that he had changed. There seemed to be a hidden force in his body that was gradually burning, exploding and breaking free from his restraints. The look in Long Chen's eyes didn't seem like that of a loser at all. The Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon's attack had stimulated Long Chen's bloodline to the greatest extent, awakening his bloodline that had been dormant. Although Long Chen had absorbed the essence blood of the primordial blood spirit dragon, the benefits that the primordial blood spirit dragon gave him were really not much. Perhaps only when he truly transformed into a dragon would he be able to fully awaken. Even so, under the suppression of the Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon and the unyielding will of Long Chen, his bloodline underwent a huge change. In the ancient blood hell formation diagram, countless drops of blood converged in the direction of Long Chen. 2 rays of blood-red light shot out from Long Chen's eyes and shot towards Wang Chen. Wang Chen hurriedly dodged, allowing the 2 rays of blood-red light to soar into the sky. What is that? The people below were shocked. They saw that Long Chen and the space was about to be engulfed, but it did not happen even after a long time. Then, 2 rays of blood-red light burst out. That was the characteristic of Long Chen. Li Xuanji finally shed tears of excitement. She knew that Long Chen was finally going to rebel. The Void Refinement Realm demonic ability could not confine him. He came to this place with a wish that he had held for 9 years. How could he die before his wish was fulfilled? Roar. The terrifying roar of the divine dragon could be heard in the sky. The roar of the Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon was completely overshadowed by the roar of the divine dragon. Everyone had the illusion that there was an even bigger and more terrifying beast hiding in the sky at that moment. Can you escape? Wang Chen felt that the other party was struggling more and more. He was considering whether he should truly transform into a dragon and engulf this guy who was still resisting. What do you think? The pair of blood-red light in Long Chen's eyes shot towards Wang Chen. The intense killing intent and the pride of a superior made Wang Chen tremble from the bottom of his heart. It was not until this moment that he finally realized that there was a real hidden power in Long Chen, a power that even he was afraid of. He had no choice but to transform into a dragon in order to get rid of the other party. For a dragon martial artist, transforming into a dragon was very meaningful. Wang Chen would not reveal his true form unless he had no other choice. However, at this moment, a peerless genius emerged from a small place like Long Chen. He was much younger than Wang Chen, which really shocked Wang Chen. A roar that seemed to come from ancient times rang out from Long Chen's mouth. More and more power erupted from Long Chen's body, causing him to finally decide to transform into a dragon. And at this moment, Long Chen finally revealed a trace of a smile. He vaguely knew that the moment when Wang Chen was transforming into a dragon was the moment when he was least prepared. He did not resist anymore. In the ancient blood hell formation that he had set up previously, countless drops of blood had gathered and completely surrounded him and Wang Chen. At this moment, Long Chen said a word softly, "Explode." In an instant, the space that had been locked down began to tremble in the most terrifying manner. Under the control of Long Chen, the ancient blood hell formation actually produced the most terrifying explosion at this moment. It was the explosion of every drop of blood. Tens of millions of drops of blood gathered together, triggering the explosion again and again. It was undoubtedly quite terrifying. In the past, Long Chen did not know that the ancient blood hell formation could release such power. The price he had to pay was that he had to spend at least 10 days to gather the ancient blood hell formation again. Previously, when the bloodline of the ancient blood spirit dragon was the most unwilling, this power that originally belonged to Long Chen naturally appeared in his mind. The entire ancient blood hell formation exploded. At this moment, Wang Chen was using a divine ability to control this void. It was also a divine ability. Although the ancient blood hell formation was not the most powerful divine ability of the ancient blood spirit dragon, it was not inferior to the void refinement realm. In particular, when the ancient blood hell formation exploded in a suicidal manner, the spatial force controlled by the void refinement realm was completely destroyed in an instant. In the entire space, the only one who was not affected was Long Chen himself. This was a terrifying explosion. In the eyes of the people below, in an instant, just the sound waves produced by the explosion alone caused all those who had not reached the nirvana tribulation realm to fall to the ground in a sorry state, bleeding from their orifices. Then, the goose-egg-shaped space above was like the sun, erupting with an incomparably dazzling blood-red light. With a loud bang, heaven and earth shook. The entire North Star City was shaking. A large number of houses crashed to the ground and were crushed to pieces. Countless spectators were directly sent flying. The blood-red light immediately filled everyone's eyes. The entire world had become a world of blood-red explosions. The ancient blood hell formation itself was an incomparably powerful auxiliary divine ability. When its power was transformed into an offensive divine ability, especially when released under the opponent's suppression, its power would be doubled. That was why it could create such a terrifying effect. When the blood-red energy came crashing down, even the experts of the true martial Emperor Palace had no choice but to rush to protect those who had not reached the nirvana tribulation realm and were unable to withstand this kind of power. The entire central square was overturned. A cracked net with a diameter of more than 10,000 meters appeared. The ground of the central square suddenly became like the shell of a tortoise, full of ravines. This time, the explosion was continuous. It lasted for a few breaths of time before it completely stopped. The huge changes before and after the explosion were simply blinding. Just by looking at the blood-red color, everyone naturally understood that this explosion was completely caused by Long Chen. In other words, this was Long Chen's attack. Even a late-stage nirvana tribulation realm expert wouldn't be able to create such a terrifying attack. When the blood-red light dissipated and the starlight shone in again, everyone could see each other. Everyone's face was immersed in the most stunned and numb state. They couldn't wait to look up at the sky, only to see two young figures still standing proudly in the sky. One was covered in scars and his face was pale, but his eyes were sharp and filled with the aura of a king of slaughter. This was Long Chen. The other was at the center of the explosion. At this moment, his body was badly mutilated. He fell from the sky with a loud bang and landed on the ground. Blood splattered everywhere and raised a cloud of dust. This badly mutilated person was already in a state of unconscious and seriously injured. Everyone knew who this person was. He was like a legend. He was a wastrel in his childhood, but he turned the tables at a young age and eventually obtained the divine dragon's inheritance. He was the #1 expert of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's new generation, Wang Chen. Such a person could simply be written into a legend, but at this moment, he was badly mutilated and fell to the ground. Tens of thousands of people almost suffocated and fell into a dead silence. They raised their heads with difficulty and looked at the man in the sky who was also injured but could stand steadily with a grey longsword in his hand. That's right. No matter how they looked at him, he was Long Chen and not Wang Chen. Wang Chen was actually defeated. Before he truly transformed into a dragon and displayed his strongest strength, he was actually defeated. It was an inexplicable and unimaginable defeat. It was this unimaginable defeat that made them cast the deepest astonishment at Long Chen. Without a doubt, that terrifying explosion was caused by Long Chen. He used that explosive attack to personally destroy Wang Chen's void refinement divine ability. Before Wang Chen transformed into a dragon, he used his void refinement divine ability. The explosion of tens of millions of blood droplets converged into a small space, causing Wang Chen's body to be badly mutilated. If it wasn't him, but someone else who didn't have a strong physical body like a dragon martial artist, they would have already been blown to pieces. This silence lasted for a full 10 breaths of time. During this process, everyone suffered the greatest shock in their hearts until the man in the sky who looked down on all living beings actually swooped down with the god-slaying sword. The god-slaying sword was pointing at Wang Chen's badly mutilated head. Long Chen was going to kill Wang Chen. At this moment, the people of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace were the first to react. Wang Chen must not die. In an instant, 30 Nirvana Tribulation Realm experts were about to take action. On the side of the true martial Emperor Palace, Wenren Jingtao roared, "Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, have you forgotten the bet? Do you want to be a coward?" His roar caused the opponents to stop in their tracks. Go and stop him." Grandma Yen found a loophole in the bet and shouted. 104. Chapter 1422. Previously, when Ling Song set up the bet, he said that this was a grudge between the younger generations and that they couldn't interfere. Long Chen and Wang Chen weren't the only ones who had a grudge between the younger generations. Lingxi was also a junior. Wang Chen was suddenly defeated and lost his ability to fight. He was about to be killed by Long Chen. The people of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace were extremely anxious. It could be said that Wang Chen was the hope of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's new generation after the disappearance of the Sword Spirit Great the Arch. If Wang Chen died here, it would be really serious. Although Wang Chen and Wang Chao were brothers, there was a huge gap between their statuses. No one would care if Wang Chao died, but Wang Chen was different. In a moment of desperation, Granny Yen thought of Lingxi. Lingxi had always been obedient to her, but she didn't move at this time. It wasn't until Granny Yen shouted that she glanced at the old woman impatiently. Her white clothes fluttered, and her slim body was rolled in front of Wang Chen. The place where Wang Chen fell was not far from her. Therefore, she was one step faster than Long Chen. Of course, judging from Lingxi's speed, she was also at the great perfection realm of the martial Tao. After being suppressed by the void refinement divine ability for such a long time and using the ancient blood prison formation diagram, which consumed a lot of energy, Long Chen's strength had been exhausted and he was also injured. The reason why he stayed in the air for such a short period of time was to consume an immortal essence so that he could recover a little. In such a short period of time, the indifferent woman in a fluttering white dress appeared in front of Wang Chen. With Lingxi blocking him, Long Chen couldn't really kill Wang Chen. Long Chen understood how lucky he was in this battle. Wang Chen didn't really think highly of him at the beginning, which was why they fought at a slow pace. He was more and more surprised until he was finally provoked by Long Chen and decided to transform into a dragon. However, it was already too late. Long Chen unexpectedly caused the ancient blood hell formation diagram to explode. If he had displayed his real divine dragon body from the very beginning, the explosion of Long Chen's ancient blood prison formation might not have hurt him at all. It was only luck that he was able to defeat Wang Chen this time, so this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Long Chen was about to follow up with another attack and kill her, but he never expected that the woman who had once been with him through life and death would actually block his path of killing. The sharp and bloodthirsty god-slaying sword would not be able to regain its original sharpness in the face of this woman. Long Chen's heart skipped a beat. He quickly stopped the god-slaying sword that he was about to unleash and landed in front of Lingxi. It had been a long time since he looked at her so closely. Long Chen realized that he actually had a strange feeling. They were obviously the same person, even the god martial spirit was hers. Why was there such a difference? He could not understand it no matter how hard he thought about it. Little she, no matter what you've become, get out of the way and let me kill him. Long Chen stood in front of her. He was so close to the woman he longed for, but he could not go forward to hug her. This made him feel very uncomfortable. Lingxi's eyes were still as cold as ever, and a murderous aura gradually spread from her body. A black longsword, extremely ordinary but filled with a strange aura, just appeared in Lingxi's fair and delicate hand. Long Chen was shocked. This was the Lingxi sword. He had not seen the Lingxi sword for a long time. Even when he had been with Lingxi for half a year, he had never seen her take out the Lingxi sword. But this time, she actually pointed the Lingxi sword at Long Chen and said to Long Chen in a very unfamiliar manner, "Get lost." Tens of thousands of people watched this scene in absolute silence. This was far too different from what they had expected. There were no words to describe their disbelief and shock at the result of this battle, nor could they describe their reverence and fear for this youth. From today onwards, Long Chen would definitely become even more famous in the 3 regions and 9 worlds. His name would spread for millions of miles. And now, he was facing off against the female lead of his story, and the person she wanted to protect was her fiancé. In the eyes of the crowd, although Long Chen had miraculously won in battle, in the field of love, he had been utterly defeated. Long Chen felt as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue when she said, "Scram." He looked at Lingxi in a daze. Even though he knew that she seemed to have changed, how could she have changed to such an extent? "You really don't know me?" Long Chen's mouth was dry as he asked. He realized that his body was in a state of dead silence. It was as if his breath was stuck in his throat, and his chest was dry and dry. He couldn't breathe at all. The young lady holding the Lingxi sword revealed a smile that Lingxi had never seen before. She sneered and said, "Who knows what you are? Don't think that you can do anything just because you defeated Wang Chen. If he had transformed into a dragon earlier, he wouldn't be a match for you. My sword spirit Emperor Palace isn't something a small character like you can blaspheme. If you don't get lost, don't blame me for being impolite." This voice was like a knife that was carved into Long Chen's heart. He really didn't know what had happened. At this moment, he was standing in front of Wang Chen, and he felt so helpless. If he had to fight Wang Chen, no matter how strong his opponent was, Long Chen wouldn't even frown. However, when he saw Lingxi's emotionless eyes, he felt as if his heart was about to be torn apart. The hand that was holding the god-slaying sword couldn't even hold it tightly. Long Chen looked at everything about Lingxi, including her soul-devouring demon eyes and god-martial spirit. Long Chen was very familiar with them. However, she had changed her personality and memories. Or perhaps, the people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace had used a sinister method on Lingxi to make her forget everything, causing Lingxi to become like this. Suddenly, the hatred and anger in Long Chen's heart erupted in an unprecedented manner. He looked in the direction of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace with his bloodthirsty eyes. Long Chen gritted his teeth and growled. Ignoring the gazes of tens of thousands of people, he asked, "Let me ask you, did you do something to her to make her become like this? Where are her memories?" The terrifying hatred accumulated in those blood-red eyes shocked Ling Song and the others. Granny Yen frowned and said, "Don't think too much. She just thinks that you're not worthy of her. Also, that's enough for today. So what if you win by luck? She still won't like you. It's useless even if you kill Wang Chen. Leave, and never come back to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace ever again." Granny Yan's words were a blow to Long Chen. However, Long Chen didn't believe that Lingxi wouldn't have a change of heart after spending so much time with her. Moreover, from her behavior today, she didn't necessarily like Wang Chen. She seemed to like killing. She had a fairy-like body, but she hid all her negative emotions and personality. "You're really as noisy as a fly." Lingxi was even more annoyed when she saw that he was really making trouble. She no longer blocked Wang Chen, but directly rushed towards Long Chen with Lingxi's sword in her hand. This action shocked everyone even more. Many people couldn't help but feel sad for Long Chen. This was the woman Long Chen had been pursuing. He was willing to give up everything for her, even risking his life to fight for her. Yet, he ended up like this. Such an ending made people feel helpless and sorry for Long Chen. Today, he was like a hero, but unfortunately, even a hero could not resist the charms of a beautiful woman. At the moment when Lingxi attacked, the white spots on Long Chen's body had already spread to his whole body, leaving only his head untouched. Long Chen didn't have the mood to pay attention to the white spots, which seemed to be very anxious. He only had eyes for Lingxi, who was waving her sword at him fiercely. And the person she was protecting was Wang Chen. This scene was the complete opposite of what Long Chen had imagined. Everything he had done was for this day, but when he miraculously defeated his opponent, the ending was the opposite. Even the people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace thought that his victory was just a coincidence. Long Chen was already heavily injured, and the injury to his heart was even more severe. Lingxi was very strong to begin with, and with the strange Lingxi sword in her hand, she unleashed the cruelest killing move. For a moment, she was actually able to force Long Chen to retreat. Long Chen had no way of fighting against this woman at all. He had been persisting in uncovering what had happened to her body. The people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace quietly protected Wang Chen and brought him away. With his capabilities, he should have started to recover by now. When Wang Chen recovered, Long Chen wouldn't have a chance to kill him anymore. But he didn't care. If he could defeat her once, he could defeat her again. What he cared about was Lingxi. Why was she in this state? What had happened to her? The Lingxi sword could be said to have finally displayed its mystical power. Every time Lingxi brandished the sword, Long Chen felt his god-martial spirit palpitating. If he guessed correctly, this mystical sword had the most mystical effect, even surpassing the god-slaying sword. This was because it didn't attack the physical body, but the god-martial spirit. In front of the Lingxi sword, Long Chen was completely defenseless. Just like other martial artists, once they were hit, their god-martial spirit would dissipate. Even if their physical body didn't die, they would die instantly. Lingxi executed her sword move, completely enveloping Long Chen within the range of the Lingxi sword. The transparent sword astral danced everywhere, sweeping towards Long Chen, sealing all his escape routes. Lingxi's attack was even more ruthless than Wang Chen's. Once she made her move, she didn't plan to let Long Chen live. This Lingxi sword possessed such a terrifying godly might. Not only that, Long Chen had yet to discover any traces of Dao runes on its body. Despite not having any Dao runes, it was still able to possess such power. Its value was immeasurable. Lingxi. Long Chen didn't make a move. He couldn't attack this woman. Under the encirclement of the other party, he retreated again and again, trying to wake her up and communicate with her. Unfortunately, everything seemed to be in vain. The other party's cold and murderous eyes made Long Chen retreat again and again. Chapter 1423. The last explosion of the ancient blood prison formation consumed a lot of Long Chen's energy. Wang Chen's void refinement divine power had also injured him. Lingxi pressed on and didn't care about Long Chen's life at all. Long Chen could see through her eyes. He didn't believe that Lingxi would do this on purpose. She must have her own difficulties that she didn't want others to know about. I don't know you. Don't call my name. The snow-white girl in front of him had murderous intent in her eyes. Lingxi's sword attacked Long Chen from a tricky angle. Also, you can die now. Lingxi suddenly sneered. To be honest, her strength was already at the great completion realm of martial path. The power in her body was rather terrifying. She even had a strange power. When they fought, her combat power was probably comparable to that of a Nirvana realm expert. Especially the Lingxi sword, it was impossible to defend against it. At this moment, she said the last sentence and performed an even more terrifying killing move mercilessly. She advanced towards Long Chen with indomitable will. Long Chen's god-slaying sword was extremely sharp. He couldn't attack his beloved at all. He could only defend passively. However, he couldn't defend passively against something like the Lingxi sword. Void sword technique. Under Lingxi's control, the area where they fought was filled with the shadows of the Lingxi sword. She didn't give Long Chen any chance to recover at all. The Lingxi sword finally condensed a black sword qi and stabbed towards Long Chen. Long Chen had no choice but to perform the god-slaying art. The sword qi created by the void sword technique of Lingxi even had a huge impact on the god martial soul. Long Chen could only use the god-slaying art to break it completely. Of course, it was just an imitation of the first word of the god-slaying sword. Even so, with Long Chen's current abilities, he was still able to tear apart his opponent's sword technique. The power of the god-slaying art was quite powerful. After shattering his opponent's attack, he still had enough energy left to deal damage to Lingxi. Long Chen wasn't willing to make a move, but the other party was too strange. If he didn't make a move now, he would be killed. Looking at her indifferent eyes, Long Chen couldn't help feeling uncomfortable. He had always been in control of everything, but Lingxi's change today was out of his control, which made him lose his mind several times. He could defeat Wang Chen, but he couldn't defeat Lingxi. Fortunately, he had finally made up his mind. Just as the god-slaying art was about to attack Lingxi, Lingxi's expression suddenly changed. Her hands went limp, and her eyes regained the look that Long Chen was familiar with. She looked at Long Chen with excitement. The softness and joy in her eyes made Long Chen subconsciously dazed. This was the look of Lingxi that he was familiar with. He quickly withdrew his sword technique. His attack was targeted at the enemy. He really couldn't attack the woman he had loved for so many years. Just as Long Chen withdrew his sword technique, he realized that he had been tricked. The Lingxi in front of him was still indifferent and bloodthirsty. The pitiful look that she had suddenly shown just now was just an act to deceive Long Chen. Her acting was so real that Long Chen couldn't resist it at all. No matter how cold-blooded he was towards his enemies, his defense towards his own people, especially his own woman, was still very low. Just as he withdrew his god-slaying sword, Lingxi unleashed her killer move. Her Lingxi sword slashed towards Long Chen at a terrifying speed. In a moment of desperation, Long Chen could only use the god-slaying sword to block. However, he had already lost the initiative. Lingxi easily shook off the god-slaying sword, causing a sharp pain in Long Chen's head. Lingxi's sword changed again and pierced through Long Chen's chest, coming out from his back. Whoosh! Seeing this scene, the crowd started to make a ruckus. Long Chen felt as though he had been struck by lightning. The world in front of him started to turn from colorful to black and white. The woman in front of him had a cold smile on her face and looked at Long Chen with eyes full of contempt. However, her appearance was becoming more and more blurry. It could be said that although Lingxi's sword had pierced his body, it was his spirit that was injured. More importantly, it was his heart. At this moment, Long Chen finally believed that the other party would really kill him without any hesitation. In order to kill him, she was even willing to use tricks to deceive him. Was this still Lingxi? Not only was Long Chen's god-martial soul injured, but his heart was also in a state of heartbreak. He slumped to the ground in a daze, almost kneeling down. But just as he was about to give up all hope, Lingxi said something that sobered him up. What a fool! I'm not your Lingxi. I don't know where she went. Huh, but you're going to die. As she spoke, Lingxi's sword was pulled out. She raised the Lingxi sword high and her eyes were cold. She was about to kill Long Chen. Long Chen vaguely heard those words. He finally came to his senses. The person in front of him had said that she was not Lingxi at all. How could the real Lingxi be like this? However, they were exactly the same person. Everything was the same. Why were they two different people? Even if they were twin sisters, it was impossible for them to be like this. Since she was not Lingxi, she must be an enemy. However, at this time, Long Chen's consciousness was blurred and his god-martial soul was seriously injured. Even if he wanted to resist, there was no way. He could only blame his obsession for being too strong, which led to him being tricked by this Lingxi in front of him. Otherwise, Long Chen might not have let her succeed even if he had spent a lot of energy fighting Wang Chen. He was about to die, but he didn't understand what was happening. This was undoubtedly very sad. Before the other party killed him, even if Long Chen had a little bit of consciousness left, he still had an amazing will to live. He controlled his body and fled in the direction of the true martial emperor palace. The shadow of death loomed over his head, unable to dissipate. Long Chen felt very tired, and he needed a place where he could have a good sleep. Today, he had already accomplished a magnificent feat that left everyone stunned. In the end, he had only lost to the person he loved. If it wasn't for the fact that his last opponent was exactly like Lingxi, he wouldn't have been defeated. In a trance, he bumped into a soft, cold, but warm embrace. As if he had found a life-saving straw, Long Chen hugged her tightly. He knew who this was. It was Li Xuanji. When Long Chen failed because of his obsession, she resolutely walked forward. Long Chen's consciousness wasn't clear, but he could feel that Li Xuanji's body was brimming with anger. A dark energy began to brew in her body and gradually erupted. In the eyes of others, when Lingxi was about to kill Long Chen, the ice-cold black-clothed girl from the true martial emperor palace rushed forward without hesitation and rescued Long Chen. At the same time, these two beauties that could topple empires stared at each other with eyes filled with killing intent. Their beauty and talent were unparalleled among the new generation of women. But now, they had collided because of the same man. Lingxi's eyes were filled with killing intent and indifference, while Li Xuanji's heart ached for Long Chen. Towards this so-called Lingxi in front of her, she only felt endless anger and hatred. She had seen everything that had happened before. "And who are you?" Lingxi raised her snow-white chin high. Lingxi pointed her sword at Li Xuanji and asked coldly and arrogantly. Long Chen didn't hear Li Xuanji's answer, but he could feel that the woman in his arms who was protecting him seemed to have a power that didn't belong to her. It was awakened with her anger. She knew how many hardships Long Chen had faced today. He had defeated Wang Chen in the end because he wanted to impress Lingxi. He wanted to move Lingxi. But he was like a fool, and in the end, he was almost killed by this woman. Li Xuanji didn't understand what happened between Long Chen and her at all. She only felt pain and anger in her heart. In addition, there was an unconcealable killing intent. She held Long Chen like a mother beast protecting its cub and fiercely stared at the fairy-like but indifferent girl in front of her. She protected Long Chen and said in a cold tone, "I saw how much effort he put in, and it was all for you. I thought you were a good person, but I didn't expect you to be so vicious. You're not worthy of him." Lingxi laughed and said, "So you are his woman. I thought he was infatuated with you, but it turns out that he is just like this. Why? I want to kill him. Are you not convinced?" Her disdainful attitude and mocking expression challenged Li Xuanji's fragile control. The power in her body was getting stronger and stronger. It was a power that didn't belong to her. Indistinctly, Long Chen saw a black needle in Li Xuanji's palm. He wanted to say something, but the stab from Lingxi's sword made his god martial spirit dizzy at this moment. He couldn't even say a word. He was very anxious. He knew that Li Xuanji would risk her life for him. He knew that this silly woman would do this. She would do anything to get back Long Chen's dignity. But Long Chen couldn't stop her. He never thought that they would fight. Fortunately, the other party wasn't the real Lingxi. Li Xuanji was already very angry. Her cold body hid a terrible volcano. She turned around and put Long Chen in a safe place. Then, without hesitation, she rushed toward Lingxi. Tens of thousands of people made a lot of noise. Long Chen wanted to know what was going on, but his consciousness was getting more and more blurred. He never realized that the power of Lingxi's sword was so terrifying. If it was in his hands, he could control the body with one sword and kill the soul with another. The power of the combination was unimaginable. What happened today was a miscalculation on his part. He had been too careless, and in the end, he had fallen for Lingxi's trap, causing his previous victory to be in vain. He had not been able to kill Wang Chen, and he had been severely injured. Even Li Xuanji might have been in trouble. Long Chen was extremely anxious, and he even hated himself. However, under the might of Lingxi's sword, the most he could do was watch the battle. Chapter 1424. On the central plaza, the contest between two young male geniuses had turned into a contest between two peerless young ladies. This was something that no one had expected. Because they were considered juniors, the martial artists of the True Martial Emperor Palace and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace didn't rush to make a move. The strength of Lingxi was obviously stronger than that of Li Xuanji. Li Xuanji was just at the peak of the 9th level of the divine martial realm, but at this moment, Li Xuanji showed a strong suppressive force. This was all because of the strange black needle that he had obtained in the City of the Vein. From the looks of it, the value of that strange black needle was definitely not as simple as it appeared on the surface. Li Xuanji had probably known about its strangeness long ago, but she had never mentioned it. Instead, she had quietly hidden this secret. It was only when she saw Long Chen being stabbed by Lingxi that she could no longer hold it in. After being stabbed by Lingxi's sword, Long Chen was only left with a vague perception. The remaining perception was all focused on the battle between the two women. To be honest, Long Chen did not expect that they would fight. Fortunately, one of them was not the real Lingxi. At this moment, Long Chen's heart was tied to Li Xuanji. He was nervous and worried for her. As for whether that was the real Lingxi, Long Chen did not care about her life or death. If it was possible, Long Chen would even find out what had happened and kill her himself. Because of the black needle, Li Xuanji had changed too much. Long Chen vaguely felt that there was a living creature hidden in the black needle. This thing should be like the Void Dragon talisman, hiding a living creature inside, and Li Xuanji seemed to be borrowing its power. This was a kind of dark power. Under the display of Li Xuanji's power, the entire central plaza became a domain of darkness. This was the purest darkness, without a trace of flaw. In Long Chen's eyes, two figures were fighting fiercely in front of him. One was dressed in white, like a fairy, while the other was shrouded in darkness. She was strange and alluring, full of mystery, like a goddess in the darkness. The two figures, one black and one white, were fighting with their lives on the line. Long Chen could not see clearly, but from the exclamations of the onlookers, he could tell that the intensity of their battle was no less than the battle between Long Chen and Wang Chen. The wind was howling, and the sword chi of Lingxi's sword danced in all directions, making people tremble. It was as if the slightest touch of the Lingxi's sword would cause one's soul to fly away and scatter. This Lingxi should be the one who unearthed the true power of the Lingxi sword. On the other side, the almost invisible black needle danced wildly in the sky, and even attached itself to Li Xuanji's dark green hair. It turned into thousands of needles and surrounded everything in the domain of darkness. The sharp power of the black needle was equally terrifying. Whether it was the Lingxi sword or the black needle, they were basically lethal weapons. Seeing that the woman shrouded in darkness was actually putting her life on the line, even going as far as to fight against Ling Shi in front of tens of thousands of people for his sake, even going so far as to use a power that did not belong to her, Long Chen felt very touched. He thought of all the bits and pieces he had spent with Li Xuanji. This woman had always been by his side without any complaints, yet he had fought and worked so hard for another woman right in front of her. He felt very sorry for her. Xuanji. Long Chen's heart trembled. This was the first time he was moved by this woman. In order to regain his dignity and love, he had fought very hard, but the other party could only silently sacrifice herself for him. It was also the same for him. This time, she dared to attack Lingxi without any hesitation. It was also a way to vent the emotions in her heart, and at the same time, it was also because she was angry. She loved Long Chen the most, but Lingxi had mercilessly hurt his body and life. This made Li Xuanji unable to tolerate it. At this time, in order to mobilize the power of the black needle, she had reached some kind of agreement with the existence in the needle. No matter what she had to pay, it was worth it. She was a person who dared to love and hate, and what Lingxi had done before had made her hate her. So, no matter what had happened between Long Chen and this woman in the past, Li Xuanji only had one obsession in her heart, and that was to kill her. When a woman was angry, it was quite terrifying, especially her. At this time, she seemed to have fallen into a state of madness, and her eyes were bloodshot. With the power of the 9th level of the divine martial realm, she had unexpectedly beaten Lingxi, who had reached the great completion of martial arts, and kept retreating. Who the hell are you? What qualifications do you have to attack me? Lingxi's eyes were full of killing intent, and she shouted loudly. Li Xuanji's face was gloomy and cold. Thousands of black needles burst out from her hand, and completely surrounded her. Her body was hidden in the darkness, and her bloodshot eyes were full of power that made people's hearts palpitate. Stinky, I said, I have no interest in this Long Chen, I will give him to you. She didn't know why, although the woman in front of her didn't look strong, she always felt a fatal threat from her, which made her feel terrified, and the words she said were getting more and more excessive. I really feel sad for him, I didn't expect you to be such a person. An ice-cold voice seemed to be reverberating in Lingxi's ears. Li Xuanji clearly knew how much Long Chen had sacrificed in order to follow this woman, but she didn't expect that this woman would be so vicious, which was completely beyond Li Xuanji's expectation. What kind of person am I? Hee, this is me, so what? Don't push me too hard, I am also not easy to deal with. Lingxi shouted loudly. Looking at this arrogant girl, Li Xuanji's heart was already filled with anger. At this moment, it was too late to say anything, she had already made up her mind. What happened next, Longchen couldn't see clearly. He only knew that Li Xuanji was risking her life. She created miracle after miracle, and even when she failed, she continued to climb up and fight, never falling. The obsession in her heart was to kill this opponent in front of her, to take revenge for Longchen and herself. When a woman's anger flared up, it was very terrifying. Li Xuanji was a person who refused to admit defeat, just like Longchen. Every time she attacked, the surrounding people would be shocked. Of course, a Lingxi with the Lingxi sword was very difficult to deal with. She was like a hedgehog, every time Li Xuanji injured her opponent, she would also receive a counterattack. This battle was evenly matched, but it was exceptionally bitter. The surrounding people had a very interesting expression on their faces, they didn't expect the battle between these two girls to be so bitter. If it wasn't for the bet between the true Martial Emperor Palace and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, this battle wouldn't have continued like this. Longchen used all his strength to struggle. After being stabbed by Lingxi's sword, he was already in the process of recovering. He wanted to tell Li Xuanji that the Lingxi in front of him wasn't the real Lingxi, so that the anger in her heart would lessen a little. However, to the current Longchen, it was extremely difficult for him to say such a sentence. He could only see that during the battle, Li Xuanji was struck by Lingxi's sword chi several times, but her eyes were bloodshot and she still didn't collapse. On the other hand, Lingxi's snow-white robe was already stained with a lot of blood. The more she fought with her, the more terrified she became. You're a lunatic, get lost. She used Lingxi's sword and executed another move. In an instant, the entire dark domain was filled with transparent Lingxi's sword chi. She originally thought that Li Xuanji would dodge, but she had underestimated this woman's anger and hatred. When her opponent executed this move, she actually charged towards Lingxi without any hesitation. She used her own body to take a few hits, until her body was also blurry, until her body was also covered in blood. But so what? When she thought of how Longchen was hurt by this woman, and when she saw this woman's ugly face, there was only one thing left in her mind, and that was to kill her. She had an incomparable desire to kill her. Senior, I want to kill her. Surrounded by countless Lingxi's sword chi, Li Xuanji uttered this sentence. Have you decided to follow me? She didn't know where this voice came from. Yes. Li Xuanji nodded without any hesitation, her eyes were filled with determination. Good child, but if you follow me, the chances of you appearing by his side in the future will be very few. Don't you regret it? The mysterious voice spoke again. I, Wenqin, have no regrets when I do things. Li Xuanji glanced at Longchen below, closed her eyes, and 2 streams of tears flowed down. Very well, leave the rest to me. After saying this, 2 beams of black divine light suddenly burst out from Li Xuanji's eyes, piercing through the heavens and earth. A black divine needle appeared in her hand, trembling lightly, and many incomparably ancient symbols appeared. Those black symbols were like little snakes, and it was difficult to see what exactly they were. You still refuse to admit defeat? 30 meters in front of her, Lingxi laughed coldly. Although Li Xuanji had performed exceptionally well, if she wanted to take her down, it would at least result in a lose-lose situation. Hence, she wasn't afraid. But at this moment, the woman in front of her changed. She found herself trapped in a completely sealed world, completely cut off from the outside world. In her eyes, Longchen had disappeared, the experts of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace had also disappeared. In this strange dark space, only the black woman in front of her was like a god, covering the sky and sun, looking at her with a look of disdain. Lingxi felt her hair stand on end. Her senses were very sharp, and she knew that death was approaching. At this moment, she hurriedly said, "You found the wrong person. I'm not the Lingxi he's looking for. I'm a clone created by him using the soul-splitting technique. Let me go, or you will die." Li Xuanji smiled bitterly in her heart. So this was the case. Chapter 1425. She originally thought that after killing the woman in front of her, even if she had to leave in the future, the only person in his heart might be her. However, from the mouth of this young girl, Li Xuanji knew the truth. Perhaps in Long Chen's eyes, Lingxi was still the perfect woman who was most loved by him. In the future, the person he would miss would not only be her. Perhaps, he would truly be together with the real Lingxi, or perhaps he would forget about her. However, things had already reached this point, and there was no turning back. Moreover, the woman in front of her had already hurt Long Chen, and this was something she could not tolerate. As for the future, who could tell clearly what would happen in the future? Li Xuanji was confident that Long Chen might not forget her actions today for the rest of his life. After she left, she would follow more powerful people and the road of immortality, but she would live in his heart forever. Kill her. A knowing smile appeared on Li Xuanji's face. Although she knew the truth, she felt that everything was still very satisfactory. Moreover, the real Lingxi was not a bad person. The man she missed was taken care of by a woman he liked so much, which was also a good thing. Since she had chosen to go on this road, she would have less time to accompany Long Chen in the future, and she was not willing to monopolize him like this. This could be considered a perfect ending. Anyway, she couldn't bear to see Long Chen get hurt in any way. Compared to anyone else, she felt more sorry for this man. Under the indifferent 3 words of Li Xuanji, Lingxi was shocked and hurriedly tried to break out of the encirclement, but she couldn't break this enclosed space at all. This space belonged to the darkness, and even imprisoned all her senses, making her gradually lose consciousness. All her resistance and unwillingness, in the eyes of Li Xuanji, were just a joke. With a light flick, the black divine needle in her hand pierced through the delicate forehead of Lingxi, leaving a small bloody hole. At that moment, Lingxi's eyes became dazed, and in a short time, she fell from the sky. Her eyes were already empty and lifeless. From the fierce battle between the two to the sudden death of Lingxi, only a split second had passed. The time was too short, so short that the people of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace could still save Lingxi. That unparalleled beauty, in the midst of endless unwillingness, turned into a cold corpse. This result stunned everyone, including Long Chen. He didn't expect Li Xuanji to have such strength, to be so decisive, and to face so many unkind gazes, all for his sake. At this moment, Long Chen had recovered a lot and could stand up. He saw with his own eyes that the black needle in Li Xuanji's hand had pierced through Lingxi's forehead. Although this young lady wasn't the person he wanted, but seeing this scene with his own eyes, Long Chen was still a little shocked. Fortunately, it wasn't the real her, otherwise, he would really go crazy. She, who was as beautiful as a fairy, actually turned into a corpse and fell from the sky, falling in front of Long Chen. The Lingxi sword was not far from Long Chen's eyes. At this moment, Lingxi had already lost all signs of life. Her empty eyes turned to look at Long Chen. Long Chen could feel that she had too much unwillingness and disbelief before her death. But no matter what, she deserved it. The person Long Chen was most concerned about was Li Xuanji. This goddess from the darkness had descended from the sky and appeared in front of him. Long Chen couldn't use words to describe her beauty at this moment. Under the black dress, her figure was slender and graceful, with graceful curves, perfect to this day. Her smooth skin, slightly pink cheeks, and a pair of glass-like eyes were filled with temptation. She was like a god, causing Long Chen's heart to palpitate. Descending from the sky, she used her slender white hands to cover Long Chen's face. Her beautiful face that could cause the downfall of cities and empires moved closer to Long Chen. Her eyes were filled with endless tenderness. Compared to the cold-blooded her just now, she was like a completely different person. At this moment, she was using an extremely soothing tone to ask, "You won't blame me for acting on my own today, for killing her, right?" The delicate fragrance in front of him assaulted his nostrils, causing Long Chen to sink into deep temptation. He shook his head and said, She isn't the real Lingxi." "I know, but my heart aches for you." Li Xuanji interrupted his words. She didn't speak anymore, but just stared at Long Chen with a satisfied smile on her lips. It was as if she was cherishing the last moments of her life. And Long Chen was like a treasure in her eyes. She gave him a tenderness that she had never shown to anyone else. This gaze was very short, but Long Chen was deeply shocked. It was as if several centuries had passed. The woman in front of him, her eyes were filled with boundless tenderness, longing, and love. That was a gaze that could see through Long Chen's heart, causing him to be so touched that he didn't want to show his face. "No matter what happens to you in the future, no matter where you are, don't forget the disappointing words I said a few days ago. Now, I want to correct them. You can't forget me, my requirements aren't high, do you understand?" Li Xuanji's soft and delicate body squeezed into his embrace. The body in his embrace seemed ice-cold, but it was incomparably hot, causing Long Chen to be in a daze. "What are you talking about? I definitely won't forget," Long Chen subconsciously said. "Shoo." She interrupted Long Chen's words and looked at Long Chen with her charming eyes. She said, "When I said remember, I'm not asking you to remember me as a friend, I'm saying," her words made Long Chen understand that they were no longer simply friends. Speaking up to hear, her expression suddenly changed. Before the people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace arrived, she used an incomparably solemn tone to say to Long Chen, "I have to leave. I will come back to see you often, and I hope to see you happy next time. But don't think of escaping from me." Leave? Why did she have to leave? Before Long Chen could figure out what was going on, Li Xuanji actually disappeared in front of his eyes. She decisively left Long Chen's embrace at an extremely abnormal speed. Long Chen could still feel the softness in his embrace, but she was no longer there. She left in too much of a hurry, causing Long Chen to be confused. This time, her departure was something that Long Chen's heart couldn't bear to part with. He watched her leave just like that, and he didn't know when they would meet again. Perhaps she would have a better future, but no matter what, Long Chen's heart was still firmly occupied by the sorrow of separation. Lingxi was dead. To the people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, this was an earth-shattering event. By the time they reacted, Li Xuanji had already fled after saying a few words to Long Chen. The people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace didn't care about the bet anymore, and they all chased after her. Most of the people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace were rushing towards Lingxi's corpse. The scene instantly became chaotic. Under such a huge battle array, Long Chen couldn't help but wake up from the whirlpool of Li Xuanji's departure. After such a long time, the damage caused by Lingxi's sword should be more or less healed. At this moment, when he saw the commotion in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, Long Chen hurriedly shouted, "Everyone from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, don't be anxious. I can prove that she isn't the real Lingxi. Lingxi isn't dead." This sentence caused a huge impact to the anxious old men, especially Grandma Yen. In fact, she had long suspected that it was true. Even Long Chen had been fooled for so long, let alone them. However, when Long Chen said this, they finally realized that it might be true. Most importantly, no one wanted Lingxi to die at this time. Therefore, the experts from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace finally calmed down. Among them, Grandma Yen was incomparably anxious. She rushed in front of Long Chen and said, "Brat, you better tell us what exactly happened. Long Chen didn't know why Lingxi had hidden herself, but the substitute was already dead. There was no way out, so he had no choice but to tell the truth. She isn't the real Lingxi, she's just a substitute. When we were in the Myriad Kingdom's domain, she once obtained an incomplete soul-splitting technique. After studying it, I estimate that she successfully split herself into two, creating an identical Lingxi, but with the opposite personality. This woman is so strange, she can't differentiate between good and evil, and she's sinister and bloodthirsty. Haven't you noticed that? Sure enough, after Long Chen said this, the people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace quieted down. If it was just a substitute, it wouldn't matter much if she died. However, the problem was, where did the real Lingxi go? To the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, this was a big matter. The four Supreme Sword Masters valued Lingxi more than Wang Chen, but at this time, such a thing actually happened. The people from the true Martial Emperor Palace came forward to protect Long Chen. As Long Chen retreated, he took away the Lingxi sword and the corpse of Lingxi. These things belonged to him, and no one could take them away. When he found the real Lingxi, Long Chen would return them to her. However, where did she go? What difficulties did she have? Long Chen was at a loss. The people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace were also considering the veracity of Long Chen's words. At this time, the predicted tide of Emperor Spiritual Qi seemed to have erupted. The Emperor's spiritual Qi between heaven and earth tumbled, and some strange changes began to happen. The entire heaven and earth seemed to have turned into an ocean. Feeling this change, Wang Chen, who was behind the crowd, opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with excitement. He knew everything that had happened before, but he didn't make a move. This was the moment he was waiting for. He was a dragon martial artist, and his nirvana tribulation was scarier than ordinary people. Therefore, he had been waiting and suppressing himself, waiting for the moment when he could truly condense the nirvana tribulation. Finally, the moment had arrived. The people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace felt the changes in Wang Chen, and they were overjoyed. Wang Chen was going to step into the Nirvana Tribulation realm at this time. The grudge between him and Long Chen wasn't over yet. Chapter 1426. The fluctuation of the Emperor's spiritual energy caused the entire 9-star Chaos City to feel as though it was in the middle of an ocean. The turbulence of the scattered stars in the sky was probably caused by the Emperor's spiritual energy tide. The entire 9-star Chaos City was in turmoil. Although the turbulence of the monarch's spiritual energy was strong, it had to be mentioned that the Nirvana tribulation formed by the monarch's spiritual energy would be slightly incomplete due to the instability of the monarch's spiritual energy. That was why the seniors of the monster race chose to help Mo Xiaolang pass the Nirvana tribulation today. Unexpectedly, Wang Chen, who had reached the martial path great perfection realm for a long time, was also waiting for this day to come. His existence had finally triggered the Nirvana tribulation. Too many changes had happened in the central square today. First, Long Chen defeated Wang Chen, which was simply impossible. Then, the mysterious girl beside Long Chen, Li Xuanji, killed Lingxi. Only then did everyone know that the Lingxi was actually a fake. Just when the conflict between both sides was ignited, Wang Chen seized the opportunity to undergo the Nirvana tribulation. The people of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace looked at each other. They couldn't care less about the matter of Long Chen retrieving the sword of Lingxi. They quickly turned around to protect Wang Chen. Wang Chen was the future of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. His Nirvana tribulation was undoubtedly very important. In fact, Wang Chen had long been confident that he could pass the Nirvana tribulation. The reason why he waited until today was to increase his confidence. The 30 experts of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace all had the experience of passing the first Nirvana tribulation. At this moment, they hurriedly stood by Wang Chen's side and gave him all kinds of guidance. In the sky, the yellow calamity cloud started to gather. Initially, it was only the size of a palm. As it slowly rolled and condensed, a terrifying aura of nirvana force started to spread across the sky. The only difference was that this nirvana force belonged to the heavens and earth. Compared to the nirvana force controlled by the human race or the demon race, this nirvana force was more violent and destructive. As the yellow clouds rolled, Long Chen had gradually recovered from the injuries caused by Lingxi's sword. He was now heavily concerned. The fake Lingxi was dead, and the Lingxi sword was in Long Chen's hands. Where was the real Lingxi, the lovely woman who had been with him for half a year? Also, where did Li Xuanji and the mysterious needle she obtained in the city of the wronged go? What was that mysterious needle? How could it have such terrifying power? Was the appearance of the strange needle a conspiracy of the city of the wronged, or did the city of the wronged know about the black needle? If it was the latter, it would be even more terrifying. Long Chen had no idea where Li Xuanji would go. This woman, time and time again today, had resisted and protected him. She had already broken into Long Chen's heart. Her stubborn smile and gentle eyes all shocked Long Chen and even made his heart ache. From today onwards, he would have a similarly heavy concern for her. Fortunately, Li Xuanji should be fine. When she left, she went to pursue her own future and destiny. At this time, the people from the true martial emperor palace discussed for a while. Wenren Jingtao stood beside Long Chen and said, "Brat, to tell you the truth, you're already a hero today. Although heroes have a weakness for the charms of a beautiful woman, the beauty saved you from danger. From today onwards, the 3 regions and 9 worlds will remember your great name. They will remember that you defeated Wang Chen." But Long Chen understood what he meant. He continued the conversation and said, "However, there's no need for me to fight him head-on. Once he passes the nirvana tribulation, he will definitely cause trouble for me again and determine the victor between us. With my strength, I'm no match for him. If he passes the nirvana tribulation, I will be left far behind. So, you're advising me to leave now, right?" Wenren Jingtao laughed brightly and said, "It's so easy talking to you. Listen to me, you're a man enough today. You can get lost now. When you're strong enough in the future, you can always make a comeback. At that time, we won't even know who will win. Is that so?" Long Chen laughed in his heart, but he didn't want to leave. The pride in his heart didn't allow him to lower his head in front of his opponent, not even once. At the same time, he also wanted to see what the nirvana tribulation was all about. "You're not leaving." Wenren Jingtao was stunned. Long Chen's action was simply courting death. He advised earnestly, "You're asking for trouble. Although you defeated him, your strength is only close to his. When he passes the nirvana tribulation, you won't be his match. This is something that everyone knows. But you're not ashamed, you just lost because you're young. In a few years, it's hard to say who will win and who will lose. Don't be impulsive and harm yourself." Long Chen was sure that he wasn't being impulsive, but there was a force supporting him to stand there. He began to discover that the white light spots on his body had already spread to his face, just a little bit more and they would cover his whole body. This aura, why is it so familiar? "Little Shi, is that you?" Long Chen actually sensed the aura of the real Lingxi. When he sensed her presence, he actually had an illusion. From the day he entered the true martial emperor palace, this aura seemed to have always existed on his body. In other words, it felt like she had been accompanying him all this time. This was something that Long Chen couldn't imagine in the past. But at this moment, as the white light spots appeared on the surface of his body, white drops of blood also appeared in his blood. This was Lingxi's blood. She seemed to have blended into Long Chen's body, vanishing without a trace. Finally, when she saw Granny Yen, she realized that something big was about to happen, and she had to appear. Only then did the white light spots appear on Long Chen's hand. From his finger, it spread to the rest of his body. Long Chen could already feel the young girl calling out to him. This was so familiar and intimate, as if their lives had already been linked together, and nothing could separate them. There seemed to be a second heartbeat in his body. A slumbering delicate body began to awaken in Long Chen's body. Perhaps when the white light covered his entire body, she would appear. This was something that she had told Long Chen in the dark. A lot of information directly appeared in his mind, and this was what Lingxi wanted to tell him. Long Chen actually didn't know that she had been hiding in his body for such a long time. Little she, I've been thinking about you day and night, but I didn't expect that you would be hiding in my body. What exactly is the reason for you to hide so carefully? Long Chen felt very helpless. He guessed that his actions today had caused Lingxi to break out of her hiding state. It was very likely that her true body would be exposed, and something unexpected would happen. And this kind of thing usually wouldn't be good. As the white light gradually became complete, the heartbeat in his body that didn't belong to him became stronger and stronger, and the fragrance of white lotus filled his nose. Above Wang Chen's head, the tribulation cloud of the Nirvana tribulation had already condensed. This was a tribulation cloud with a diameter of almost 1 mile, and it was entirely yellow. The clouds rolled violently, and a group of giant beasts were hiding in it, galloping and roaring, causing the sky and earth to change color. In the clouds, blood-yellow thunderbolts exploded, revealing ferocious faces, like sharp knives stabbing into the eyes, which made people panic. Wenren Jingtao tried to persuade Long Chen for a while, but he still refused to escape. He admired Long Chen's boldness from the bottom of his heart. Wenren Jingtao was originally a hot-tempered person, and he did things regardless of the consequences. But compared to Long Chen, he was still not young enough. Since he was bored, he started to explain the Nirvana tribulation to Long Chen. Do you see that blood-yellow thunderbolt? It's called Nirvana True Thunder, the most common means of destruction in the Nirvana tribulation. In the first Nirvana tribulation, only one Nirvana True Thunder will fall, and the further it goes, the more Nirvana True Thunder will fall, and even more terrifying things will appear. Of course, those things are not accessible to everyone, and only exist in legends. Let me tell you about the first Nirvana tribulation. Long Chen was also very curious. After all, he would also have to go through the Nirvana tribulation in the future, and his Nirvana tribulation would be very terrifying. Looking at the Nirvana tribulation above his head, Wenren Jingtao, who had already gone through 2 Nirvana tribulations, was a little scared. He said, "Those yellow tribulation clouds contain Nirvana power. When the Nirvana True Thunder falls, so much Nirvana power will be released at the same time, and become the energy source of the Nirvana True Thunder. You can imagine how terrifying it is when so much Nirvana power converges together and bombards your body in the form of lightning." For ordinary martial artists, the release of the Nirvana power from the tribulation clouds is equivalent to the all-out attack of a martial artist who had just gone through 2 Nirvana tribulations. Long Chen finally understood why the Nirvana tribulation was so terrifying. A martial artist in the great completion of martial arts had to withstand the all-out attack of a martial artist who had gone through 2 Nirvana tribulations like Lin Mo. There were very few martial artists who could survive, so there were not many who could become a Nirvana tribulation martial artist. Then, Wenren Jingtao dropped a bombshell. He said, "Wang Chen is a dragon martial artist, and he is envied by the heavens. Even in the Emperor spiritual chi tide, the tribulation clouds are already 10 times stronger than mine. When you go through the Nirvana tribulation, it will probably be the same. The void refinement realm demonic dragon was already 10 times stronger under the influence of the Emperor spiritual chi tide. As the inheritor of the ancestral dragon, Long Chen would have to undergo the Nirvana tribulation. Wouldn't it be even more terrifying? It would be at least 10 times or even dozens of times stronger. Of course, this was all in the future. Chapter 1427. Up in the sky, the tribulation clouds were rolling. The blood-yellow thunderbolts roared like a giant beast. These thunderbolts were formed by Nirvana energy and possessed the most terrifying destructive power. Nirvana energy had two characteristics, one was rebirth, and the other was destruction. But no matter what, the destruction nature was more powerful than anything else. Especially when it appeared in the form of Nirvana tribulation. The purpose of Nirvana tribulation was to destroy the cultivator, not to test the cultivator. At this moment, no matter who it was, as long as they were cultivators, they would not be able to escape the punishment of Nirvana tribulation. The yellow tribulation clouds started to shrink. The terrifying power also started to compress. In the center of the tribulation clouds, a blood-yellow thunder lightning ball was attached to the tribulation clouds. As it grew stronger, a suffocating power was emitted from the thunder lightning ball. Other than the people of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, everyone else retreated, fearing that they would be affected by the Nirvana tribulation. Wang Chen's Nirvana tribulation was terrifying enough to shock many people. When they had undergone Nirvana tribulation, it was far from the scale of Wang Chen's Nirvana tribulation. The scale of Nirvana tribulation also reflected the innate talent of each person. Without a doubt, Wang Chen's innate talent was outstanding, and he was worthy of his current reputation. Although he had been defeated by Long Chen in a strange way, his position in the hearts of the people did not decrease at all. Finally, the yellow thunderbolt was completely condensed. Almost all the power of the tribulation clouds had been compressed into the blood-yellow thunder and lightning ball, forming a thunderbolt power that could even distort space. At the moment of silence, the thunder and lightning ball abruptly transformed into a huge thunderbolt pillar. Carrying the terrifying power of Nirvana, it fell from the sky and struck toward Wang Chen's head. It had to be said that Wang Chen's mental fortitude was very good. He barely raised his head to look at such a terrifying Nirvana tribulation. Instead, he closed his eyes and prepared for it. At the moment when the Nirvana tribulation descended, he finally revealed the true form of the divine dragon. Long Chen had seen a real divine dragon before. It was the purple blood devil dragon. Under the nourishment of the primordial purple blood, the purple blood devil dragon's physical body was extremely strong. However, the void refinement realm demonic dragon was different. It was a gray and demonic divine dragon. Its body was shining with a silver light. Its body was not as majestic as the purple blood devil dragon's. It looked normal, but its eyes were quite demonic. They were filled with a bewildering light. Wherever it was, the space around it would cave in. It was indeed worthy of being a void refinement realm demonic dragon that was famous for devouring space. Even though it was not as majestic as the purple blood demonic dragon, in front of the crowd, it was an undeniable giant. Its body was over 100 meters long, and it was only in the form of a young dragon. At this moment, it actually soared into the sky and let out a terrifying dragon roar. The sky changed color. To everyone's surprise, Wang Chen dashed toward the Nirvana tribulation. At that moment, everyone's hearts were filled with anxiety. In the sky, the thunder and lightning ball that contained such a terrifying power had gathered all of its power at one point, just to kill the little dragon in front of it. When the Nirvana tribulation descended, the entire 9-star Chaos City was trembling. Facing the Nirvana tribulation at such a close distance, Long Chen was also quite shocked. No wonder all the martial artists were so afraid of the Nirvana tribulation. Moreover, there was a time limit of 1,000 years. If one's cultivation did not pass within 1,000 years, the Nirvana tribulation would be like a supervisor that would destroy one's soul and spirit. In a short moment, Wang Chen and the Nirvana tribulation confronted each other. He displayed his strongest magical power in succession, sealing the entire space where the Nirvana tribulation was. Then, this heaven-defying dragon actually wanted to devour the entire space together with the Nirvana tribulation into its stomach. This shocking move immediately caused countless people to scream and be shocked. But to say that Wang Chen was too bold, he was simply taking a risk. How could the Nirvana tribulation be so easy to devour? However, if he could really transform the power of the Nirvana tribulation for his own use, then his strength would definitely be greatly enhanced. It seemed that since ancient times, no one had dared to say such things like Wang Chen. Wang Chen dared to do such a shocking thing in front of everyone, and the only thing he could rely on was that he was a dragon martial artist, a young dragon. The Nirvana tribulation was extremely violent. Wang Chen would naturally not be willing to be devoured before it struck him. After Wang Chen transformed into a dragon, his continuous power had increased by many times, and he had actually confined the terrifying Nirvana tribulation in the air. This strength alone had already made everyone admire him from the bottom of their hearts. For the crowd, it was really not a big deal for Wang Chen to be defeated by Long Chen just now, because it was his real strength. Especially after Wang Chen passed the Nirvana tribulation, it would only be a matter of time for him to defeat Long Chen. A true genius would not fail, but he would constantly create miracles. At this moment, Wang Chen was creating miracles. The entire sky above the central square was broken, and the divine dragon that was 100 meters long was entrenched in the air. In the gray space in front of them, the Nirvana tribulation was like a lightning beast, struggling frantically at this time. The Void Refinement Realm was the innate ability of a Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon. It was also the only ability of a Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon. It was named after this ability. The power of this ability was already within Wang Chen's expectation. The reason why he chose to undergo the tribulation today was to complete today's feat under the situation where the Emperor's spiritual chi tide had weakened the Nirvana tribulation. In the constant stalemate, roars and perseverance, Wang Chen had the same unyielding spirit as Long Chen. Under the divine power of the Nirvana tribulation, most of his dragon scales had exploded. His huge divine dragon body had become badly mutilated, but his eyes were already dim. The martial artists of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace below were anxious for him, but Wang Chen still clenched his teeth and persevered. On one hand, he had just lost and he wanted to wash away the humiliation. On the other hand, the fake Lingxi was already dead. What about the real Lingxi? Was she really in love with Long Chen like the rumors said? There was another aspect, and that was the pride and persistence in his heart. He was also a piece of trash that had risen from the bottom, and he knew that sometimes, if he didn't risk his life, then he would regret it for the rest of his life. It was precisely these beliefs that supported him, causing him to gnash his teeth and roar furiously over and over again. His body was badly mutilated, but he'd finally persevered and tamed, confined, and gradually swallowed this rebirth tribulation lightning beast into his stomach. When Wang Chen finally succeeded in swallowing the Nirvana tribulation, and his body didn't explode, everyone exclaimed in surprise. Their faces were filled with admiration. The true Martial Emperor Palace's experts couldn't hide their awe of this young genius. Only Wenren Jingtao was cursing and swearing at Wang Chen. Beside him, Long Chen also admired Wang Chen. If it wasn't for Lingxi, or if it wasn't for Wang Chen, who was very similar to him, they both had an undying will. Unfortunately, they had become destined enemies. Long Chen respected his opponent. He was indeed the most difficult opponent that Long Chen had faced so far. However, he didn't give up. When everyone thought that Wang Chen was already high and mighty, laughing at everything, Long Chen swore in his heart that he would suppress Wang Chen once again. He actually swallowed the Nirvana tribulation and completed a magnificent feat that no one has been able to accomplish since the ancient times. Yes, in this way, will there be anyone in the new generation who can be Wang Chen's opponent? Even if there is someone who entered the Nirvana tribulation realm earlier than him, they will definitely not be Wang Chen's opponent. His previous combat strength was already equivalent to the late stage of the Nirvana tribulation, and his dragon transformation was even more terrifying. But now, look, he's starting to digest the power of the Nirvana tribulation. A yellow cocoon of light appeared on Wang Chen's body, completely enveloping him. This yellow cocoon was undoubtedly huge and incomparably smooth. The light of the Nirvana tribulation flowed with the light of Nirvana tribulation. The entire cocoon contained endless Nirvana tribulation. When Wang Chen had passed the Nirvana tribulation, he was about to face a new life. After this Nirvana rebirth, he was about to be reborn. Whether it was in terms of strength or potential, they were about to reach a new level. The rebirth brought about by the Nirvana tribulation was extremely complicated. It was like providing a second life. His bones, flesh, veins, blood and so on were all undergoing a new round of transformation. This would require a certain amount of time to complete. However, at this time, there was no doubt that Wang Chen had passed the Nirvana tribulation. What awaited him in the future was definitely a bright future. His status in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace would also have a new round of leaps and bounds. His former opponent, Long Chen, would also be left far behind by him. While everyone was praising Wang Chen for his amazing feat, they were also paying attention to Long Chen. What they admired the most was that Long Chen actually hadn't escaped until now. Some of them admired him, while others thought that Long Chen was stupid and had already been scared stiff. The people of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace seemed to have thought of something. Half of them went to protect Wang Chen while the other half went to Long Chen's side. They were in a deadlock with the people of the true Martial Emperor Palace. Among them, Ling Song had already walked over. He was the one who looked down on Long Chen the most. At this moment, he pointed at Long Chen and then at the Void Refinement Realm demonic dragon that was transforming in the sky. He said in a clear voice, "Do you know the difference between the lowly and the noble? Look at yourself, then look at Wang Chen. You will know. You have just defeated him. This will be the proudest achievement of your life. However, you can only do it once in your life." This guy was in a high position but didn't have the corresponding qualities. Long Chen couldn't be bothered with him. Only Wenren Jingtao had the energy to curse at him. Long Chen's gaze was indeed on Wang Chen who was in the sky. Under the baptism of the Nirvana tribulation, Wang Chen had indeed become stronger and stronger. He was so strong that he had far surpassed Long Chen and widened the gap between the two of them once again. However, Long Chen wasn't afraid in his heart. What he was concerned about now was that the white light dot was just a little bit away. Lingxi was also about to come out. What kind of changes would happen next? Chapter 1428. The Nirvana tribulation was originally magnificent and terrifying, but under the devouring of the Void Refinement demonic dragon, it was finally swallowed into its stomach like food. A golden cocoon of light formed on Wang Chen's body, and he was in the middle of transforming. This process had lasted for an hour. Everyone was staring blankly, looking forward to what Wang Chen would look like after the transformation. Everyone was also wondering why Long Chen didn't leave. Was he really not afraid of death? Didn't he know that he had just defeated Wang Chen and created a stain on Wang Chen's destined glorious life? When Wang Chen finished his transformation, he would definitely kill Long Chen. Wenren Jingtao was already anxious. He urged Long Chen, "If you don't leave now, you will really lose your life." Because of the bet, it was not convenient for Wenren Jingtao to make a move when Wang Chen attacked again. Long Chen smiled indifferently and said, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." Why did Long Chen have the confidence to say such words? It was because he was waiting for Ling Shi to give him an answer. She was about to come out, and the feeling of their bloodline being connected was so clear. When he thought about how this young girl had actually fused with his body for such a long time, he felt that it was simply inconceivable. He didn't know how Ling Shi managed to do it, but it was already a fact. Furthermore, she had successfully overshadowed all of Long Chen's senses. It was as if she had become one with him. It was even more miraculous than the sacred soul revolving jade. Wang Chen had undergone such a huge transformation, but Long Chen was still able to talk and laugh, which made everyone's jaw drop. Did he really have a hole in his brain? Did he know that he was going to die soon? Under the watchful eyes of the public, the golden cocoon of light in the sky was like a golden egg. Cracking sounds could be heard as a large number of cracks appeared on it. As the nirvana force inside gathered and erupted, the cocoon of light exploded with a rumble. The eggshell and other parts of the cocoon turned into a golden torrent and were swallowed by the thing in the center of the cocoon of light. In the end, all of them entered Wang Chen's stomach and became part of his power. When the light dissipated, a man appeared in the sky. He had streamlined muscles, an exquisite physique, and a smooth and clean body. He could be said to be perfect. Both of his eyes opened abruptly as golden divine light burst forth. A surge of turbulent energy gushed forth. That terrifying nirvana energy engulfed his body, and a large amount of it burst forth. Because he had directly swallowed the power of the nirvana tribulation, his power was much stronger than that of an ordinary warrior who had just passed the nirvana tribulation. At this moment, Wang Chen gave Long Chen the feeling that he was facing Wenren Jingtao. If he transformed into a dragon, he would be even more terrifying. In terms of combat strength, Long Chen admitted that he was far from being a match for Wang Chen. Since the beginning of cultivation, he was the only one who had left others behind. This was the first time that someone had left him behind. Wang Chen had succeeded in his transformation. Everyone looked at Long Chen with pity in their eyes. Long Chen also felt great pressure in his heart. It seems that it is still too early to fulfill my long-cherished wish today. It is my fault for being too impatient. Long Chen knew that he was a little impulsive today, but fortunately, it did not cause him to regret it. Although Li Xuanji had left, it might be a good thing for her. Wang Chen's strength had improved again. If Long Chen wanted to defeat Wang Chen again, he would at least need to transform all the energy in his acupuncture points into Nirvana world energy. After the transformation, the Nirvana world energy in Long Chen's body would probably surpass that of an ordinary warrior who had just passed the Nirvana tribulation realm. After Wang Chen absorbed all the energy, he put on a white robe and looked like a deity from heaven. He slowly descended, ignoring the joyful faces of the people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, and stopped in front of Long Chen. A pair of eyes filled with divine light looked at Long Chen and asked, why didn't you escape?" Everyone knew that the two of them were no longer on the same level. Long Chen was calm in his heart. No matter how strong his opponent was, his expression would not change. He looked at the other party, who was also a heavenly favored one, and said, "I admit that I am not a match for you, but even if I escape, it does not mean that I will not come back." Wang Chen sneered. The vigorous nirvana force on his body was fully revealed. In the process just now, all the world energy in his body had been transformed into nirvana force. "You are not bad, you can defeat me once. Ever since I became a dragon martial artist, I have never lost to someone of the same generation. You are the first, but unfortunately, you met me today. Although I, Wang Chen, am not a person who will seek revenge for the smallest grievance, I am not a petty person. You have great potential, I will not let you leave safely, but I will not kill you either. Do you want to cripple me and make me suffer for the rest of my life?" Long Chen said with a smile. He knew that Wang Chen had a deep hatred for him, and because Long Chen was a nobody, Wang Chen was even more afraid of him, because people like him, who looked humble, were in fact the most terrifying. Wang Chen did not speak, but looked at Long Chen coldly. For him, the appearance of Long Chen was purely an accident. "Let me ask you a question, when was the last time you saw Xi'er?" Wang Chen did not mention the matter of crippling Long Chen, but questioned Long Chen in a serious tone. Long Chen waved his hand and said, "No comment." Wang Chen looked calm, but his body moved in an instant. Before the crowd could see clearly, he had moved in front of Long Chen. Before Long Chen could react, Wang Chen grabbed his neck with one hand and flung him to the ground. The ground of the central square, which was already broken, was added with a network of cracks. Wang Chen's fingers were like those of an ancient giant beast. At this moment, they were firmly stuck on Long Chen's neck. In an instant, deep purplish-red blood marks appeared. He looked down at Long Chen in a contemptuous manner and said, "Tell me, or I'll break your arms first." "You can try." The veins on Long Chen's hands were bulging. Wang Chen was fast and strong, which was within his expectation. But it was impossible to control Long Chen in this way. With a stir of his mind, the two swords appeared in Long Chen's hands. Because the seven-star dragon abyss sword had exploded, the one in Long Chen's left hand was the Lingxi sword. In this world, only he and Lingxi could touch the Lingxi sword. After a period of consolation, the Lingxi sword, which was as strange as the god-slaying sword, had already accepted Long Chen's control. One was a black divine sword, and the other was a grey divine sword. Both were slender and thin swords. When Long Chen swung his left and right hands together, the attacks they caused forced Wang Chen to let go of him and retreat unscathed. The power of the Lingxi sword, which went straight to the god martial spirit, and the grey aura of the god-slaying sword, which could not be touched by the human body, made Wang Chen very afraid. When Long Chen became more proficient in the dual sword technique, his combat power would be more powerful. He stood up as if nothing had happened. Wang Chen had thought that he would be able to defeat Long Chen easily by relying on his improved strength. Little did he expect that he would let Long Chen escape. His heart was filled with hatred, and his eyes were filled with hostility. His nirvana force had already surrounded Long Chen. Tens of thousands of people watched the two young men fight again with mixed feelings. Long Chen also had pride in his heart. He had been standing in this place for 9 years. In front of him was his destined enemy. Long Chen had existed for 9 years to defeat him. This was his obsession. He was not afraid of Wang Chen's aggressive attitude at all. At this moment, he suddenly laughed loudly and said, "Why do you care about where little she is? Don't tell me that she likes you. Do you know the story between me and her? Do you know how long we have been together? Do you know how many times we have gone through life and death together? She has no feelings for you at all. Don't you feel ashamed of yourself?" Long Chen's words stabbed right into Wang Chen's sore spot. That's right, in the beginning, the relationship between him and Ling Shi could still be considered harmonious. But after the engagement, Ling Shi gradually distanced herself from him. Especially after returning from the Myriad Kingdom's domain, she seemed to be in a daze all day long, and didn't even want to see him. Even if a fake Ling Shi appeared later on, she wouldn't have any feelings for anyone, let alone him. And according to Wang Chen's knowledge, it was because of Long Chen that Lingxi completely hated this engagement. She already had someone in her heart. Seeing Wang Chen's stiff expression, Long Chen was infuriated. He sneered, "Who is the one who really snatches someone else's love? Indeed, you have an engagement, but the person she likes isn't you. It's me, Long Chen. No matter how strong you are, it's useless. I'm not a weakling either. I can give her happiness and love, but you can't. You can only bring her pain. Therefore, I want to ask you, what right do you have to ask me where she is?" Long Chen's words made the tens of thousands of people at the scene look at each other in dismay. It seemed that this was the truth. From this perspective, Long Chen, a young man who dared to challenge and pursue, was actually quite cute. Although he was direct and unscrupulous, what he said was the truth. "Enough. Shut up." Wang Chen's face turned livid. The killing intent on his body had become extremely intense. He was in a very violent state. Long Chen raised his head and looked at him. His opponent was really too strong. In the world before him, there seemed to be only one thing, a void refinement realm demonic dragon that blotted out the sky and covered the earth. This time, he would definitely be able to devour him just by opening his mouth. But, so what? Long Chen was ready to throw caution to the wind. He sneered, "I've hit your sore spot and you're already angry from embarrassment? But you have to understand, this is my woman. Even if she's temporarily bound by an engagement, one day, I'll make her happy. Of course, that won't be today, because today, I can't be considered to have one. Even if I've lost to you, I admit that I've lost, but I definitely won't lose a second time. Listen carefully, this is my oath." Long Chen closed his eyes. Chapter 1429. Finally, she was separated from his body. This scene could only be described with the word separation. It was as if two people were once one, and now they were separated, becoming two different people. This separation actually started after Long Chen met Granny Yen. Although Long Chen didn't know why this girl was hiding, his actions had already ruined her plan. This was something that couldn't be helped. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, he couldn't tell. But at least, with Lingxi around, Wang Chen couldn't touch him. Long Chen didn't feel ashamed or anything. He was much younger than Wang Chen, and it was already a miracle that he could defeat Wang Chen today. He also didn't expect to defeat Wang Chen at this moment. The 9-star Chaos City was not a suitable place. What Long Chen wanted was to go to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and take Lingxi away in the most grand occasion. This was his dignity and glory. Lingxi's snow-white figure gradually condensed in front of Long Chen. She was facing Long Chen, and Long Chen could see her body gradually forming, just like when he created a body for Lingxi in Baiyang Town. This familiar feeling made his heart inexplicably moved, but as a man, it was not convenient for him to cry. Little Shi, the figure that had haunted his dreams, had finally appeared for real. Compared to the fake Ling Shi, the gap between the two girls was not just a little big. It was precisely because of her otherworldly, ethereal, and kind nature that Ling Shi had fallen into such a beautiful and moving state, as if she was a goddess. As for the fake Ling Shi from before, she merely had an outer appearance and did not have a true soul. The white light dissipated, and the girl that could captivate the world finally appeared in front of Long Chen. Her familiar face and alluring figure, and a pair of crystal-clear eyes were now filled with tears. The crystal-like tears had already moistened her eyes, and 2 streams of tears flowed down her fair jade-like face. She immediately threw herself into Long Chen's arms. Although she had been hiding in Long Chen's body since the last time they met, it had been 2 years since Long Chen last saw her. Holding this familiar body in his arms, feeling that familiar warmth, and the fragrance of her body that was like a white lotus, Long Chen couldn't help but be intoxicated. This could be said to be the happiest moment of his life. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, Lingxi had chosen him without any suspense, and not the dumbstruck Wang Chen behind her. Seeing this pair of true lovers embracing each other so passionately, the tens of thousands of onlookers, the masters from the 3 regions and 9 realms, finally understood what was going on. Long Chen's pursuit could only be described as legendary, and Wang Chen, who was originally the legitimate heir, had now become a third party, a negative role. On one side, it was her fiancé, and on the other side, it was the man she loved. Little Shi. Long Chen helped her up. He had many questions to ask her, but now was not the time. Now was the time for the two of them to face it together. Lingxi had become so mysterious that she had gradually walked out of his understanding. Therefore, he wanted to know a lot of things. 2 years ago, with his strength, he didn't have the qualifications, but now, he did. Chen, I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, I came late. She was still hugging Long Chen tightly, unwilling to leave his embrace. No matter how many things she had experienced, in front of Long Chen, she would always be a little woman. Who said that? Isn't this the right time? I'm still waiting for you to save me, otherwise, some people will cripple me. After speaking, he looked at the dumbstruck Wang Chen with an incomparably provocative gaze. The experts of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace surrounded Wang Chen, and among them was Grandma Yan, who had raised Lingxi since she was a child. They all looked at Lingxi anxiously. However, Lingxi was on Long Chen's side. She turned around, and her eyes were already filled with determination. To face these people together with Long Chen, to her, these people were all people who obstructed her from being together with Long Chen. In her heart, Long Chen had always been a hero, and he always did what he said. It hadn't even been 10 years, but now, he had already defeated Wang Chen for the first time. It could be said that she knew everything that had happened to Long Chen since the beginning of the true Martial Emperor Palace, including the matter with Li Xuanji. Lingxi didn't ask about these things. With so many people surrounding her, it wasn't a good place to talk. Come here. Grandma Yan raised her voice and said loudly. The real Lingxi was very obedient, and she had been obedient since she was a child. Grandma Yan was their witness, and it was she who had taken Lingxi away. At that time, Lingxi couldn't resist, but it was different this time. They weren't the young girl and boy they used to be. When Grandma Yan said this, Lingxi stretched out her lily-white hand and held Long Chen's arm. Her eyes were resolute, and she stood beside Long Chen. She softly said a word, and that was, no. This might be the first time she said no to Grandma Yan, for the sake of the man she was pursuing. This made Grandma Yan angry, and she said again, "Child, stop fooling around, hurry up and come back. You know what you should do. You've always been obedient since you were a child, why are you suddenly being willful this time? You have to understand that this matter was decided by your father and the other 3 sword masters. No one in the 3 regions and 9 worlds can go against their decision. If you do this, not only will you harm yourself, but you will also harm Long Chen." Facing Grandma Yan's earnest advice, Lingxi frowned slightly. She was very afraid of this matter, but things had already come to this point. Long Chen had sacrificed so much for her, and she had already used the soul-splitting technique. She didn't care about this matter anymore, so she hugged Long Chen tightly and said, "I've already thought it through. No matter what, I will follow him." Lingxi's decision and defiance made everyone more convinced of the relationship between them. In the face of the decision made by the 4 sword masters of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, they actually dared to resist and pursue their true love. No matter what the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace did, this pair of young people had won the respect of others. Especially the men of the true Martial Emperor Palace. Previously, the fake Lingxi didn't care about Long Chen at all, which made them think that Long Chen was just a wishful-thinking pitiful worm, so he didn't have any fighting spirit in his heart. But now, that cute young girl had finally decided to stand by Long Chen's side. This was a matter of gaining face. Why didn't the people of the true Martial Emperor Palace support Long Chen? With the backing of the true Martial Emperor Palace, Long Chen wasn't weak today. Wang Chen didn't need any answer. The way Lingxi tightly held onto Long Chen's arm was the answer he wanted. Looking at the hatred, anger, unwillingness, and humiliation in this man's eyes, Lingxi could only say, "I'm sorry, Wang Chen. I only love him in this life, and I won't marry anyone else but him. Thank you for taking care of me all these years. I can promise you anything else, but this is the only thing. Marriage is a matter between 2 people, and they need to love each other sincerely. But she has always treated you as a brother, and I believe you also treat me as a younger sister. I hope you can give us your blessings." Lingxi's unwavering words caused everyone to fall silent. They looked at Wang Chen curiously, wanting to see what kind of expression Wang Chen, who had been so mighty and domineering because he had entered the Nirvana tribulation realm, would have now. He was very strong, but he didn't win the heart of the girl. Wang Chen felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He smiled bitterly, and his expression kept changing. It was hard to tell what he was thinking. It was obvious that he had gone through a lot of torture in his heart. This was a gift from Long Chen. Wang Chen wasn't a kind person, and he had never been a good person. He cared more about his reputation than anyone else, and Lingxi was recognized as his future wife. But now, this girl was saying such words to him in someone else's arms. Not to mention giving her blessings, Wang Chen was already calm enough if he didn't fly into a rage on the spot. He clenched his fists tightly, and his eyes had already turned blood red. He didn't say a word, and the nirvana force in his body was stirring. Lingxi closed her lips sadly, and looked at Long Chen with her beautiful eyes. Long Chen hugged her slender waist. Facing the angry faces of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, he was a challenger, so he didn't need to speak politely to them like Lingxi. The people of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace also didn't need to be polite. Long Chen hugged the woman in his arms tightly, and looked at Wang Chen. Facing all the experts of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, he didn't care about the ashen faces of Ling Song and Granny Yen. He said coldly, "I'm sorry, everyone. I've always been a bold person, and this is my goal for the past 9 years. She is already my woman, and as long as I, Long Chen, am alive, no one can take her away from me. Last time, she left me because of my incompetence, but this time, I'm no longer the same person. My current strength isn't enough to have her. However, in less than a year, I'll personally go to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and ask the 4 great sword masters for Lingxi. You can laugh at me for bragging, laugh at me for overestimating myself, and even laugh at me for being a toad lusting for swan meat. I won't care, because I've heard too many mockery, and those who laughed at me are now corpses." He looked at the woman in his arms with a resolute gaze. What more could a man ask for in his life, to have a woman who treated him as her name, and was willing to give up everything for him? For her, he was willing to sacrifice his life and shed his blood. What was there to be afraid of? Long Chen's words might seem exaggerated, but for some reason, when they came out of his mouth, everyone could feel his strong fighting spirit and unyielding spirit. Perhaps one day in the future, within a year, he might really be able to break into the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and cause a huge upheaval in the 3 realms and 9 realms. "Let's go, Chen." Lingxi's eyes were filled with tears, and she suddenly felt incomparably happy. Today, they had almost defied the heavens and earth, just to be together forever. Such a relationship had surpassed everything, and there was no reason or external force that could separate them. Chapter 1430. The people of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace understood the importance of the engagement between Wang Chen and Lingxi. Therefore, they wouldn't allow Long Chen to appease them with just a few words. Granny Yen was displeased. She said coldly, "Don't be muddle-headed and harm him instead. You know your father's temper. Now that you've appeared, you won't be able to escape when your father and the others arrive." Lingxi's expression changed. She hesitated. She was undoubtedly most concerned about Long Chen's life. She had enough respect for her father, but, at this point, she couldn't give up. He had traversed thousands of mountains and rivers to reach here. What else was there to worry about? She just had to believe in him. "Don't be afraid, I'll handle it." Long Chen whispered in her ear, bringing her great comfort. Lingxi's beautiful eyes flickered. She nodded obediently. For the sake of that day, they had already sacrificed too much. Their fearless appearance made the people of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace even more furious. Of course, the person they hated the most was Long Chen. To them, Lingxi was just a momentary muddle-headedness. The people of the true martial Emperor Palace rejoiced. Wenren Jingtao was a guy who craved for the world to be in chaos. He laughed heartily and said, "There's no doubt about it. The men of our true martial Emperor Palace are better than those from other places. Moreover, over here, relationships are the affairs of the younger generation. The elders have never interfered. Marriage arrangements are bullshit. Yeah, what's the use of bullying? Your Sword Spirit Emperor Palace has 4 great sword masters. Where's your Sword Spirit Emperor? Our true martial emperor is still here. Long Chen is a youth that the true martial emperor wants to meet personally. When you meet him next time, he'll definitely make your jaws drop. This was the first time the true martial emperor palace's people had announced that the true martial emperor palace wanted to see Long Chen. Being qualified to be summoned by the true martial emperor was a symbol of status. Suddenly, everyone looked at Long Chen in a different light. This young man had risen in 9-star Chaos City, and his name had shaken the world. When he returned to the true martial emperor palace, he would definitely receive the best training. In a few years, his status in the true martial emperor palace would be similar to Wang Chen's status in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. The people of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace were flushed with anger. Both sides started insulting each other. The smell of gunpowder was getting thicker and thicker. The others were just watching the show. At this time, Wang Chen took a step forward. He finally suppressed the anger in his heart and said in a calm and mature tone, no matter what you think about this matter, our marriage is the hope of our master and all the brothers and sisters of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. I don't want to disappoint them, and I won't hand you over to a scoundrel. That would be delaying your life. We are the people of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, and we will die as ghosts of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. My life was bestowed by the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, and I know how to be grateful. If you don't want to bear the crime of betraying your master and ancestors, and let your father bear the blame, I advise you to come back. You're just a child, and it's easy for you to be deceived by some shameless people. We will never blame you. Wang Chen's words were very brilliant, and it directly struck the most fragile part of Lingxi's heart. No matter what, she was a kind child. Her family and father were important parts of her life, and they were also parts that she couldn't give up. If she had to give up everything for Long Chen, this made Lingxi's mind exceptionally chaotic. Wang Chen's counterattack had gotten what it deserved. Long Chen's heart ached for her. He hugged the woman in his arms tightly, and didn't make a sound. Instead, he whispered in her ear, "There's always room for change." He purposely made the matter sound too serious. I don't have a choice between your father and your family. Trust me, I can handle it. Lingxi nodded her head obediently. She had her own judgment in her heart. What Long Chen said was right, but it would be very difficult to do it. At least, it was impossible for her to do it now. Come back. Our family is waiting for you. Wang Chen played this card. Can you not be more shameless? Long Chen looked at him disdainfully. Today's tit-for-tat was enough, and Long Chen had lost to him. However, this was far from the end. This time, when he returned, Long Chen wanted to take away the item in the chaotic divine kingdom, and then he would go into closed-door cultivation. Only his own strength was the most important thing he could rely on. Chen, let's go first. Lingxi no longer hesitated. She was well aware of how much the two of them had sacrificed for this day. Their relationship was so precious that nothing could destroy it. Want to leave? Wang Chen was infuriated, and he quickly intercepted them. With his current strength, apart from Wenren Jingtao, Ling Song, and Granny Yan, there were very few people in the true Martial Emperor Palace and Sword Spirit Emperor Palace who could be his opponent. Once Wang Chen moved, the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace also moved. At this point, the only thing they could do was to forcefully bring Lingxi back. They had a tacit understanding. Ling Song, the old man, first intercepted Wenren Jingtao, the strongest person in the true Martial Emperor Palace, while the others each intercepted an opponent. Only Wang Chen and Granny Yan were left behind by the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. If the two of them wanted to take Lingxi away, it would be too easy. Wang Chen's eyes were bloodshot. Granny Yan's goal was to take Lingxi away, and his goal was to kill Long Chen in one move. Therefore, Granny Yen took the first step, while Wang Chen was preparing to kill. A strong sense of crisis descended on Long Chen. Long Chen clearly understood that the other party wanted to kill him. Wang Chen was really ruthless, decisive, and showed no mercy to a real enemy. This Wang Chen's character was very similar to his, but Long Chen wasn't someone who didn't make thorough preparations. If it wasn't for Lingxi's escape method, he wouldn't have stayed here for so long. Yes, they were stalling for time. However, they had been waiting for this moment for a long time. Just as the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace made their move, a 9-colored butterfly flew over from the horizon. Its wings were flapping very slowly and elegantly, but its speed was abnormally fast. In just an instant, it appeared in front of Long Chen and Lingxi. Its body was already more than 10 meters long. The 9-colored wings flapped, and a dense fog shrouded Wang Chen and Granny Yen. The instant the fog drifted over, the two experts actually turned into two fat pigs. They swayed their butts and rushed towards Long Chen and Lingxi. In that instant, countless people laughed, and they were rocking back and forth. However, after laughing, their expressions turned sluggish. "Motherfucker, what the hell is this butterfly?" And in that instant, Long Chen and Lingxi had already sat on the back of the 9-hell illusionary butterfly and left. Wang Chen and Granny Yan's fat pig form could only be maintained for a short moment, but by that time, the 9-hell illusionary butterfly had already escaped far away. Long Chen turned his head back and gestured a 1 to Wang Chen and the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's group. He meant that he would reappear in 1 year, and that would be the moment he stepped into the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. This was the vow that Long Chen had made today. He had defeated Wang Chen, but Wang Chen had soared to a height that Long Chen had to worship. Therefore, Long Chen was once again regarded as an impossibility. He wasn't convinced, and he wasn't willing to accept it. 1 year later, he would make a comeback, and at that time, they would have another showdown. It seemed that the real 10-year promise would also happen at that time. Back then, Long Chen had made a vow. Within 10 years, he would soar through the vast sea of people and find the girl in his arms. Long Chen hugged her softness tightly, feeling the boneless body, feeling the warmth of the beauty in his arms. His heart felt like it was on fire. Another 2 years passed. In these 2 years, he had spent most of his time with Li Xuanji, but the two of them had always treated each other with respect. They hadn't made such an unforgettable love. This was also the reason why Long Chen had been hesitating. Until Li Xuanji left, but the moment she left, Long Chen couldn't bear to part with her. In the future, there would definitely be opportunities for them to meet again. The 9 Hells Fantasy Butterfly didn't bring Long Chen out of the 9-star Chaos City. They landed in a vast forest. In front of them was a verdant and lush land. Birds were singing, flowers were fragrant, and the air was fresh. In front of them, there was a majestic river rushing past them. After standing firmly on the ground, Kitten's rolling eyes had already stretched out from the great virtual realm. As soon as it saw the happily flying 9 Hells Fantasy Butterfly, its eyes lit up. As if it was possessed, it went after the 9 Hells Fantasy Butterfly. A fat black cat bouncing around to catch a butterfly. This scene was indescribably funny. "Butterfly, don't run. Let Brother Cat kiss you. Don't run. Brother Cat is very gentle, hee, come and catch me. You can't catch me." This cat and butterfly quickly disappeared into the forest, playing around, giving Long Chen and Lingxi some space to be together. In these 2 years, Lingxi had been constantly sensing Long Chen's existence, but Long Chen didn't know that she was actually in his body. This was really too mysterious. Long Chen had too many questions he wanted to ask her, but when he saw the sparkling and translucent mist in her eyes, as well as her flushed face, Long Chen threw everything to the back of his mind. The woman in front of him was so pitiful. She was as pure as a white lotus, slender and elegant, not allowing any flaws to exist in her. Her snow-white skin was so delicate that it seemed as if it could be broken with a single blow, making people unwilling to hurt her in the slightest. Long Chen's eyes were burning. He didn't think about anything else. He just hugged the ethereal girl in front of him again. He didn't say anything. Just feeling her warmth was enough. Chapter 1431. Half a day passed. Long Chen had grown a lot again. The past 9 years had been a path of growth for him. Lingxi's delicate body leaned against Long Chen's chest. Sitting in front of the surging river, the two of them enjoyed this moment of silence. After a while, Lingxi couldn't help but say softly, "Chen, it's time for today. I have a lot of doubts and apprehensions in my heart that I want to tell you." Long Chen used his slender fingers to gently caress her flawless face. It was soft and cold to the touch. He attentively looked into the eyes of the beauty in his embrace and softly said, "Last time, you didn't even tell me what you did. Today, that impostor really made me sad." At that moment, Lingxi was so cold. To be honest, Long Chen's heart really collapsed. Fortunately, it was all fake. When he was stabbed by that fake Lingxi, his god martial spirit was injured, but his heart was healed. Lingxi said guiltily, "I'm really sorry. I didn't do it on purpose. So when you saw Grandma Yan, I decided to come out, but it was too late." "Why are you apologizing? It's all in the past. There's no such thing between us." Long Chen wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. In fact, the happiest time they were together was in the Myriad Kingdom's domain. At that time, they didn't have as many worries as they did now. But now, in order to stay together for a long time, it seemed like the whole world was against them. "Back then, I obtained the soul-splitting art in the Myriad Kingdom's domain. After I came back, I consulted many similar ancient books and finally completed the soul-splitting art. I couldn't stay in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace forever. I wanted to find you. I couldn't bear to see you suffer, so I used the soul-splitting art to create a substitute in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Then, I escaped to the Myriad Kingdom's domain to find you. But I didn't expect that you would meet her here." Long Chen had already expected it. He really wanted it to be like this. "Then tell me, why did you hide in my body? How could you have such a miraculous method?" It would certainly be a long story, but they had plenty of time now, so it was not a big deal. In this quiet forest, where no one would disturb them, Lingxi gradually revealed a shocking secret to Long Chen. Lingxi revealed a nervous expression as she said, Actually, there are some things that I can't believe even after I found out about it. You know my father, the other 3 sword masters, and all the true higher-ups of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, they all take care of me, or should I say, they're constantly monitoring me, not allowing anything to happen to me. I even feel that with my father's ability, he should have known that the substitute was fake long ago. He must be searching for me everywhere. There must be something big going on." Long Chen comforted her and asked, "What's the reason?" "Your identity is very special." Lingxi nodded, her eyes were a little dazed as she said, "I also can't believe it. One day, my father actually told me that I'm not his daughter. He said that I'm the reincarnation of the Sword Spirit Emperor." Long Chen almost fell from the rock he was sitting on. Holy shit, the reincarnation of the Sword Spirit Emperor. He was truly stunned. He stared at the delicate and somewhat mischievous girl in his arms in disbelief. He couldn't associate her with the white-haired old man at all. The gap between the two was too big. The Sword Spirit Emperor has always been a woman. Seeing Long Chen's dazed expression, Lingxi immediately knew what he was thinking. She quickly pinched his thigh and said angrily. Her gender was actually being doubted by the man she had been intimate with. This feeling, Long Chen came to his senses. Since Lingxi had said so, there shouldn't be any mistake. Didn't the rumor say that the Sword Spirit Emperor had disappeared? Reincarnation was something that only existed in myths and legends. Long Chen didn't expect it to actually happen in front of him. The Sword Spirit Emperor was the most accomplished cultivator in the entire 3 realms and 9 worlds. It was reasonable that he had such a method. However, the current Lingxi didn't have any memories of her previous life. Otherwise, she would be dead. Chen, do you believe that I'm the reincarnation of the Sword Spirit Emperor? Lingxi asked anxiously. Long Chen naturally believed it. He said, there's no doubt about this. Fortunately, you're a new life and don't have any memories of your previous life. Otherwise, you wouldn't be yourself. If this identity is true, it's certain that they're nurturing you as the new Sword Spirit Emperor. Wang Chen isn't good with the sword, so he can't lead the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Because of your special identity, they won't let you marry an outsider, nor will they let you leave the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. If we want to be together, I'm afraid that we'll encounter more resistance than we can imagine. Long Chen's heart was still in shock. He was a relatively open-minded person. If it was someone else who found out that his beloved woman was the reincarnation of the Sword Spirit Emperor, he would probably have a knot in his heart. However, Long Chen didn't care about it. So what if the Sword Spirit Emperor was the Sword Spirit Emperor? She was his woman anyway. The only problem was that because of Lingxi's identity, Long Chen was afraid that 1 year later, when he wanted to rush to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace to marry her, the resistance would be even more terrifying. It might even exceed his imagination. Wang Chen alone was already very difficult to deal with, let alone the entire Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. The Sword Spirit Emperor of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace had been missing for so long. Everyone was looking forward to the birth of a new great emperor. If they knew that Long Chen and their Sword Spirit Emperor had been together day and night, and they had been passionately entangled, as for the reason why I hid in your body, it was because I had nowhere else to hide. I knew that my father and the others would soon find out that the substitute was fake, and they would capture me back so that I would never be able to see you again. Coincidentally, although I don't have any memories of my previous life, my mind would occasionally think of all sorts of strange methods and information. The method of merging my bloodline into your body also came from my previous life. This kind of secret method can only be used by 2 people who truly love each other and have skin contact. 2 years ago, I was separated from you, but I had nowhere to go. I didn't want to leave you, so I thought of hiding in your body and accompanying you at all times so that my father and the others wouldn't find me. I wanted to continue like this until you were very, very powerful enough to stop everything. However, today's accident forced me to come out, I see. Long Chen sighed in his heart, but he didn't regret it. It wasn't his style to let Lingxi hide. Since he had already come out, he would face it bravely. The doubts in his heart were almost gone. The biggest surprise was the fact that Lingxi was actually the reincarnation of the Sword Soul Sovereign. This matter was actually very important to Long Chen, and the pressure on him was even greater. However, he had never cared about worldly matters. Why couldn't a man wield his sword for a woman? However, his father would eventually find out about Lingxi's appearance and he would eventually bring her back. Even if Long Chen escaped to the ends of the earth, he wouldn't be able to escape the pursuit of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. If he hid in the true Martial Emperor Palace, the appearance of the 4 great sword masters would be related to the Sword Spirit Emperor. Even the true Martial Emperor wouldn't be able to make a move. Therefore, within a month, Lingxi would definitely be taken away by the people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. This was the price Lingxi had to pay for coming out today. They only had a few days to spend together until Long Chen became an expert who could summon the wind and rain and arrived at the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace in a domineering manner. That day might be near, or it might be far away. However, the 2 of them tacitly didn't mention this matter. Instead, they quietly leaned against each other and softly talked about how they missed each other all these years. Lingxi knew everything about Long Chen. Therefore, as they chatted, they talked about Li Xuanji. Lingxi was a little disappointed and said, "Sometimes, I really feel guilty. Sister Xuanji is better than me in everything and is more suitable for you than me. She treats you very well. Sometimes, I'm worried for you. Why didn't you accept her boldly? Now that she's gone, I don't know when we can meet again. I hope she won't hate me then." Long Chen's eyes widened. He didn't expect this fellow to like Li Xuanji so much. Although this was a society where it was common for men to have multiple wives and concubines, Long Chen had always been single-minded. "Actually, I think it's good for the three of us to be together. It's fine as long as we're happy. It doesn't matter if you love me less, I'm very easily satisfied. As long as I can stay by your side and be carefree, it's fine." Lingxi smiled mischievously and nestled in Long Chen's arms. Her face was full of satisfaction. "Is that so?" Long Chen laughed awkwardly. Li Xuanji was a very good woman. She was a woman worth protecting. But so what if she was gone now? Would there really be a chance for them to meet again? Long Chen could only hide his longing for her in his heart. But he swore that he would never let this woman down. Night gradually fell and the moonlight shone down. Long Chen suddenly thought of something. He touched Lingxi's white belly and said, "That's strange. We've been working hard for half a year. Why haven't we had a child yet?" Lingxi's body trembled and her face turned red. She looked at Long Chen and said, "Maybe it's because you're almost an infant of the ancient blood spiritual dragon now. Your offspring will definitely be born with the bloodline of the ancestral dragon. The rarer the bloodline, the harder it is to reproduce. That's why pigs and dogs will be everywhere. Heaven is fair, so it's more difficult to have a child. But in 10,000 years, there will definitely be a chance." It was really difficult for a little woman like her to say this. After saying this, she hurriedly lowered her head. Even the roots of her ears were red. "Moreover, I'm still young. I don't want a child," longing broke out like a tide. After talking for half a day, it was time to get to the main topic. Long Chen held her face up and stared at her watery eyes. He smiled and said, "That's good. I can have no scruples then." After saying this, he kissed her violently. There was a barrier in front of them that they couldn't pass through. The Nine Hells illusionary butterfly was so anxious that it was circling in circles. Cat laughed loudly at the side and said, "These two grandsons are having sex again. They really don't care about the feelings of us two kids." The little butterfly said in confusion, "What is making love?" Chapter 1432. After wandering aimlessly for a couple of days, Long Chen couldn't help but think about what he should do next. Lingxi was a very quiet person. Most of the time, she would quietly stay by Long Chen's side. Her delicate face was filled with happiness. Especially after experiencing those things, she was even more infatuated with Long Chen. "Little Shi, where do you want to go next?" Long Chen casually asked. The time they spent together always passed by very quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had already passed. Those people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace must be searching for them all over the world. Moreover, they must have already sent the news back to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Most likely, the so-called 4 great sword sovereigns would also be mobilized. Each of the 4 great sword sovereigns was a terrifying character. They had been famous for more than 10,000 years, and their names shook the 3 regions and 9 worlds. Each of them was a character that caused people to tremble in fear upon hearing their names. "I don't want to go anywhere. As long as I'm with you, I'll be very happy." She danced on a large blue stone. Her snow-white dress fluttered in the wind, concealing her graceful and soft snow-white body. Her laughter reverberated in the forest. At this moment, she was indeed the happiest. Long Chen was even more certain that he didn't do anything wrong. As a man, he should give Lingxi this kind of life and not let her be sealed in the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace forever. Long Chen also jumped up and hugged her slender waist. They spun a few rounds and the two of them started dancing. Long Chen whispered in her ear, "I found news of the Void Universe Dragon's inheritance blood. It's in the Primal Chaos Divine Kingdom controlled by the demonic Dragon Palace. Are you willing to go with me to get it?" Lingxi was pleasantly surprised. She knew everything about Long Chen. She said excitedly, "Of course. Let's go now. Such a precious thing actually exists. The immemorial blood spirit dragon's inheritance blood was enough to shock me." Long Chen cast aside all his worries. Every time he was with her, he always felt especially peaceful. He looked at the woman in his arms tenderly and said, "I already have the ancient blood spirit dragon's inheritance essence blood. I want to give this void cosmic dragon's inheritance essence blood to you." This was actually a plan that Long Chen had formed in his mind for a long time. If he couldn't use the void cosmic dragon's blood essence, he couldn't let anyone else get it. Even if he could get it, he would give it to the people closest to him. The wolf cub was from the demon race, a sun-devouring demon wolf. It had a boundless future. If he couldn't use the ancestral dragon's blood essence, then he could only use Lingxi. However, Lingxi interrupted him and said, "No, I don't want it. I don't think you're that simple. When the time comes, you might really be able to use it. Even if you can't right now, you have to hide it. In the future, it will be truly useful to you. I don't want to transform into a dragon." In the future, Lingxi would also face the Nirvana tribulation. Thinking of this, Long Chen's heart tightened. One day, whether it was him or Lingxi, they would both die under the Nirvana tribulation. In the future, Lingxi would also face the Nirvana tribulation. Thinking of this, Long Chen's heart tightened. One day in the future, whether it was him or Lingxi, would they both die under the Nirvana tribulation? Watching the woman in his arms wither. Death was everyone's inevitable fate, but Long Chen didn't want to die. He was even more unwilling to see the woman in his arms die. Perhaps he was still too young and hadn't lived enough. He hadn't obtained the immemorial blood spirit dragon's inheritance blood, so there was no need to decide who it belonged to. After making the decision, Long Chen headed west of Chaotic Star City. "Kitten and Butterfly, let's go." Long Chen called out to the two playful fellows. Kitten, who was in a daze, was startled by Long Chen's shout. He laughed loudly and followed Long Chen and Lingxi, disappearing into the forest. His gaze was erratic, and he even bumped into a tree, causing Butterfly to laugh loudly beside him. "What do you want?" Long Chen was speechless. "This young master is making my butterfly laugh, don't disturb me." Kitten covered his head with his hands and said angrily. Long Chen laughed at him for a while and started on his way. Time waits for no man, and he was heading to Chaotic Star City. Long Chen thought of many other things. He said, "Rumor has it that the Demon Dragon Palace's leader is no weaker than the 9 realms realm lords. It won't be a problem for him to deal with your Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's 4 sword masters. Their young lord once invited me to join Demon Dragon Palace. If I join, he might help me deal with Sword Spirit Emperor Palace and not let them take you away. But, if we fight, the price will be huge." Lingxi felt sorry for him. She shook her head and said, "Chen, let's not start a fight and trouble others. If they come, I won't be able to escape. At most, I'll go back and wait for you to find me. I'm the reincarnation of Sword Spirit Emperor Palace, so they won't do anything to me. I'm just worried that they'll attack you after they come. If something happens to you, I won't be able to live either." This was also possible. Long Chen didn't know what kind of people the 4 sword masters were, but it was related to the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's future. It was very possible that they would eliminate him. If that was the case, going to the Demon Dragon Palace was the right choice. If I go to the Demon Dragon Palace, I'll have Long Xing to protect me. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace might not be able to kill me. Moreover, I still have you. Moreover, when we enter the Primal Chaos Divine Kingdom, the Demon Dragon Palace's leader will definitely not let the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace's people enter. That's their treasure land. So, we can buy some time. Both of them looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with emotions. Now, they were like a pair of mandarin ducks with a bitter fate. They were looking for a place to stay, but reality was always against them. It wasn't easy to be together. Sometimes, there were too many worldly restraints. Regarding Lingxi's father, although he wasn't her biological father, he had always raised Lingxi. Although Lingxi knew that she was the reincarnation of Sword Spirit Emperor, she still respected her father. She didn't treat him as someone else. Chen, am I a very troublesome person? It's really hard on you. If it was Sister Xuanji, it wouldn't be so troublesome. This was the most painful point for Lingxi. Long Chen knocked her head and smiled, don't think too much. I've taken you, but I haven't been able to marry you openly. That's my incompetence. It can only mean that I'm trash. My family and background aren't something you can control. It has nothing to do with you. I won't allow you to talk about yourself like that. Lingxi said anxiously. NN. Long Chen nodded in agreement. However, there was a hidden determination in his heart. That would be his goal, to strive and become stronger. Next time, he would definitely give the girl in front of him a place to belong. They were already husband and wife. Long Chen owed her a status. After spending around 10 days rushing at full speed, they finally entered the territory of the Demonic Dragon Palace. The Demonic Dragon Palace controlled 3 star cities. Among them, the Chaos Star City was the largest. Long Chen was heading towards the Chaos Star City. The area ruled by the Demonic Dragon Palace was much more desolate than the area ruled by the 12 Supreme Alliance. There was not a single blade of grass left. The ground was like metal, pure black. Black dust filled the air. In the sky, the stars shone brightly. The starlight scattered on the black metal ground, reflecting a dazzling light. At a glance, the entire sky was shining. The quiet black light was beautiful. After entering the area of the Demonic Dragon Palace, they were quickly discovered by the patrollers of the Demonic Dragon Palace. A team of martial artists dressed in black armor, with agile figures and flying speed, discovered them. There were about 10 of them in total, and they all had the aura of the purple blood demon dragon on them. Their physical bodies were rather strong, but they were not true dragon warriors. Long Chen reckoned that this group of martial artists had experienced the baptism of dragon blood, but it was not the inherited blood essence, but the blood of another divine dragon. They surrounded Long Chen with cold eyes. The leader was a martial artist at the 8th level of the divine martial realm. He asked coldly, "Who are you? Please state your identity. This is the territory of the Demonic Dragon Palace. Without the invitation of the Demonic Dragon Palace, no one is allowed to enter." Long Chen didn't want any conflict. He said, "My name is Long Chen. I'm good friends with the young master of the Demonic Dragon Palace, Long Xing. I've come by invitation." "Young master." The leader was shocked. He said, "The young master has indeed ordered that if someone named Long Chen comes, he must be brought to the Chaotic Star City. I didn't expect it to be you. We will immediately open the way for you. Please follow me." The people of the Demonic Dragon Palace were very straightforward. Following them, Long Chen went directly to the Chaotic Star City. After a few days, the Chaotic Star City finally appeared in front of Long Chen. Long Chen was shocked to find that the Chaotic Star City wasn't an ordinary city. It was a huge black metal meteorite that fell from the sky. No wonder he could see cracks on the ground from a long time ago. It turned out that the meteorite was created when it fell. Now, the interior of the meteorite had been dug full of holes. It had become a spherical city, like a giant, standing between heaven and earth. In terms of size, the chaotic star city wasn't as big as the northern star city. However, the chaotic star city was like a fortress. Who could break it? Outside the chaotic star city, a large number of martial artists of the demonic dragon palace were guarding it. The security was very tight. The two of you can wait here for a while. Someone has already gone to the chaotic star city to report. After a while, the young master will come personally to welcome you. The martial artists of the demonic dragon palace were very disciplined. They were like an army. This was very commendable. After waiting for a while, Longxing finally came. Today was the 3rd chapter. He still hadn't recovered from his cold. He still had a headache. He still owed 5 chapters. There was no need to worry. Chapter 1433. Longxing had already expected that if Longchen survived, he would definitely come to the demonic dragon palace. Of course, Longxing didn't know about the void cosmic dragon. This kind of super treasure had too many connections. If it was leaked, the entire 3 regions and 9 worlds would be in a bloodbath. Therefore, Longchen was very careful. Even if he entered the chaotic divine kingdom, he couldn't tell anyone about it. Longxing strode over and gave Longchen a big hug. He laughed and said, "I knew you would come. I didn't expect him to be right. I've been paying attention to what happened in the 12 Supreme Alliances. I just got the news that you left the 12 Supreme Alliances. I didn't expect you to come here." Speaking up to here, he looked at Lingxi and was instantly stunned by Lingxi's ethereal temperament and beautiful face. Longxing smiled and said, "This is Miss Lingxi of the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace." Lingxi nodded lightly. Before coming, Longchen had already told her that the man in front of her was a dragon warrior of the purple blood demon dragon. Before Wangchen reached the Nirvana Tribulation realm, his strength wouldn't be too far from Wangchen's. As expected, a peerless beauty. "I say, Longchen, you're really lucky with women." Previously, Li Xuanji. Speaking up to here, he quickly shut his mouth and smiled awkwardly. Fortunately, Lingxi didn't care about this. After a round of introductions, Longxing led Longchen towards the chaotic star city. At the same time, Longchen also explained his purpose of coming. This time, it was for the void cosmic dragon's inheritance blood essence. If he wanted to obtain this inheritance blood essence, he didn't know how much trouble it would be. Longchen also didn't know what was waiting for him. "This time, I'm not here to join the demonic dragon palace. I just want to go to the chaotic divine kingdom. Can you help me?" Longchen asked as he walked. Longxing had already expected this. He heard that Longchen's position in True Martial Emperor Palace was very high. Even True Martial Emperor Palace wanted to see him. True Martial Emperor Palace was much stronger than Demonic Dragon Palace. Therefore, he didn't think too much about it. However, it wasn't a bad thing to make a friend like Longchen. Longxing patted his chest and said, "That's naturally not a problem. Even if you don't join my Demonic Dragon Palace, Longxing and Longchen are still brothers. Leave the matter of the Primal Chaos Divine Kingdom to me." Longchen also smiled. However, he had only known Longxing for a short time. If he wasn't a brother like Mo Xiaolang, he wouldn't be in a hurry to help. The Chaotic Divine Kingdom was the Demonic Dragon Palace's territory. If Longxing knew that Longchen wanted to take away the inheritance blood essence of the Void Cosmic Dragon, they wouldn't be able to be brothers anymore. This wasn't a matter of feelings. It was the inheritance blood essence of the ancestral dragon. It was too precious. There had never been such a precious thing in the history of the 3 regions and 9 worlds. Even if Long Xing wasn't jealous, there were so many people in the demonic dragon palace. There was also the demonic dragon palace master. They wouldn't allow Long Chen to take away the inheritance blood essence of the void cosmic dragon. Therefore, no matter how good their relationship was, secrecy was the most important thing. Speaking of which, why did you enter the chaotic divine kingdom? Long Xing asked without hesitation. Rumor has it that the chaotic divine kingdom is the first historical remnant. Therefore, I want to go in and take a look. Also, I want to stay in there with little Shi for a while. Long Chen had already prepared an excuse. Long Xing was extremely intelligent. He understood immediately. He frowned and said, "So it's like this. The Sword Spirit Emperor Palace will send people sooner or later. If it's the 4 sword masters, the palace master will definitely be alerted. Therefore, I have to ask the palace master." The demonic dragon palace master would definitely not let people like the 4 sword masters enter their treasury. Therefore, there would definitely be a fight. As a member of the demonic dragon palace, Long Xing should also think for the demonic dragon palace. He found a demonic dragon palace soldier and said a few words to him. After the soldier left, he smiled and said to Long Chen, Come, it's not easy to come to my territory. Let's not talk about the chaotic divine kingdom first. Today, I'll treat you and sister-in-law to a good tour of the chaotic star city." Long Chen understood that the soldier just now went to ask the demonic dragon palace master. Then, he just had to wait for the news. He held Ling Shi's small hand and walked into the spherical city. Chaos Star City was very interesting. This was a city that was dug out from the inside of a meteorite. Because everyone could fly, the entire city's interior was 3-dimensional. A house could be everywhere. The martial artists of the demonic dragon palace shuttled back and forth. Countless exquisite gems that emitted beautiful light were hidden in the darkness, making the interior of Chaos Star City look like a starry sky. After flying a certain distance, one could see stars. Beautiful, right? Our chaotic star city has many fun places. Gambling, women, delicacies, everything. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. As the host, Long Xing introduced to Long Chen as they walked. Hearing the word woman, Lingxi immediately tightened her grip on Long Chen's arm, worried that he would suddenly fly away. After following Long Xing around the chaotic star city for a while, Long Xing set up a banquet and used precious ingredients to entertain Long Chen. One of the dishes was actually made with immortal spirit, so the taste was naturally indescribable. It could be seen how much Long Xing valued Long Chen. After the banquet, Long Xing brought Long Chen and Yu Yang around for a while. Then, someone came over to pass on a message that the demonic dragon palace master had summoned him. Summon. Long Xing was stunned. He felt that this kind of thing could just be passed on by someone else, but he didn't expect that he would summon him. With his status, he couldn't even see the demonic dragon palace master a few times a year. When Long Chen came, the demonic dragon palace master wanted to summon him. Long Chen was also secretly careful in his heart. This time, he came for the Great Void Universe Dragon, which was a huge matter, and the demonic dragon palace master was a giant who had been famous for 10,000 years. With a raise of his hand, he could cause the heaven and earth to tremble. He was definitely not a match for him, and if he were to see through something, he would be finished. This was an existence comparable to the realm lords of the 9 realms. It could be said that in the entire 3 realms and 9 realms, the strength of this demonic dragon palace master could definitely be ranked in the top 20. This was a rather terrifying concept, and in terms of the Nirvana Tribulation realm, Long Chen reckoned that such an expert had at least passed through the 4th stage of Nirvana Tribulation. To be able to pass through the 1st stage of Nirvana Tribulation was already considered lucky, and the 2nd stage was even more so. The third stage was already extremely rare, and the fourth stage was simply unheard of. Those who were able to survive the fourth stage of nirvana tribulation could only be described as legends. Every single one of them was a legend amongst legends. This old man is summoning us. I wonder what he is going to nag about. Let's go. Long Xing pursed his lips and had an unhappy look on his face as he brought Long Chen and the others over. It could be seen that Long Xing really wanted to use the demonic dragon palace to protect Long Chen and the others. Hence, he hoped that the demonic dragon palace master would directly pass a message to him, telling him that it was feasible. He didn't expect that it would be so troublesome to actually summon them. Long Xing led the way at the front. Long Chen and Lingxi exchanged a glance and held each other's hands tightly. The nervousness in their hearts couldn't be concealed, because this concerned their future fate. In fact, if the demonic dragon palace master didn't protect them, when the four great sword sovereigns arrived, it would be extremely easy for them to kill Long Chen. Even Lingxi might not be able to stop them. They gradually arrived at the center of the chaotic Star City, which was also the center of the meteorite. There was an incomparably huge demon palace here, called the Purple Blood Demon Palace. Inside the huge Purple Blood Demon Palace, there was nothing, only one person lived there, and that was the demonic dragon palace master. Normally, without the demonic dragon palace master's order, no one could enter the Purple Blood Demon Palace. There were no guards in the Purple Blood Demon Palace. Long Chen and Lingxi stood in front of this majestic and domineering, yet mysterious and gloomy palace. They were incomparably shocked. This Purple Blood Demon Palace was like a metallic purple blood demon dragon, entrenched in the void, eyeing everyone covetously. And now, they were walking into the mouth of the Purple Blood Demon Dragon. This was the entrance to the Purple Blood Demon Palace. After entering, the scenery changed, and actually appeared in a different world. Inside, there were birdsong and fragrant flowers, the environment was pleasant, and it made people feel very comfortable. After walking on this grassland for half a day, a latrine and a courtyard finally appeared in front of them. The courtyard was filled with flowers and grass, and an old man dressed in simple clothes, tidied up meticulously, was holding a sprinkler, watering the flowers. The arrival of the group didn't disturb him, and only after he finished watering the flowers did he turn around, sizing up Long Chen among the three. This old man, he had white hair and a ruddy complexion, was a little short and stout, and looked very kind, without the slightest bit of temper. He was the kind of person that if placed in a crowd, no one would notice him. It could be said that he was extremely reserved, making Long Chen unable to imagine that he was a peerless expert, an all-powerful demonic dragon palace master whose name shook the 9-star Chaos City. His face was rosy, his eyes were small, and when he smiled, his eyes narrowed into slits. At this moment, he was beaming at Long Chen, sizing him up, and said, "Child, you are the 7th dragon warrior I've seen." Long Chen hurriedly bowed. Junior Long Chen pays his respects to senior demonic dragon palace master. The little beauty Lingxi also followed Long Chen's lead and bowed, truly a wife following the husband's lead. The 7th dragon warrior, it seemed like there were quite a number of hidden dragon warriors, but it was unknown how strong they were. Chapter 1434. N. Long Chen couldn't accept the demon dragon palace lord's straightforwardness. While he was confused, the demon dragon palace lord continued, "Let Long Xing bring you to the primal chaos divine kingdom. As long as you don't come out, I won't let anyone from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace enter. Don't worry, with my trump card, even if the 4 sword sovereigns come, they won't cause any trouble." Seeing that Long Chen didn't react, Long Xing quickly patted him and smiled, "You bastard, why aren't you thanking the palace lord?" Long Chen quickly replied, "Many thanks for the palace lord's protection." Since these words came out of the demon dragon palace lord's mouth, the weight was much heavier. This meant that Long Chen could live with Lingxi in the primal chaos divine kingdom forever. It all depended on whether the Demon Dragon Palace Lord could withstand the attacks from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. With the Demon Dragon Palace Lord's power, he should be able to deal with the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace without the Sword Spirit Emperor. However, Long Chen also knew that the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace wasn't easy to deal with. Otherwise, how could the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace remain standing after being missing for so long? There's no need to thank me. I just admire you for being a young man with backbone. Nowadays, there aren't many young people with backbone. Let Long Xing take good care of you. It must have been tough on you to travel this long. 5 days later, I'll let him bring you to the Primal Chaos Divine Kingdom. You can return now. After Long Chen expressed his gratitude, he bid farewell to Long Xing and the rest. I didn't expect this old man to be so straightforward. This is great. As long as you enter the Primal Chaos Divine Kingdom, he will be able to block the pursuers and not let anyone disturb you. This old man has the ability to do so. After walking out of the Purple Blood Demon Palace, Long Xing laughed heartily. Long Chen heaved a sigh of relief. However, there was a question in his heart. This Demon Dragon Palace Master was so straightforward. Did he really think that he had a backbone and had no other motives? One had to know that he had to deal with the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace. Long Chen was sandwiched between the major powers. Experts were as common as trees in a forest. Even though he was already very strong, he was still a step away from this 10,000-year-old demon. Of course, among the billions and billions of people in the 3 regions and 9 worlds, Long Chen was someone who stood at the peak. After coming out of the Purple Blood Demon Palace, Long Xing arranged a huge castle for Long Chen and allowed him and Lingxi to rest for 5 days. After instructing the servants to take care of them, he left first, leaving Long Chen and Lingxi a dreamlike space to be alone. The buildings in Chaotic Star City were quite unique and not bad. For Long Chen, he could do a lot of things in 5 days. In the Purple Blood Demon Palace, Long Xing reappeared. The old man was sitting on a recliner, pretending to sleep. When Long Xing came, he closed his eyes and asked, "Did you arrange a place for them to stay?" Long Xing nodded, "Of course. Why did you ask me to come? Didn't we agree to protect them?" The Demon Dragon Palace Master shook his head, "I'm just a little curious. If he really needs protection, he can go back to the True Martial Emperor Palace. With the True Martial Emperor's protection, it won't be a problem for me. His goal is the Primal Chaos Divine Kingdom. I'm guessing that he wants to go there to find something, or perhaps he already has a clue." Long Xing was startled. He had a nervous expression. "Palace Master, this is my brother. Whatever he wants to find, just let him. Primal Chaos Divine Kingdom often appears, 1 or 2 more won't make a difference." The Demon Dragon Palace leader shook his head. "It's not a matter of being brothers. The Primal Chaos Divine Kingdom is the treasury of our Demon Dragon Palace. He came to our treasury to take something. Even if he's a friend, even if he's a brother, we still need to know what he took. My request is very simple. I'll give you a mission, follow them in, you must know what they took." Long Xing was a little unhappy, but when the old man was tough, it was very terrifying. He was frank with Long Chen, so he felt a little uncomfortable. Seeing him like this, the Demon Dragon Palace Master said coldly, "You are still young, you don't have the mentality of a true leader. You should have the mentality of a brother, but you shouldn't not have the heart to guard against others. This is the mission I'm giving you. If you can't complete it, you know my temper, leave." The Demon Dragon Palace Master had already said it solemnly. Although Long Xing was conflicted, he had no other choice, he could only complete this mission. "I just need to know what he took, it's not like I won't let him take it. This shouldn't be a problem." He consoled himself. The Demon Dragon Palace Master wasn't wrong, the Primal Chaos Divine Kingdom was his treasury, he naturally had the qualifications to know what Long Chen wanted to take. Long Xing thought about it carefully. It didn't seem to be a big deal, maybe Long Chen just wanted to take refuge in the primal chaos divine kingdom. After all, the environment of the primal chaos divine kingdom was like heaven and hell compared to the eternal hell. No matter when, improving one's strength could not be delayed. Long Chen focused on transforming the acupoints in his body, deriving more nirvana world energy. He was constantly transforming and becoming more and more proficient in it. The hundreds of millions of acupoints in his body would probably not take half a year, but a few months to be completed. When he was done, he would build his own divine kingdom, his strength would definitely increase again, completing a huge leap. Every time he cultivated, Lingxi would sit in front of him, propping up her chin and looking at the serious man in front of her in a daze. She liked Long Chen's serious attitude at all times. She knew that part of his hard work was for her, so she was especially touched. A serious man was always the most attractive. In the middle of the night, Long Chen stopped transforming acupoints, finally having a stable environment. It was time to complete the last stage of the 9-dragon scripture. He took out a blood-stained silver-gray dragon scale from the great void realm. Isn't this the dragon scale of a void refinement realm demon dragon? Lingxi's mouth slightly opened, she said with some surprise. Long Chen smiled mysteriously, guess where I got it from? Wang Chen. Long Chen nodded and said, I dug it out from his body when I was fighting him. Although it's only a young dragon, it's barely enough for me to cultivate the 9th stage of the 9-dragon scripture. Only when the 9-dragon scripture was completed would it be a complete attack and a complete move. It could be said that the 8th stage of the 9-dragon scripture was still in an incomplete state, unable to unleash the full power of the 9-dragon scripture. Only when the 9 stages were completed and the 9 stages were cultivated, then the 9 stages would become one, forming an unparalleled dragon warrior combat technique. It was described in the 9-dragon scripture. This move was the complete fusion of the power of the 9 dragons, forming 9 consecutive killing moves. Its name was 9 dragons devouring the heavens. This was the true face of the 9-dragon scripture. It could be said that after cultivating the 9th stage, the 9-dragon scripture should be reborn. Awesome, Chen, you can do it. Lingxi clenched her small fists and cheered him on. Long Chen hugged her in his arms and gave her a big kiss. Only then did he straighten his mind and start cultivating the 9th stage of the 9-dragon scripture. The last stage was undoubtedly the most difficult and required a lot of effort. However, Long Chen's talent was already heaven-defying. He could even understand a connate Dao technique like the god-slaying art, let alone the 9-dragon scripture. With the void refinement realm demonic dragon scale as a medium, it was easier for him to complete it. If he used the god-slaying sword to execute the 9 dragons devouring the heavens, its power would probably be even stronger than the first word of the god-slaying art. Although the god-slaying art was mysterious and powerful, the problem was that Long Chen only knew a little about it for now. Half a day had passed and he had already made some progress. Long Chen opened his eyes and saw the little beauty looking at him eagerly. The look of worship in her eyes made him feel especially happy. It felt really good to have someone by his side at all times even when he was cultivating. However, in order to make this day last, Long Chen still had to struggle. He stretched out his arms and hugged the woman in his life. Her delicate, snow-white body gave off a sweet fragrance, causing Long Chen to be unable to control his appetite. His pair of Lushan claws roamed around Lingxi's body and became naughty. Lingxi let out a soft moan. Her face turned red very quickly and the redness spread all the way to her neck. Her eyes were misty as she said, "Then, are Kitten and the others not here?" Long Chen was not a careless person. Of course, he had already chased them out. How could he let those shameless kitten disturb their world? "Don't worry, I've already chased them out." Long Chen chuckled and continued to invade her. "Well, I feel that Kitten has been a little strange lately. He's often in a daze and is very mysterious." Lingxi bit her soft pink lips as she spoke, as if she was enduring the numbness in her body. Her appearance was rather alluring. Yes. Hearing her say this, Long Chen indeed felt that was the case. The closer they got to the chaotic kingdom of God, the more strange this guy was acting. It seemed like he was struggling. This was the most suitable word to describe him. But why was he struggling? What was he struggling for? Long Chen thought carefully. Perhaps the only thing he could think of was the essence blood of the Void Aeon Dragon. Could it be that he also cared about this? However, he was only in the state of a soul now. The body of the dream demon was also not his own. Could the essence blood of the Void Aeon Dragon be of any use to him? Long Chen did not want to think about this matter. In reality, Kitten had accompanied him for so long and helped him so much. In his heart, Kitten had a very high status. Long Chen only saw him and Mo Xiaolang as real brothers who could be trusted. After spending so much time together, there must be a deep bond between them. But Long Chen still felt that Mo Xiaolang had many secrets that he did not know. Maybe I'm thinking too much. Long Chen did not want to think about this matter too much. He was just a little wary in his heart. Yes, yes. Kitten is cute. Nothing will happen, Lingxi said softly. Chapter 1435. 5 days passed in a flash. Long Chen's achievement in these few days was to transform a lot of apertures. After nearly a month of transformation, there were about 5 million apertures that he had successfully transformed into Nirvana world energy. Moreover, the speed of transformation was still increasing. The power of Nirvana world energy in his body was about the same as the sum of the other dragon blood divine energies. This kind of power with 3 attributes of destruction, rebirth, and control was much more tyrannical than the dragon blood divine energies that only had offensive power. The 9 dragon scales had already gathered. After 5 days of practice, the cultivation of 9 dragons devours the heavens had basically taken shape. It still needed some time to really use it. These few days were given to Long Chen to rest, so Long Xing didn't come to disturb him. When the time came, he came alone and prepared to go to the chaotic divine kingdom with Long Chen. The people from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace have already tracked your traces. Some people have already sneaked into the territory controlled by the demonic Dragon Palace. They probably know your whereabouts. When the time comes, the experts from the Sword Spirit Emperor Palace will definitely come. Let's go to the chaotic divine kingdom today. Long Xing said. Many thanks. Long Chen held Lingxi's hand and followed Long Xing. They shuttled through the chaotic star city and left. Finally, this moment had arrived. He was quite excited. Long Chen was actually thinking about whether he could use the inheritance blood of the ancient void dragon or not. He had already finished absorbing the inheritance blood of the ancient blood spirit dragon. When he transformed into a dragon, he would be the infant of the ancient blood spirit dragon. If he accepted the inheritance blood of the ancient void dragon at that time, he would have 2 kinds of ancestral dragon bloodlines. What would the effect be? His body would explode and die just like the first time. The inheritance blood of the ancient void dragon would be directly suppressed by the mysterious dragon Jade. These were all unknown. After coming out of the chaotic star city, they chatted as they walked towards the chaotic divine kingdom. Of course, it was Long Chen who asked Long Xing about the chaotic divine kingdom. So far, Long Chen still didn't know anything about the chaotic divine kingdom. First, it was about the demonic dragon palace. Long Xing said proudly, "You know why the martial artists of my demon dragon palace are so strong? It's because a long, long time ago, before my demon dragon palace was established, my ancestor was adventuring in the primal chaos divine kingdom. By chance, he obtained the corpse of a frozen purple blood demon dragon." Corpse. Long Chen was a little surprised. That was a real divine dragon. Generally speaking, a dragon scale, a dragon claw, a dragon horn, and so on were already very precious. The demon dragon palace actually had half of the corpse of a purple blood demon dragon. It can be said that without this half of the devil dragon's corpse, there wouldn't be a devil dragon hall. When we obtained this half of the purple blood devil dragon's corpse, we also obtained 2 drops of inheritance blood essence. 1 drop came from that half of the corpse, and the other was obtained tens of thousands of years later, when my devil dragon hall rose and took control of the primal chaos divine kingdom. We obtained it again. The 2 drops of inheritance blood essence became the inheritance of the Hall Master and young Hall Master of the Devil Dragon Hall, passed down from generation to generation. Today, I have one of them. After I die, I will pass it on to the next generation. Speaking of the history of the Devil Dragon Hall, Longxing was extremely proud. This was the glory of the Demon Dragon Palace. You can't imagine how big that half of the corpse is. Now, only the palace lord knows where he hid that half of the corpse. I've seen it once. That is a real divine dragon. Compared to the divine dragon that we dragon martial artists have transformed into, there is still a gap. It is said that when the ancestor saw the frozen corpse, he always thought it was a mountain range. Divine dragons had long been extinct. There were very few complete corpses left behind. Half of a corpse was already very rare. Long Chen was thinking about another matter. Since the inheritance blood of the purple blood demon dragon was found in the chaotic divine kingdom, then the inheritance blood of the void cosmic dragon should not be wrong. The chaotic divine kingdom was the treasury of the demon dragon palace. The Demon Dragon Palace's defense of the chaotic divine kingdom could only be described as terrifying. In the 3 realms and 9 realms, there were probably only a few people who could force their way in. Of course, it was different if they had permission. As long as the disciples of the Demon Dragon Palace had a pass, they could enter and train. After half a day of trekking, a black forest appeared in front of them. Some trees were 100 meters tall. They soared into the sky and covered the sun. In this forest, Long Chen could feel countless tyrannical existences guarding the forest. The Demon Dragon Palace had more than 100 Nirvana Tribulation Realm experts. He estimated that at least half of them were distributed in this pitch-black forest. With Long Chen's current battle strength, as long as he didn't cross 2 Nirvana Tribulations, he could basically deal with them. He could also be considered an expert of this level. He remembered that when he first came to the 9-star Chaos City, a few mysterious underworld hall masters could take Long Chen's life. In just a few short months, this kind of progress could only be described as terrifying. The 3 of them walked into the pitch-black forest, shuttling through the dark trees. The shadows of the trees flickered like ghosts. Maybe these Nirvana Tribulation Realm experts were very familiar with Longxing. When they saw Longxing bringing a man and a woman over, they didn't come out to ask. If others came without a pass, they would definitely be stopped by them. After walking in this forest for half a day, they didn't encounter anything. However, they were already close to the entrance of the chaotic divine kingdom. Suddenly, a huge open space without any trees appeared in front of them. At a glance, they couldn't see the end of it. In the middle of the open space, there was a gray hole. When Long Chen walked over, he discovered that this deep hole was actually endless. This was a bottomless pit. The chaotic divine kingdom is in here. Longxing chuckled. Below the bottomless pit, the clouds were rolling, nothing could be seen. However, everyone could fly, so this was nothing. No matter how terrifying the bottomless pit was, it was not as scary as the ghosts in the eternal hell. According to what Long Chen knew, there were no ghosts in the chaotic divine kingdom. However, there were also many fatal things in the chaotic divine kingdom. Long Chen hugged Lingxi and slowly descended from the bottomless pit. Longxing was anxious. He kept muttering, "In the entire chaotic star city, I, Longxing, have at least 10,000 women. These two bastards, they actually dared to show off their sweetness in front of me. When we return to the chaotic Star City, I will summon my harem of thousands of beauties. You will be envious to death." Very quickly, they crashed into the clouds. The fog here was very thick, and it was difficult to see far away. Fortunately, there was no danger, but the bottom of the hole was still bottomless. They didn't know when they would reach the end. According to legend, a long time ago, this hole had a bottom. When the bottom of this hole disappeared one day, the chaotic divine kingdom appeared. Long Xing said. Long Chen hugged Lingxi and looked around, constantly on guard. "Don't be too nervous. At least when we reach the chaotic divine kingdom, you will be very surprised." Long Xing chuckled. After descending for about 2 hours, the speed became faster and faster. His body actually felt like it was twisting. An invisible force was acting on his body, trying to pull him somewhere else. "Don't resist," Long Xing said. Rumble. Long Chen gave up on resisting. Together with Ling Shi, they were pulled away by this huge force and crashed into the cave wall. However, the cave wall flashed with waves of water and actually swallowed them up. When Long Chen was able to see again, he discovered that he was floating above an incomparably vast sky. And this place was the primal chaos divine kingdom. Long Xing was right. When he saw the chaotic divine kingdom for the first time, Long Chen was indeed shocked. Because this place didn't look like an ancient ruin at all. It looked more like heaven on earth. Below him was a lush forest. In his field of vision, there were flowers and trees. Birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. Tall mountains rose from the ground and soared into the sky. Red-crowned cranes were flying in the sky. Countless strange ancient trees were growing healthily. An aura full of vitality assaulted his face. Above the tall mountains, incomparably clear water gushed down. Some formed waterfalls. White streams fell from the sky, emitting a deafening sound. It was a scene of paradise on earth. Far away, it was shrouded in a clear white mist. This is the chaotic divine kingdom of my demonic dragon palace. It's very big. Until now, no one has been able to find its end. Even the previous palace lords couldn't. Those who went too far lost themselves. This might be an incomparably huge world. I once heard the palace lord say that this world is filled with endless possibilities. It's an abandoned paradise. How big is it? It might not even be as big as the eternal hell, but it's also possible that its scope surpasses the entire sacrificial dragon continent. Long Chen looked around and fell into shock. Long Xing might not know that the sacrificial dragon continent had hundreds of cores like the 3 regions and 9 worlds, but the demonic dragon palace lord definitely knew. He actually said that this endless chaotic divine kingdom scope actually surpassed the entire sacrificial dragon continent. Just what kind of place was this chaotic divine kingdom? It was actually so big. However, I don't believe that a mere primordial era ruin could have so many of them. This is all that old man's boasting, saying that it's comparable to the sacrificial dragon continent. I think his head must have been kicked by a donkey. When I'm old and have time, I don't want to contend for hegemony anymore. I'll come here to explore this chaotic divine kingdom. I must find its end. Long Chen pondered in his heart, the mystery of the eternal hell lies in the city of the tragic death and the city lord of the tragic death. I thought that the chaotic divine kingdom was very simple, but I didn't expect that there would actually be the inheritance blood essence of the void cosmic dragon here. It will only be more mysterious than the eternal hell. Why are there so many mysterious things in this world? Chapter 1436. How could there be danger in such a place that looked like a paradise on earth? Because of the ghosts and the harsh environment in the eternal hell, the warriors suffered great losses. But there were no ghosts in the kingdom of chaos, only something called natural disaster. The three of them descended from the sky and hovered above the rugged mountain forest. At this time, Kitten and the 9 Hell Fantasy Butterfly came out. After arriving here, Kitten became more silent, and his expression was quite serious. Only Kitten could understand the patterns in the tragic Death City. It was a map, and only he knew the way. Therefore, after arriving at the Kingdom of Chaos, he was the one leading the way. Long Chen had already discussed with him that he would lead the way, but he couldn't let Long Xing know that they were looking for something. At least, they should cover it up. After arriving here, Long Xing was the host, so he happily introduced the place to Long Chen. In the Kingdom of Chaos, there are no living killers, but there are more lethal killers. These killers appear randomly, and if you are unlucky, you will encounter them. For example, you are walking in a beautiful forest, and the ground is covered with fallen leaves. At this moment, a whirlpool suddenly appears under your feet, spewing out a large amount of terrifying flames, directly burning you to ashes. Or, you are standing here, and a sudden gust of wind blows you away. These are all possible. This is the natural disaster that exists everywhere in the Kingdom of Chaos. Natural disasters only target people, and rarely destroy the environment here. Long Chen had already understood a little about this. This showed the mysteriousness and strangeness of the Kingdom of Chaos. Among the natural disasters, there are all kinds of natural disasters, such as wind, rain, thunder and lightning, fog, frost and snow, and also landslides, floods, flames, thunder, swamps, poisonous gas, and so on. They are endless and can kill all living creatures. But no matter what they are, no matter how terrible the disasters are, they rarely have a great impact on the environment of the Kingdom of Chaos. At most, after a piece of land is destroyed, it will quickly grow back. That's strange. From Long Chen's point of view, the Kingdom of Chaos seemed to be alive and intelligent. It would destroy all creatures that fell into it, but not itself. These natural disasters were not simple. For example, the malevolent flood dragon's black obscuring wind, devouring fire, and the een thunder of the 9th heaven were nothing in front of these natural disasters. Moreover, regardless of whether it was on the ground or in the sky, these natural disasters were unavoidable. The sky was where the violent winds and lightning gathered. Once the chaotic divine kingdom was enraged, there was nowhere to hide. However, I have a secret technique that allows me to avoid natural disasters as much as possible, Long Xing said proudly. Don't keep me guessing. Hurry up and tell me. Long Chen glared at him. That's right. Try your best not to destroy anything in this primal chaos kingdom. Even if it's just a single leaf, if you were to touch it, a calamity might befall you in the next instant. Long Xing replied. A single leaf, Long Chen had a rough understanding of the situation. At this time, Kitten seemed to have found a clue. He signaled to Long Chen. Long Chen said, since we're here, let's take a walk around and gain some experience. Also, let's take an adventure. After saying that, he called out to Long Xing. He didn't let Long Xing lead the way. Instead, he walked in front. Behind him, Long Xing's expression changed a few times. He wasn't an idiot. This way, Long Chen was obviously here for something. It's just that he didn't want Long Xing to know about it for the time being. However, if this goes on, as long as Long Xing followed them, he would find out one day. Long Xing didn't want to bother with such a small matter, but the Demon Dragon Palace Lord insisted that he report what Long Chen took away. This made his heart feel extremely conflicted. Forget it, let's take one step at a time. Who knows, maybe the thing that this brat took away isn't even worth mentioning to my Demon Dragon Palace. He comforted himself like this. With a mischievous smile, he once again chatted with Long Chen. However, his heart was still in the 9 worlds. If the thing that Long Chen took away was extraordinary, then how should he choose? Everyone's mentality was strange. Long Chen also knew that the hearts of the few people beside him were quietly changing. Only Ling Shi was truly worthy of his trust. He held Ling Shi's hand tightly as they walked through this beautiful mountain forest that was as beautiful as a fairyland. In the mountain forest, there were many harmless animals. Deer drank water and colorful birds danced in the air. Kitten stayed on Long Chen's shoulder. The 9 hells illusionary butterfly was also tired. It stayed on Lingxi's hair, becoming a beautiful decoration. Not long after he left, Long Chen encountered a so-called natural disaster. The hard ground instantly turned into a whirlpool. An incomparably cold arm made of water grabbed at him. Long Chen recognized this item. This was Yin Gui water. Any drop of it could melt the body of an ordinary cultivator. It had boundless might and was an innately cold item. With Long Chen's physical body, if he was caught, he would probably be unable to move for a few days. Luckily, he dodged quickly. He pulled Lingxi and hurriedly retreated. Only then did he avoid danger. However, he still felt some lingering fear in his heart. The primal chaos divine kingdom looked like a paradise on earth, but it was filled with danger. It was even more dangerous than the eternal hell. With his current strength, he could basically deal with all natural disasters. Of course, if there was a truly terrifying, earth-shattering disaster, even he wouldn't be able to deal with it. After walking for 2 days, they encountered a total of 12 big and small natural disasters. They also directly found an immortal essence with 1 immortal mark in the mountain stream. The treasures in the primal chaos divine kingdom were more common, but they also needed to be alive to take them. In the past 2 days, the kitten had been using its brain to study the map and travel according to the map. The map was not that simple, so the journey would probably be slower than expected. However, fortunately, the Demon Dragon Palace leader was blocking the way outside, so they had enough time. Long Chen also took advantage of this period of time to properly cherish the appearance of being able to continue being entangled with Ling Shi. To them, as long as they could be together, it was beautiful and comfortable. Lingxi enjoyed this even more. In her eyes, there was no void dragon inheritance blood essence, no primal chaos divine kingdom, only Long Chen. 2 days later, they walked from the rugged mountain forest to a boundless grassland. A fresh and cool breeze blew. There were many green breezes dancing on the grassland. They could see their existence. The colored wind looked very beautiful, but Long Chen knew how terrifying it was. They had no choice but to avoid these green breezes. Otherwise, if they were entangled by them, they would at least be peeled off a layer of skin. Suddenly, they found a corpse in front of them. Corpses were quite rare in the chaotic divine kingdom, because it was almost impossible for people who died in natural disasters to leave behind corpses. Of course, it was also possible, so they didn't pay much attention to it at first. However, the attentive Long Chen soon discovered that this corpse was different from the others. Because the corpse's internal organs had been dug out. Rather than calling it a corpse, it was better to call it an outer shell. To be able to eat a person's internal organs so cleanly, it was definitely not a beast in the primal chaos divine kingdom. This method reminded Long Chen of the ghosts in the eternal hell. The scene was too ugly. Long Chen didn't stay for long and left. Strange, no one in the primal chaos divine kingdom would die like this. This way of death seems to be in the eternal hell. Long Xing also frowned, thinking about this matter again. Could it be that something in the eternal hell would come to the primal chaos divine kingdom? That was too ridiculous. It was just a corpse. The two of them were puzzled for a moment, but they didn't pay much attention to it and continued on their way. The map was very complicated, and the primal chaos divine kingdom was too big. Kitten couldn't figure it out in a short time. They could only take one step at a time. There were many places on the map that needed to be considered before they knew where to go. Such an obvious treasure hunt naturally couldn't escape Long Xing's eyes. But he didn't ask, turning a blind eye to it. In front of us is a place where more people gather. Treasures appear more frequently, but they are all people of my demon dragon palace. With my identity here, basically no one will find trouble with us. After walking for another half a day, Long Xing said. In front of them, there was a thicket. The forest wasn't tall, but it was very wide. The ground wasn't too rugged, there were only small hills everywhere, it couldn't hide people. After walking into this area, they felt that there were people around, but it was also very noisy. Long Xing laughed out loud and said, they should be waiting for the birth of some kind of heavenly treasure. Generally speaking, anything with 2 Dao patterns or immortal runes or below, whoever can snatch it will belong to them, so there will be a battle in a while. In the primal chaos divine nations, this is very common. They are all people of my demon dragon palace, even if everyone fights, they will show mercy. Indeed, along the way, there seemed to be many people rushing in that direction. Long Chen wasn't interested. It was just that according to the map, they had to pass through this place. Figures appeared in front of them. There was a total of more than 10 people gathered together as if they were waiting for something. Long Xing's status was very high. The moment he appeared, someone noticed him and hurriedly bowed to him. But he didn't leave his position. At the same time, he was also arguing with the others, looking very anxious. What's going on? Long Xing asked a weaker cultivator who didn't participate in the battle. Replying to young palace master, there is a nirvana flame in that valley. It is crazily absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. I reckon it will mature soon. They are waiting for the moment it matures before rushing in to pluck it. That cultivator replied. Nirvana flame, not bad. It has 2 immortal patterns. It has a very strong effect of increasing nirvanic force. Unfortunately, I am not in the nirvana tribulation realm and can't use it. Long Xing stretched his waist and looked at Long Chen. Long Chen was a little tempted. He already had nirvanic force now. Hence, he was guessing if this nirvana flame would be able to help him convert nirvanic world energy. Chapter 1437. While Long Chen and Long Xing were focused on the nirvana flame in the depths of the mountain stream, a black shadow quietly appeared behind a boulder far behind them. The shadow was completely black and deformed. His skin was covered in lumps, and there were 2 black iron locks growing out of his flesh. Looking at Long Chen and Lingxi, the black shadow gnashed his teeth, and his eyes turned bloodshot. Long Chen, there was a path to heaven, but you didn't take it. There was no door to hell, but you barged in. His gloomy eyes were filled with boundless anger and hatred. Long Chen didn't care too much about what was happening behind him. After all, the only danger in the chaotic divine kingdom came from the natural disasters. In the face of Long Xing's provocative invitation, Long Chen agreed without hesitation. On one hand, he was a little interested in the invisible nirvana flame. On the other hand, after the battle with Wang Chen, he had made great progress, especially in the last stage of the 9 Dragon scripture. He had made some progress, and it was a good time to use Long Xing to hone himself. Chen, you can do it. When Lingxi heard that they were going to compete, she was overjoyed and obediently moved to the side. Kitten on Long Chen's shoulder was also very tactful. Along with the 9 Hell Fantasy Butterfly, it stayed beside Lingxi. The 9 Hell Fantasy Butterfly kept teasing Kitten, but Kitten was still listless. The 2 moved almost at the same time, rushing towards the valley. Long Chen had already transformed a large amount of nirvana world energy. In many aspects, he was no weaker than Long Xing, even in terms of speed. A purple and a red light instantly appeared in front of everyone. Seeing that they were going to compete for the nirvana flame, the demonic Dragon Temple's martial artists thought that they were unlucky. They didn't know Long Chen, but Long Chen was the young temple master. "Everyone, don't let me win. Everything depends on strength. Whoever can snatch it will get it," Long Xing said straightforwardly. Everyone cheered. However, Long Xing was so strong that those below the Nirvana Tribulation realm were basically no match for him. Nirvana Tribulation experts were allowed to enter the chaotic divine kingdom. Long Chen glanced at Lingxi, who was quietly looking at him. With her by his side, he felt much more at ease. Next, he focused on looking into the mountain stream. At this moment, a large amount of spiritual energy in the chaotic kingdom of God formed a huge whirlpool in the sky above the mountain stream. It had a diameter of more than 10 miles. Countless spiritual energy was sucked in by the whirlpool and the nirvana flame. It was about to mature and condense its second immortal mark. Things that were able to be called immortal essences were all precious treasures that possessed at least 10,000 years of maturity. The rebirth flame was a type of miraculous immortal essence. Before it matured, it was an inconspicuous weed, and only when it truly matured would it completely undergo a transformation and undergo rebirth, becoming a brilliant and resplendent immortal essence with enormous medicinal effects. At this moment, it was the time for the rebirth flame to mature. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was too turbulent. Not only the Emperor's spiritual energy in the sky, but also the various spiritual energy in the ground and forest were being sucked in by the rebirth flame. If one rushed in at this time, one might be injured by the turbulent spiritual energy. 2. It could easily interrupt the maturation of the nirvana flame, turning it into a waste. Therefore, everyone was waiting for the moment it matured. That would be the time for everyone to sprint. At this moment, everyone's attention was drawn to Long Chen, who looked very young. They heard Long Xing's words just now and knew that the reason why Long Xing fought for the Nirvana flame was to compete with Long Chen. Then, this young man must be very powerful. But why couldn't they see it? Just when everyone was puzzled, the whirlpool in the sky suddenly shook and quickly disappeared. Then, everything returned to normal, but very quickly, a raging flame soared into the sky. The flame was burning with the aura of Nirvana flame. The immortal essence had matured. This seemed to be a signal, causing everyone to speed up at this critical moment and rush in that direction. Among them, there were already a few early-stage Nirvana Tribulation martial artists who were fighting to be the first. Long Chen and Long Xing immediately moved. Everything happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a flint. The purple and red figures moved forward at high speed with a fierce momentum. Everyone was shocked. Many people hurriedly tried to stop them, but the two of them were too lazy to get entangled with them. Long Xing laughed loudly, his body swelled, his muscles twisted, and with a few flashes, he directly used his fists to send the competitors around him flying. Long Chen didn't do this, but wherever the two swords went, everyone retreated, not daring to block his attack. Whether it was the Lingxi sword or the god-slaying sword, they were mysterious and precious, ordinary people couldn't resist at all. The killing aura of the god-slaying sword made people's hair stand on end, and the Lingxi sword was a sword that made people's souls tremble. The two of them quickly killed their way out of the encirclement, shook off the crowd, and took the lead, rushing in the direction of the Nirvana flame. Long Xing saw that the other party had indeed rushed out, and he laughed loudly. He couldn't be bothered with the Nirvana flame, and instead rushed towards Long Chen. Both his hands transformed, and a total of 18 purple divine dragons, as if they were his left and right arms. Under his control, they let out terrifying roars and rushed towards Long Chen from several directions. The ground shook, and energy surged. For a moment, Long Chen was completely trapped, and his steps forward were blocked. However, to him, this was a small matter. The god-slaying sword slashed down, and the god-slaying art burst out. For death sword light swept out, and in a short moment, Long Chen slashed the 18 purple divine dragons into pieces. At the same time, he rushed out of the encirclement. Those 4 death sword lights, on the contrary, forced Long Xing to retreat, and the distance between him and Long Chen was instantly widened. However, Long Xing's reaction was extremely fast. After he dodged the attack, his legs pushed against the mountain walls, and he rapidly chased after Long Chen. "Your sword move is not bad, but if you want to shake me off, you are still far from it." Long Xing's laughter came from behind. Long Chen suddenly turned his head, and at this moment, Long Chen let out a roar, and suddenly punched out. Purple Firmament Demon Dragon Fist. In that instant, his arm expanded, and was covered with purple scales, turning into a true dragon claw of a purple blood demonic dragon. It was 10 meters long, and with a punch, the ground cracked, and sand and stones flew everywhere. The purple blood demonic dragon was a strength-type divine dragon, and this punch of Long Xing's was completely reflected in strength. In fact, it wasn't any weaker than the 8 Desolation Violent Dragon Fist that Wang Chen had displayed previously. In fact, this Purple Firmament Demon Dragon Fist was even more domineering. "Can you take this move?" Long Xing laughed provocatively. These few days, Lin Fan and Long Xing had a strange relationship. Long Chen laughed in his heart. Since the other party wanted to see who was stronger, he naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony. Before the Purple Firmament Demon Dragon Fist, Long Chen put away the Lingxi sword, and directly used the God-slaying sword to execute the 9th level of the 9-Dragon Scripture, 9 Dragons Devours the Heavens. The 9-Dragon Scripture was completed, and there were a total of 9 divine dragons. The mysterious Sky Jade Fire Dragon, the Canghai Ice Armored Dragon, the Ancient Azure Wood Dragon, the Golden Thunder Hell Dragon, etc. The power of fire, water, wood, thunder, and earth were all gathered on the God-slaying sword. In that instant, a 9-colored formation appeared behind Long Chen and began to rotate. Each of the 9 positions on the formation had a mystical dragon coiled around it. Starting from the moment the first mystical dragon opened its eyes, the rest of the mystical dragons opened their eyes one after another. The 9 layers of dragon might gathered together, forming a terrifying pressure. Long Xing rushed forward, bearing the brunt of the pressure. Lifting his head, he saw Long Chen hiding in the middle of the 9 divine dragons. His eyes were bloodshot, and the long sword in his hand shone with a 9-colored radiance, guiding the 9-colored diagram. As Long Chen slashed down, the diagram changed, and the 9 divine dragons soared into the sky, forming a 9-colored sword chi that pierced towards Long Xing. When the sword chi transformed, it was still the eyes of the 9 divine dragons. The power of the 9-Dragon Scripture was unleashed to the extreme, and was actually this terrifying. Of course, Long Chen had only just come into contact with the 9 dragons devours the heavens, and had yet to fully display its true meaning. But even so, in this exchange, his 9 dragons devours the heavens had the upper hand. After a brief exchange, Long Chen had no choice but to withdraw the Purple Heaven's Devil Dragon Fist and retreat. At this time, Long Chen borrowed the rebound force to burst into laughter, and directly rushed into the mountain stream. Turning back, he saw a flower growing on a smooth boulder, burning like a flame. As expected, the fiery red petals of the flower had 2 shining immortal marks, and a dense aura of nirvanic energy rushed over. Before Long Xing could rush over, Long Chen directly plucked the nirvanic flame, as though he was in the great void realm. After that, he stood on top of the boulder, looking down at the surrounding mountains. Long Xing had just rushed over, and seeing that Long Chen had succeeded, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. As for the others, they were even worse off. They were still far away from Long Chen, but now that they saw this young man succeeding, they were completely convinced of their defeat. Long Chen was about to speak, but he suddenly sensed something. He hurriedly activated his Soul Eye technique, looking towards the direction of the mountain stream. Unexpectedly, what he saw caused his hairs to stand on their ends. Wang Chao. Regardless of who it was, nobody could cause Long Chen to be so shocked. Only Wang Chao, who had died twice in his hands. It was impossible for Wang Chao to appear here. However, in his vision, the ghostly creature that was sneaking an attack on Lingxi was none other than Wang Chao. Long Chen was scared silly. Luckily, he still had a brain. He knew that Lingxi's strength was actually very terrifying. Also, there was the Nine Hells fantasy butterfly beside her. Not to mention Long Chen, even Lingxi herself didn't know where this little butterfly came from. She didn't know exactly how strong it was. When Long Chen discovered Wang Chao, Lingxi and the rest also discovered that this ghostly creature was extremely ugly. The Nine Hells fantasy butterfly was startled. It flapped its wings, and a formless ripple swept towards Wang Chao. In an instant, the ghostly creature was blasted away, causing Wang Chao's sneak attack to instantly turn into bubbles. Long Chen was worried about Lingxi's safety. At this moment, he had already rushed over. Luckily, Lingxi was fine. Just as he was about to chase after Wang Chao, that brat had already been injured by the Nine Hells fantasy butterfly. Wang Chao actually had such a miraculous secret art. He directly used his hand to open a black vortex and jumped in, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared, leaving behind Long Chen and the rest to exchange glances. Chapter 1438. Because of Wang Chao's appearance and his strange disappearance, everything became complicated and confusing. Long Chen, Long Xing, and the others first left this place, looking for a relatively safe place where natural disasters would appear less frequently. Long Chen pondered, this damn thing was originally in the city of wrongful deaths, and I killed it. But now it appeared here. Wang Chao is now being controlled by the city lord of the wrongful deaths, so his appearance here is not unrelated to the city lord of the wrongful deaths. Long Xing was puzzled, that's impossible. There is only one entrance to the chaotic divine kingdom, and the people of the demon dragon palace are guarding it. How could this damn thing come in? Long Chen said, the city lord of the wrongful deaths has stayed in the eternal hell for so long, and he is extremely mysterious. He is far more familiar with the 9 great ancient ruins than you are. Such a mysterious existence is not something we can predict. This matter must be done by him, and he must have an ulterior motive. Long Xing thought for a while, then said, it seems that we have to let the palace lord know about this. Without another word, he found a demon dragon palace martial artist nearby and told him the details of the matter here, asking him to go back and report to the demon dragon palace lord. After everything was done, Long Xing heaved a sigh of relief, this guy coming here is nothing. If the 10 great ghost kings and the city lord of the wrongful deaths come here, this chaotic divine kingdom will probably be occupied by them. Long Chen's goal was the Void Aeon Dragon's blood essence. Before that, he wouldn't care about anything else unless it was related to him. If he met Wang Chao again, he would not let him escape. Long Chen wanted to kill the other party, but the other party also wanted to kill him even in his dreams. In the next few days, Long Chen decided to take a break and try to refine the Nirvana flame. This was a kind of magical and special immortal spirit. The effect of the Nirvana spark was beyond Long Chen's expectations. It was like a ball of flame that gathered a large amount of Nirvana energy and rushed into Long Chen's body. It accelerated the transformation of Long Chen's acupuncture points and filled up the gap of Nirvana energy in Long Chen's body. The Nirvana energy in his body began to grow unprecedentedly. 3 days later, after he had completely refined the Nirvana spark, he had transformed a total of 10 million acupuncture points, which took up 1/10 of all his acupuncture points. Long Chen couldn't help but daydream. It would be great if he had a large amount of Nirvana flames, but he understood that this sort of thing could simply be chanced upon by luck, as it was already not bad to possess a single divine object in the heavens and the earth. As a result, the Nirvana world energy in his body began to surpass the dragon blood god Yuan. In the future, in his battles, the Nirvana world energy would be the main output. After everything was done, the group continued on their journey. With Lingxi accompanying him, although the pressure in the future was great, Long Chen had nothing to be afraid of. Perhaps, after they left this place, they would face trial. However, Long Chen was not a coward. He couldn't stay in a place like the chaotic kingdom for the rest of his life. Although the environment here was beautiful, like a paradise on earth, with mountains and rivers, there was no sense of security. Those natural disasters could happen at any time. Even if they were meditating and cultivating, there would suddenly be a terrifying lightning strike from the sky. No matter how fast they dodged, they would almost be covered in dust. After all, the speed of lightning was too fast. The only thing that was gratifying was that Kitten finally found the way and saw the way forward. It's actually in this position. It's quite a distance from here. Kitten muttered to himself. It's fine, we have plenty of time to walk there. Long Chen said softly. This Long Xing, what do you plan to do? If he knows, after all, it's the inheritance blood of the Void Infinity Dragon. Even if their relationship is good, he will be scared. Now that the chaotic kingdom is under their control, if he reports it, after we leave, that old fox demon dragon palace lord will definitely not let us off. Kitten said with a little worry. Long Chen also felt that it was a little difficult, but now, both sides had more or less a plan. Long Chen gradually had a plan in his heart. As long as he didn't say anything, who would know that it was the inheritance blood of the Void Infinity Dragon? At that time, he would just casually make up a story. If Long Xing really recognized Long Chen, he wouldn't ask too much. I will handle it. Long Chen replied to Kitten. Lord Cat's eyes were solemn. He stared at Long Xing for a while before lowering his head to point the way. This journey was quite arduous. They encountered many natural disasters along the way, crossed many tall mountains, flew over many large lakes, experienced floods, volcanic eruptions, passed through forests that covered the sky, and experienced many difficulties and obstacles. Following the route on the map, they finally approached the land of inheritance of the Void Infinity Dragon. I'm sure that the ancestors of my demon dragon palace have never been here. At the very least, this place doesn't exist on the map drawn by my ancestors. Your route is really complicated. I don't even know how you got here. Long Xing's eyes were deep as he looked around. His personality was originally sloppy, but the deeper they went, the more unfathomable his emotions became. Compared to the previous places, this place was even more dangerous. Long Chen and the others were currently hovering above a large black swamp. Beneath the swamp, terrifying waves of mud could surge up into the sky at any time, easily pressing people into the ground. On this swamp, Long Chen and the others had been traveling for several days. We are only 30 miles away. Kitten's voice was trembling. The inheritance blood essence of the Void Infinity Dragon was the world's greatest treasure. Even he couldn't hide his excitement. Long Chen, on the other hand, was very calm. Everyone sped up and a few figures flew through the air, heading straight ahead. After passing through the thick fog, Long Chen suddenly saw a small island in the swamp up ahead. The island was not big and was round in shape. The island was green, completely different from the surrounding swamp. It was like an oasis in the middle of a desert. There were no mountains on the island. It was flat, and it was easy to see the island. When everyone landed on the island, they saw a black metal statue in the center of the island. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a human head. There was only a human head, about a meter in diameter. It was placed there. From the outline, this human head was no different from a normal person. However, there was a vertical third eye in the middle of the eyebrows. Although it was a statue, Long Chen still felt a huge spiritual impact. They didn't dare to look directly at the statue. In the next moment, Long Chen saw something that made him even more nervous. Beside the statue, there was a black shadow trying to move the statue. It was a pitch-black shadow with rotten flesh all over its body. More than 10 black chains hung from its flesh and blood, hanging on the ground. There was no doubt that it was Wang Chao. This time, Long Chen was really nervous. What was this place? The inheritance place of the Void Infinity Dragon. Wang Chao actually appeared in such an important place. Long Chen and the others found their way here step by step according to the map. How did Wang Chao get here? How did he know about this place? Could it be that he also knew about the inheritance blood of the Void Infinity Dragon? This was not good. If he knew about it, it meant that the City Lord of the Wronged also knew about it. If this matter were to spread, no matter where Long Chen went, he would probably be chased by countless people. He would not be able to live in peace for the rest of his life. He forced himself to calm down. Big Brother Chen. Ling Shi's face was also filled with doubt as she pursed her small mouth. Only when Long Chen pulled her did the two of them quickly rush towards the island. Surround him. Long Chen said to Long Xing. The two of them understood and appeared beside Wang Chao one after the other. At this time, Wang Chao also noticed them. He suddenly turned pale with fright and shouted in horror, "How did you know about this place?" Long Chen's heart skipped a beat. As expected, he also knew about the existence of the Void Infinity Dragon. This was impossible. Only Kitten could understand this pattern map. If the City Lord of the Wronged could understand it, he wouldn't have sent Wang Chao here today. Moreover, if they really knew that this belonged to the Void Infinity Dragon, even if the City Lord of the Wronged couldn't use it, he wouldn't have sent Wang Chao here alone. Long Chen's mind raced. He had Lingxi retreat to a safe place. With the protection of the 9 Hell illusionary butterfly, there shouldn't be any problems. Then he and Long Xing surrounded Wang Chao. Long Chen said coldly, "You ask me how I know about this place. I want to ask you how you know about this place. Do you want to take away this black head statue?" Wang Chao was startled. "Long Chen, how did you know?" His eyes revealed a horrified expression. Then he forced himself to lie and crazily said, "You must have stumbled into this place. Your luck is truly good. I advise you to get the hell out of this island. This isn't a place you should be in. Hurry up and scram." Long Chen looked around and signaled to Long Xing. He coldly snorted and said, "Humph, I'll kill you first." Wang Chao was enraged. He glared at Long Chen and opened his bloody mouth, roaring, "Long Chen, do you think I'll lose to you again? You don't know how much stronger I've become after losing to you last time. This time, I'll let you experience what death feels like. I'll eliminate you all, Kaka. You obtained strength by devouring the flesh and blood of living people. What's there to be proud of?" Long Chen taunted. His words struck Wang Chao's sore spot. "Die!" Wang Chao roared. He opened his bloody mouth, which occupied half of his face. He looked incomparably malevolent. This time, Long Chen wasn't polite to this ghostly thing. He knew that if he wanted to kill him, he had to be ruthless. He couldn't give him any chance to recover. This ghostly thing was practically unkillable. Long Chen didn't believe that he could use Lingxi's sword to destroy his remnant soul. Without saying a word, he wielded the dual divine swords and pounced towards his opponent. Chapter 1439. Wang Chao went berserk and a grey aura engulfed his entire body. His body expanded and a large number of metal chains grew out of his flesh. They danced in the air and formed numerous metal snakes that roared towards Long Chen. The grey aura surrounded the metal chains and it had an aura similar to the god-slaying sword. Long Chen shouted. Without a second word, the god-slaying sword slashed down from the sky. Darkness, devouring, and the other 4 elemental attacks formed a sword mark with the word heaven. The terrifying might of the god-slaying sword clashed with the countless metal chains. In that instant, ear-piercing sounds of metal scraping could be heard. Clang clang clang. The god-slaying sword was the nemesis of the metal chains. Everywhere it passed, the metal chains were broken. Without a doubt, Long Chen could clearly see the shock on Wang Chao's face. Long Chen had converted a large number of acupoints during this period of time and unleashed the power of the Nirvana realm. The strength in his body was close to that of a Nirvana realm martial artist. Coupled with his strong physical body, he unleashed the god-slaying art and used the might of the ghostly gods to break the chains and approach Wang Chao. Heaven-devouring 9 dragons. This time, Long Chen used the Lingxi sword to execute the heaven-devouring 9 dragons. Using the Lingxi sword might not be as violent as the god-slaying sword, but in close combat, the Lingxi sword was more effective in dealing damage to the god martial soul. The heaven-devouring 9 dragons was executed and the 9 divine dragons formed a 9-colored sword aura. Before Wang Chao could react, the sword aura surged and pierced his chest. Within the Lingxi sword, the power of nirvana that belonged to Long Chen exploded. The destructive power completely shattered Wang Chao's physical body. At the same time, Long Chen used the power of the Lingxi sword to kill Wang Chao's remnant soul with the power of the Lingxi sword. Me too. Long Xing rushed over and spat out primordial violet qi. It wrapped around Wang Chao's body and turned him into ashes. Long Chen. Wang Chao let out a miserable howl. It was clear that the most serious injury to him was the damage to his soul, which made it impossible for him to control his body. In fact, in a very short period of time, he was crushed to pieces. After a furious roar, there was no more movement. Long Chen was afraid of Wang Chao, so he used a killing move from the get-go. When the primordial violet qi passed, he checked the surroundings, and finally confirmed that Wang Chao was dead. After they were done, both of them felt a lingering fear. Why is this thing here? Both of them were confused. After taking care of Wang Chao, Lingxi and the rest also came up. The map was useless now. The map was pointing to this small island. However, where the Void Infinity Dragon's inheritance blood essence was would depend on everyone's careful search. The most prominent part of the entire island was the human head statue in the middle. It was also something that Wang Chao had moved before. It was Long Chen and Long Xing's arrival that caused him to stop moving it. Currently, the human head statue had loosened, but it had not been moved successfully. Long Chen's gaze involuntarily shifted to the human head statue. He discovered that the human head statue was terrifyingly heavy. With his strength alone, he was unable to move it. Only when Long Xing came to help, did the two of them slowly move it. After the human head statue was pushed away, Long Chen discovered that there was a black vortex below. It was surrounded by fog, just like the entrance to the primal chaos divine kingdom. However, the entrance was only 1 meter in diameter, which was relatively small. Long Chen was pleasantly surprised and puzzled. Without a doubt, the Void Infinity Dragon's inheritance blood essence should be inside. However, how did Wang Chao know that the Void Infinity Dragon's inheritance land would be inside after the human head statue was pushed away? Wang Chao was already completely dead. It was impossible for Long Chen to ask him anything. Moreover, even if he was alive, he wouldn't be able to get anything out of him. After coming out of the passage, Long Chen pondered for a moment before he looked at Long Xing who was beside him. It was time for them to lay their cards on the table. Long Xing didn't feel anything. He waved his hand and said, "Come, let's talk." Chen. Lingxi softly called out. She was somewhat worried. "It's fine." Long Chen said and came to the edge of the island with Long Xing. He had been hiding it from Long Xing along the way, which probably made him feel a little helpless. However, Longxing was a very direct person. He smiled and said, "I've thought it through. Although the old man told me to know what you want to take away, I, Longxing, am a good friend, so I'll let you do as you wish. We aren't familiar with each other, so it's reasonable for you to hide it from me for so long. However, you're about to let me follow you in, which means that you trust me. This is also giving me face. This time, I'll go all out. You guys go in, I'll stand guard outside for you." Long Chen was actually a little touched. If it wasn't for the important matter of the Void Infinity Dragon's inheritance blood essence, he wouldn't have hidden it from the other party. But at this time, the other party didn't care about anything and was even willing to stand guard for him. For the Demon Dragon Palace Master to protect him, it was probably because of the other party's plea. Long Chen gritted his teeth. He was the kind of person who would treat others better if others treated him well. Without any unnecessary words, he directly said, "Many thanks. If there's any trouble in the future, just say the word. I won't hesitate to go through water and tread on fire for you. Go, don't play with this daddy, haha." Long Xing laughed freely. Long Chen smiled and nodded. He looked around and said, "Since Wang Chao came here, the city lord of the wronged might know this place, so you have to be careful. Don't worry, this chaotic kingdom is my territory. How could I not know?" Long Xing smiled and said. With these words, Long Chen was completely relieved. He turned back and met up with Lingxi. The two of them discussed for a while. Then, Long Chen let Lingxi, Kitten, and the others enter the Great Void Realm. Then, he bid farewell to Long Xing, surrounded himself with the power of the Nirvana realm, and jumped into the narrow abyss. At that moment, Long Chen felt as if he had entered an intestine and was falling downwards. As he fell, Long Chen suddenly thought of the human head statue. Why is the material of this statue similar to the lower body statue at the entrance of the eternal hell? This thought suddenly flashed across his mind. Perhaps it is possible that the goal of the Wang dynasty is not to enter here, but to obtain that human head statue. But, just what is that human head statue, and why would it be placed here? Moreover, who was the one who drew the patterns of the cosmic infinity dragon's inherited blood essence in the city of wrongful death? And even further back, who was the one who placed the extreme universe finger in Full Moon Pavilion? Starting from the extreme finger of time in the Full Moon Pavilion, Long Chen found himself walking into someone's trap, and thus looking for the path of the Great Void Dragon's blood essence. So, who was the one who placed this trap? He couldn't figure it out. In this intestine-like space, it was dark. Long Chen actually experienced a feeling similar to the fulfillment of time and space. He didn't know how long he had been falling in this tunnel. Perhaps it was a day, or perhaps countless hours had passed. This caused his consciousness to gradually blur. "Chen, wake up." Ling Shi's soft shout woke Long Chen up from his slumber. He looked around him and discovered that he was still in the middle of this grayish passageway. Below him was still a patch of grayish darkness and the space was extremely small. He was almost unable to stretch out his hands to stretch out his body. If he did not control himself, he would even frequently bump into the mountain walls. "Chen, where are we going? How can we go back later?" Lingxi was a little nervous. Long Chen's heart was similarly not at ease, but he knew that he could not panic. As he comforted Ling Shi, he simply transformed the Nirvana realm's energy at the same time. Only the transformation within his body could allow him to roughly estimate the flow of time. Right, time, Long Chen suddenly woke up. This tunnel wasn't very deep, but the time was messed up. Sometimes it was fast, and sometimes it was slow. It made it difficult for Long Chen to feel the flow of time. Just like when he transformed the power of the Nirvana realm, the same speed would show the feeling that sometimes it was fast, and sometimes it was slow. When it was fast, the speed of transformation was thousands of times faster. When it was slow, the divine energy in his body crawled like a snail. This was a tunnel of time. The void cosmic dragon was the dragon of time and eternity. This further confirmed that Long Chen and the others had found the right place. As long as they passed through this place, there was no doubt that they could find what Long Chen wanted. There was more anticipation in his heart, and less fear. Finally, after an unknown period of time, Long Chen finally saw a light spot below him. At this time, time had become very slow. It was a short distance, but Long Chen estimated that almost a day had passed before he finally landed on his light spot. At that moment it was as if he had entered the stomach from the intestines. His surroundings were bright. Long Chen slowly descended from the sky into this world. This is. Long Chen was puzzled at first, but soon after, his face froze as he stared blankly at the small town below him. Lingxi saw the scene outside through the void realm. Her beautiful face was also filled with shock. She said in surprise, Isn't this Baiyang town? This was the place where they met and knew each other. It was the place that left the deepest impression on them, and it was also the place that was filled with nostalgia. This was also the place where Long Chen was born. It was the place where he had spent half of his life. But why did he come out of the kingdom of chaos and descend here? With a face full of shock, Long Chen slowly descended and landed on the streets of Baiyang town. This was a street that he was very familiar with. When he was young, he ran and escaped through these streets of various sizes. He was very familiar with every brick and tile here. This was the place where he was born and raised. Looking around blankly, Long Chen's heart trembled. Why did he come back here? Chapter 1440. As soon as Lingxi explained why there wasn't a single person around, the quiet Baiyang town suddenly became lively. The streets and alleys were filled with people peddling their wares, the sounds of children playing, and all kinds of conversations. It was a happy and harmonious scene. The originally empty Baiyang town suddenly had many people appearing out of thin air. They were dressed in plain clothes and had no foundation in martial arts. Their faces were either full of smiles or full of worry. Everything seemed so real. Long Chen felt so real when he was in this environment, as if he had truly returned to Baiyang town. Countless people coming and going, that kind of real feeling, the aura emitted from each person's soul, there was nothing suspicious about this. This was Baiyang town. Because it was so real, Long Chen was stunned. He had returned. Although everything was real, and there were people coming and going on the streets, Long Chen still felt that it wasn't real. If it was real, why was there no one at the beginning, and then so many people appeared out of thin air? Chen. Lingxi also knew this strange place. She held Long Chen's arm, and looked around with a puzzled face. She said, "What a real place. Is this an illusion? But how can there be such a real environment?" As soon as she finished speaking, countless people noticed Lingxi. Such a beautiful girl, who didn't belong to the mortal world, as if she didn't exist in this world. The sudden arrival of such a fairy-like girl stunned the people of Baiyang town. Many people stopped what they were doing and looked at Long Chen and Lingxi from afar. "Isn't that the Yang family's good-for-nothing young master? Yeah, this guy, how can he have such a beautiful girl by his side? Don't tell me he kidnapped and sold her? What a sin. All the young masters of rich families are like this, not to mention the Yang family is one of the two big families, they are very powerful. But, I have never seen such a beautiful fairy in my life. She really is a fairy. What a pity, they knew that women in Long Chen's hands could still escape." As he listened to these whispers, the shock in Long Chen's heart grew greater and greater. He had originally been sure that this wasn't Baiyang town, and that this was only the illusory realm that Lingxi had spoken of. However, the timing didn't match up. In their eyes, he was actually still a hedonistic young master. Just when exactly was this? Just as Long Chen was looking around with a face full of doubt, a servant in short clothes hurriedly ran over from the side of the street. Because he was rushing with his head lowered, he almost bumped into Long Chen. He quickly stopped and looked at Long Chen in a daze. After a while, he reacted and quickly said, "Young master, why are you dressed like this? Aren't you at the Jadeite pavilion?" Long Chen's pupils shrank and his brain worked quickly. He knew that he was here to take away the void cosmic dragon's blood essence. Who was behind all this? The servant in front of him existed in the depths of Long Chen's memory. He thought about it carefully and remembered that this person was actually his servant, Goldie, who had been following him for some time. Then, the Jadeite Tower. That was the place that Long Chen often stayed at. However, since that day, Long Chen hadn't been there again. Young master, something big has happened. Master passed away. Goldie's expression was anxious as he hurriedly said. He had come here to inform Long Chen of his arrival. Master. Long Chen's body trembled. Long Qinglan. He said that master had passed away. It was undoubtedly Long Qinglan, but Long Qinglan had faked his death. However, no matter what, Long Chen had too many questions in his heart that he wanted to ask him. From Goldie's words, today was the day that Long Chen's fate changed. In other words, Long Qinglan was still alive. Long Chen could assume that what he had just experienced was a time tunnel. If time had been reversed, then he had a lot of questions to ask Long Qinglan. Therefore, after sorting out his thoughts, he had no choice but to calm down. He said, "I understand. You can go back first." With that, he brought Ling Shi with him and headed towards the Yang family in his memories. "Chen, what happened? Where are we?" Ling Shi racked her brains, but she still didn't understand. Long Chen told her everything he knew. Of course, the reversal of time was only a hypothesis. The Void Aeon Dragon was the ancestor of time. Perhaps all of this had something to do with it. In the Void Realm, Kitten poked his fat head out and looked at everything with a scrutinizing gaze. Occasionally, he revealed an expression of excitement and confusion. As Long Chen pondered, he returned to the familiar Yang family under the strange gazes of the crowd. He didn't let Ling Shi hide. Instead, he openly brought this peerless beauty into the Yang family. Ling Shi's beauty caused a huge commotion along the way. Many people even followed her until Long Chen brought her into the Yang family. As soon as he entered the Yang family, the scene that made Long Chen excited happened in his memory. Two people walked towards Long Chen. The one in front was a tall, young man in a white brocade robe. He was Long Chen's second uncle's eldest son and his cousin, Yang Zhan. He was the one who committed suicide because of Long Chen's humiliation. Behind him was a wretched-looking man. He was Yang Zhan's cousin, Chen Lu. These two people had disappeared from the depths of Long Chen's memory for a long time. Long Chen stopped in his tracks. He held Ling Shi's tender hand and looked at the two of them with a nostalgic gaze. The Long Chen of the past naturally wanted nothing more than to kill the two of them. But the Long Chen of the present was different. He was already standing at a height that they could not even imagine. The humiliation they had suffered back then had already vanished into thin air. Their arrogance had also become nostalgic and cute in his eyes, causing him to revisit the path he had taken. He had actually walked all the way to where he was now. Yang Chen. Yang Zhan was about to laugh out loud when he saw Long Chen holding the hand of a girl as beautiful as a goddess. His eyes instantly widened. After a while, he reacted and said, "Damn you, Yang Chen. Abducting a girl again. Doing such a heartless thing. I don't care if your old man dies today, I'll teach you a lesson to clear the girl's name." After saying that, he directly moved and punched towards Long Chen. That punch directly landed on Long Chen's face, but it was as if he had punched steel. Yang Zhan's fist was red and swollen from the pain. His face twitched as he looked at Long Chen in disbelief. "Bastard, how dare you hurt my cousin?" Chen Lu was enraged. He pounced towards Long Chen at lightning speed. In Long Chen's eyes, his speed was extremely slow. With a smile on his face, Long Chen gently pinched his arm and threw him onto Yang Zhan's body. Then, he stretched out his leg and stepped on the two of them. Back then, he didn't have the power to trample on them so easily. But even so, Long Chen didn't use a billionth of his power. The current him could easily shatter this fragile world. Under Long Chen's absolute power, Yang Zhan and Chen Lu screamed continuously. Their faces were filled with disbelief. Wasn't Yang Chen a useless playboy? Didn't he lead a befuddled life? How could he be so powerful? The two of them couldn't even put up a resistance in his hands. "Do you see this?" Long Chen stretched out his hand. Under the guidance of a powerful aura, the clouds in the sky were attracted by him and descended above the Yang clan. Smiling softly, Long Chen said, "This is the power of a god. Get lost." Yang Zhan was dumbfounded. Long Chen loosened his foot. The two of them hurriedly got up and fled in panic. As they fled, they shouted, "There's a ghost, there's a ghost." Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could there be a ghost? His mind immediately became solemn. Holding Lingxi's hand, he led Lingxi forward under the stunned gazes of the maids and guards in the mansion. Occasionally, someone blocked the way, but Long Chen directly threw them away. Until Long Chen arrived at the place where Long Qinglan used to live. Several maids and guards were guarding there. Seeing Long Chen's arrival, they hurriedly dispersed. On the ground, a man covered in black was lying on the ground. The whole house was filled with the smell of alcohol. Long Chen felt sour in his heart. It wasn't just a matter of reliving the past. He had too deep feelings for this man. It could be said that everything he had was given to him by the other party. However, Long Chen knew nothing about him until now. He only knew that he must be a super strong person. However, this person who had once dominated the dragon sacrificial continent died in a place like Baiyang town, in a drink. Looking at the man lying on the ground, no matter how calm Long Chen was, he couldn't help but feel sour in his eyes. He wanted to cry. At this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard. A beautiful woman wearing a light red dress with her hair tied up high walked over surrounded by a group of people. She turned to look at Long Qinglan's corpse and sighed. Faintly, she said, "This ill-fated relationship has ended. Yang Chen, he's your father. For the sake of our relationship, find a place to bury him." It was such a familiar phrase. Back then, Long Chen had buried all his anger in his heart. However, at this moment, he had thought it through. Perhaps to Long Qinglan, he didn't care about this little woman at all. After all, she was just an ordinary person. She didn't leave immediately because she saw Lingxi, who was as beautiful as a goddess. She opened her mouth and asked solemnly, "Who is this girl?" "Your wife," Long Chen answered. "Humph, as long as she's not a prostitute." Yang Xueqing snorted coldly and stroked the hem of her dress. She couldn't be bothered to take another look and left immediately. Even so, Lingxi was touched by Long Chen's words. In this world, the two of them were on a high level. But all of this was what Lingxi dreamed of. Is it the same as before? Long Chen remained silent. He helped Long Qinglan up. This man's body was like a whirlpool that he couldn't figure out. Chapter 1441. They found the carriage and placed Long Qinglan's mysterious body in it. Long Chen knew that he would be the key to this illusory Baiyang town. He and Lingxi drove the carriage out of the city, one on the left and the other on the right. They were very fast, and after a while, they arrived at their destination. This familiar place made Long Chen miss it very much. At this moment, he was undoubtedly very excited. He moved Long Qinglan's corpse down and leaned it against a tree. Then, he and Lingxi looked at him quietly. Lingxi had heard Long Chen talk about the past, so Long Qinglan's corpse should come back to life. Long Chen wanted to see him alive. Long Qinglan's vision was unparalleled, so he must know what was going on. Long Chen had too many questions to ask him. Seeing this thin and dispirited man again, Long Chen's heart was filled with mixed feelings. "Hey, don't play dead. I know you're still alive," Long Chen said in a teasing tone. He wasn't teasing Long Qinglan, but his own life. "Must you wait for me to dig a hole for you to come back to life?" Long Chen said with a smile. There couldn't be two mysterious dragon jades in this world, so it proved that the current Long Qinglan was different from the Long Qinglan of the past. Otherwise, Long Chen could have taken out the Yang family's dragon seal and obtained the second ancient blood spirit dragon's essence blood. This world was fake, and it wasn't even because time had been reversed. There wasn't a second him in Jadeite Jade building. And the core of this world should be Long Qinglan. Under Long Chen's expectant gaze, Long Qinglan finally opened his murky eyes. At that moment, Long Chen was on the verge of tears. This man was his faith, and at this moment, his faith had finally come back to life. There were no words to describe how excited Long Chen was at this moment. Last time, Long Qinglan's corpse had come back to life, which had given him a fright. Since then, his life had changed. This time, Long Qinglan opened his eyes. His gaze was gentle, as if he had experienced the vicissitudes of life. He looked at his son with approval and excitement, and said, "You're finally here." This different sentence brought Long Chen too much excitement. This was also the difference between this world and the previous one. If time was reversed, the first words he would say would be, "Brat, hurry up and dig out my dantian." "Father." Long Chen's heart was filled with excitement, and he hurriedly knelt to the ground and bowed deeply. This was the person he respected the most in his life, and he was like heaven and earth to him. They had met again, but he still didn't know if he was dead or alive. Although there were many problems, etiquette couldn't be forgotten. Lingxi was like a chicken that followed the chicken, and a dog that followed the dog. When Long Chen knelt, she hurriedly knelt as well, and called Long Qinglan daddy. Looking at the boy and girl, Long Qinglan's aged and weathered face couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. "Children, get up." His voice still couldn't hide the weakness in it. Long Chen stood up with Lingxi, and stood in front of him emotionally, his eyes red. Since he had appeared, was he still alive? Or did he still exist in this world in some other way? Even Long Chen didn't know. "Is this my daughter-in-law? Very beautiful, very obedient. Very good, very good." He looked up and down at Lingxi, his eyes filled with approval. He nodded repeatedly, and his undisguised love made Lingxi a little embarrassed. She hurriedly said, "Thank you, Daddy. Good child." Long Qinglan was very satisfied, but Long Chen was even more excited. The person in front of him had a consciousness, and wasn't the Long Qinglan who had asked him to dig out the mysterious dragon jade. Long Chen hadn't expected to meet him here. Then, the inherited blood essence of the void cosmic dragon was probably related to him, just like how the inherited blood essence of the ancient blood spiritual dragon was completely left to him by him. This second portion of the ancestral dragon's blood essence, which Long Chen had searched for so long, was actually still under the control of this person. Everything became clear in his mind. From the extreme cosmic finger, to the patterns on the city of the tragic deaths, and then to this place, it might all be related to this man. When Long Chen was 3 years old, he had gone to the 3 great imperial domains and asked Han Yunqing and Nangong Lai to protect Long Chen. It could be said that he could predict the future. Make good use of the god's blood in your body. In the future, you can become a supreme god, Long Qinglan first said to Lingxi. God's blood. A look of realization appeared on Lingxi's face. Long Chen also knew about Lingxi's bloodline. It had only transformed in recent years. In other words, the Sword Soul Emperor must have found an especially precious blood when he was reincarnated. Then, the transformation happened in recent years, and the so-called god's blood appeared in Lingxi's body. As for the supreme god, this referred to the gods who had passed the 18 great tribulations. Long Chen was about to ask on behalf of Lingxi, but Long Qinglan closed his eyes and breathed with difficulty. I'm not in this world, and I can't hold on for much longer. You will understand her in the future. Let's talk about me. Child, sit beside me. Long Chen and Lingxi sat beside him. Back then, there had only been Long Chen, but now Lingxi had appeared. My home is in the eternal God domain. Long Qinglan's eyes flickered with nostalgia. Long Chen and Lingxi knew that he didn't have much time, and that they couldn't interrupt him. I was born in the Eternal Dragon City, one of the 5 great dragon cities of the Eternal God domain. It was where I was born and raised, and where I was entrusted with great responsibility. It took me tens of thousands of years to reach a level no one in Eternal Dragon City has ever seen. I am invincible, and I am the Eternal Dragon Emperor. I am worshipped by all, and I am without equal. The man looked up into the sky, tears welling up in his eyes as he recounted his past. Long Chen wasn't in a hurry. He knew that whatever he wanted to know would be answered. All he needed to do was listen. He felt that once he became strong enough, it would be time for his father to entrust him with great responsibility. This was a man who had given him everything. For him, Long Chen was willing to give up everything. Long Qinglan continued. I'm proud, I'm respected by the world, but I'm also lonely. My pursuit, my dream, isn't like that. I've had a grand ambition and a mission since I was young. This is the mission of every descendant of the mystical dragons. I've never forgotten my mission. I was born to pursue the primordial mystical dragons, to unravel the mystery of their extinction. I'm lonely because I can't pursue it. But that day, I still embarked on this terrifying path. Pursuing the traces of the divine dragons. Long Chen was deeply shaken. Long Qinglan actually treated this as his mission. From his words, Long Chen seemed to understand. He was originally the high and mighty Eternal Dragon Emperor, and his responsibility was to protect his people. But when he was lonely, he pursued the greatest mystery of the draconic sacrificial continent for his mission. Long Chen continued to remain silent, waiting for Long Qinglan to continue. I didn't succeed. I failed miserably. I was even framed, insulted, and stripped of everything I had. I was not understood by the world, betrayed by my family, deserted by everyone, and lost everything. I became the synonym of irresponsibility and laughable. But who knew that I wasn't wrong? I was only one step away from success, but I couldn't take that step. And it was this step that allowed me to see how terrifying this secret was. It didn't just concern me, it concerned the survival of the entire world. But they were still like animals, willing to be kept in captivity, and even ostracized a different species like me. Long Qinglan's face was covered in tears, and his eyes were filled with endless unwillingness. He shook his head in pain, causing Long Chen's body to tighten. While crying in pain, he said, "My life ended long ago. I was invincible. I was only one step away from becoming a god, and I even had the might of a god. I set an unprecedented record of passing 7 nirvana tribulations consecutively, but I died on the last step of pursuing this secret. I was killed, but I still don't know who killed me. Child, you don't have to hold on to hope. I'm already dead. Child, you don't have to have any hope. I'm already dead." What am I now? I don't know either. I'm not in this world, I'm from the past, but the me in Baiyang town was just a dead person. I don't exist at all. That me was just an illusion in your mind. I died long ago, and the only thing I left behind is you. Everything about the Yang family in Baiyang town has nothing to do with you. It's just an illusion. Everything is fake, including that woman. She gave birth to you, and everything else, it's all fake. I'm the one who deceived you. You're a life created by me. Long Chen felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and he stared at Long Qinglan in a daze. He was a life that Long Qinglan had created. Everything in Baiyang town was fake, an illusion. Everything that the people of Baiyang town thought, Long Qinglan's peerless beauty when he arrived, his marriage with Yang Xueqing, and the birth of a child, as long as Long Qinglan existed, everything was fake. There was no such person. Because he had said that he had died a long time ago. Long Chen was a real person, and he didn't dare to believe that all of this was fake. Looking at the old man's tear-streaked face, he hadn't cried like this for a long time. He naturally couldn't accept all of this. Even his sibling relationship with Yang Lingqing wasn't real. Everyone in the 3 regions and 9 worlds couldn't escape Long Qinglan's divine might. Everything was under his control. All of this sounded so unimaginable, but it was true. Then, what am I? Long Chen couldn't help but ask himself. That's right, what exactly am I? Was he a real person? You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.